we've got as an investment tool is in front of us. But I'm also well aware of is that a lot of problems that we've got today is that when we complete this document and we're giddy and we're happy and we want to move this ball forward and we take out and we say, hey, come and build here, guess who holds it up? The province of British Columbia. Today, for 24 months, they've held up 154 homes in this community being built because they want more studies, more transportation information. So while we're on side and we're giddy to build and build 80 new homes a year, the province is throwing up all these red blocks and more red tape. My colleague, Councillor Moses, talked about homes for people that need them at a certain capacity. We've been on record for 5 years to rezone one particular location. 5 years. So while we're all giddy for positive change and looking for investments, this, what you've done, Susie and Kevin and staff, have created a roadmap. But I'm going to flag it and hold the provincial government accountable because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are holding up development within rural British Columbia in small communities. We've got a development on the west side. Over 154 homes that could be in the ground is on hold because of massive studies that they keep requesting. So when I look at this document, Susie and Kevin, I guess the question is that we've got McElhaney, that is our transportation guide specialist. So as we start to lay out where we're going to put these 80 units, and we tie this and we move this forward and approve it, and then we say to the investor that walks into William Blake and walks into Beth's office and says, hey, I hear you guys got a brand new OCP, where can I build? And then all of a sudden the red tape comes out. So in my mind, I guess the question to Susie and Kevin is that as an investor myself, when you walk in and you look, you want to make sure that you can be in the ground and building. Right now, the province is scaring investors away from rural British Columbia. How do we dovetail this document so that we get the support of the province and their ministries, that they accept what's in front of us, that we want to see our community grow?
I'll take the first shot at that. So part of the process to have this adopted is there needs to be referrals made to different agencies like Mott, and they're going to get a preview of this, right? This isn't going to be new information. This is going to be all sent to them and previewed. The second thing is, I have to dwell in optimism because that's my job as economic development. And if the province has asked us to do this, and they told us, thou shalt have this done by December 31st, then it is also incumbent upon the province to work with us in order to make this happen. And so, we've got opportunities at UBCM. It becomes a lobbying thing. And I think hopefully, the more clear we are on what our priorities are, the more specific our requests can be to the provincial government, so that when we do have those meetings, we're not kind of going in unprepared with sort of these, ideas. We can say, we've workshopped this, we've talked about this, we have a plan, this is what we want to do. And it really will require us, like, we've got some work to do before UBCM to sort of look at, what are the really big balls that we want to start talking about, and how do we start coming up with costs for what that's going to look like, and how do we put those items on the capital plan. And so I don't know that there's a really good answer. Susie, do you have an answer for Scott that's different than mine? She might know something. She lives in the big city.
No, I don't have any more insight on the province, but I think as you say, we'll refer this to the relevant provincial agencies, so they will know what your plans are, what your hopes are, and then hopefully they can facilitate. I think it's about different ministries talking to each other. The housing ministry has to talk to the transportation ministry, just to make sure that they're moving forward to achieve the same outcomes. And UBCM is a great opportunity to lobby some of those ministers that will be there.
So there's no direct correlate. Okay, so we'll be sent to them, I guess. Okay, thank you.
So we got a motion, I believe, staff, please.
No, we've got whole other half yet. So, so do we need like a 5 minutes needs break, or do you want to push through? That's why I got to.
I'll ask the council, what do you want to do?
Anybody need
Because we
a
got an
quick break?
in-camera,
We got to talk about zoning and land use now. This is the really fun part.
okay, we got in-camera, folks, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Keep going?
Zoning is the answer to your question, Councillor Nelson, that
Exactly.
the zoning bylaw, as Susie mentioned, is a tool used to regulate the land use framework set out by the official community plan. So let's dive into the zoning bylaw. The last version of the zoning bylaw was adopted in 2002 with several amendments since. So I'm going to dive into some of the key considerations of the new zoning bylaws. So can we go to the next slide, James? Next one. Okay, so key considerations include definitions, general regulations such as short-term rental regulations. Zones have been updated to meet the 2004 provincial small-scale multi-unit housing regulations, which now allow up to 4 units on a lot. Next slide. We've updated the parking regulations and the landscaping, screening, and fencing. So this version of the bylaw has been reformatted, restructured to include charts, diagrams. We've done color to improve readability, make the document a little easier to follow and interpret for all users, from property owners to contractors, architects, and staff. Next slide. Okay, so the establishment of zones. So we're going to deep dive into the zoning a little bit here. And the new zones align with the proposed land use framework. Staff have increased the variety of zones or amalgamated them, the several existing zones, into one zone. So we're going to dive into that a little further. So for example, in the last few years, we've had several zoning applications to allow personal services and office use along the Mackenzie corridor. So this has now been updated in the new zoning map. And so we will hope to have fewer rezoning applications and shift that into more minor variances for new developments. We've also added 2 new mixed-use zones to encourage both residential and commercial developments, and those are in neighborhood centers or the outskirts of the downtown core, so it's going to kind of shift in gradualness of density and the mixes of uses. We have eliminated all 23 comprehensive development zones into the new zones. And we've also updated our lot coverage, height, setbacks for most of the zones to align with Chapter 4 of the OCP land use designations.
Sorry, what does that mean?
So if you look in the land use chapter 4, that talks about the like downtown core and then the neighborhood mixed use, it provides a small chart there that outlines the intention. So the downtown core's intention is to have urban pedestrian feel. So the setbacks of that zone in the zoning bylaw are 0 setbacks. So to encourage, you know, that immediate storefront right there, you're looking in, and then it would reflect additional setbacks from that to give that feel. Same with our mixed use developments, like downtown core is up to 8 stories, I believe, right now. And then the mixed use zone that transitions out is up to 6 stories. And then they're reflecting based on the intention of those land use framework that City Spaces presented earlier. Next slide. So this just gives an overview. The next slides show how we kind of shifted those zones and amalgamated some of them and integrated the CD, the comprehensive development zones, into. So we went from 8 residential zones to 6, but amalgamating a number of comprehensive development zones into those main residential zones. Oh, next slide, sorry. I will note, Councillor Moses mentioned supportive housing, so I'm going to housing for different types of supports and community groups. So we've actually added RS1, which I'm going to dive into a little deeper later, but that's more specific to those types of resources and alternative housing types versus the standard market rental type housing. We still kept our manufactured home park, Bearland Strata. As Kevin mentioned, South Lakes Residential follows the SMU guidelines, so for the increased density up to 4 units, but we are allowing manufactured homes there. There's a little bit more lot coverage allowance for accessory buildings because we find those lots are a little bit larger on South Lakeside. We heard from the public that they want to see larger shops, you know, for toys and recreational purposes. So we're trying to balance the lot coverage and the setbacks and the guidelines of the provincial regulations and what we've heard from the public and what we see in applications. Next slide. So an overview of mixed use and commercial. As I mentioned, we've added 2 new mixed use zones. So we have a residential mixed use, which we have recently approved for the former Poplar Glade site. So we've carried that zoning in, and we hope to see many other zones in the community of the same uses, which would be primarily residential with some of the smaller commercial uses like hairdresser shop, laundromat, those around the neighborhood centers. And then we have our commercial mixed use, which would primarily be in the downtown core. And then we have condensed 7 unique commercial zones into 2. So we have commercial and then highway commercial. And highway commercial would focus a little bit more on the tourism and the auto-oriented and the service industry, as Kevin mentioned. Next slide. Industrial. Industrial hasn't really changed that much. We still have our airport industrial, heavy industrial, and light industrial, also mixing in some of the comprehensive development zones. The one new one would be the tourism industrial, which is directly correlated with the Lakeside Industrial Park study area land use designation. And so that's the former like RC Cotton site, because as Kevin mentioned, there's kind of unique opportunities there. And so we went a little more specific with the uses, like the combination of uses down there, trying to maintain that rail industry and then mix in some other uses with the recreation corridor and the waterfront. Next slide. And institutional and recreational primarily has stayed the same. We have added the University Village. So again, we got a little more specific in regards to institutional use. This doesn't include daycare services as our other institutional use includes. This is more specific to university uses, research centers, you know, maybe a student union pub one day or student housing and market housing. That's why we use the term village, because we want to keep it open for not just, you know, maybe student housing. We are still in consultation with True University and what their direction is for this site. So there could be some changes on this one, but we wanted to kind of send it in that direction. And then the only change with our P1 zone is that we did separate like specific parks and recreation to some of the lands that need a little more conservation and protection. And so they're a little bit more of our trail amenity designation, and parks and recreation can have higher uses like recreation facilities and other park uses, parking lots, ensure we're food services possibly. We wanted to kind of deep dive into that and open that up. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we still maintained a couple site-specific uses. So council has directed to pre-zone parcels to encourage development within the community. So this can be achieved in many ways. The previous practice was comprehensive developments for specific sites and uses. So for example, the Walmart development was a comprehensive development 15 zone, and it's now a commercial zone. Another way is to decrease the number of zones and increase the allowable uses to allow for more variety of development instead of a site-specific spot, which is the direction of the new zoning bylaw. So we've kind of done a combination here because there are a few.
Yeah, we gotta recess. the
Motion to
meeting.
recess?
Yeah, so moved and second. Yeah.
It's me, Kelsey Bell. I'm with Todd Sullivan. It's us. We're live in 100 Mile, actually Lone Butte, more like it. We're at
Hot July nights.
I always forget. Hot July Nights with Cassie Murray Donovan.
Yes, hi.
And what's your title here?
So I am the secretary for the board that runs the show. So for the last 6 months, there's been about between 15 and 20 of us that have put on everything. We meet once a month, and yeah, so we've put this on over the last 6 months.
I didn't realize how big your team was. 20 people.
Yes.
That's insane. It
So
makes
what is this all about? What is Hot July Nights all about?
So Hot July Nights is basically a way for 100 Mile to showcase the community. We have brought together anybody that loves cars, motorcycles, semi-trucks, anything with a motor basically, just to come together, spend 3 days doing all sorts of events. We put on a rod run, a poker run, and then a big show, and that's tomorrow. So that'll be over 400 cars we're hoping for this year anyways.
400.
Yes.
Did you say 200 for today?
Yes, 200 for today.
And today is the poker run?
Today is the poker run, so we had the
Cool.
rod run last night, and we had over 200 cars for that as well.
Wow. And then there's 200 more coming for tomorrow?
Yes, so
For the show part, is that what
for
it
the
is?
show part, yes, for the show and shine. So for the show and shine, last year we had 427 cars show up. I believe the farthest one that came out was from Saskatchewan. So we have quite a good range of people coming up, and a huge range of vehicles as well. So it's been happening since 2008. And this is, it's probably one of the biggest events in 100 Mile for sure.
I bet with those many. Yeah. So like with people coming from so far away, what is the draw? Are there prizes? Is it more about the opportunity to show off?
So it is about the prizes for sure. There's $25,000 worth of prizes. Yes.
Brought your car.
My Ford Escape?
Yeah,
exactly.
You'd be surprised the things that'll win. So the nice thing about our car show is that we don't do it the traditional way where we have people go out and we have a board of judges that judge them. We actually do it by draw. So as long as you put your car in the show, you have a chance of winning. And out of that $25,000, the main prize is a $5,000 trip. Or you can take home $3,000 cash if you aren't a traveler. So there's an option there as well.
Does that include the poker prizes, or can you explain what the poker run, how it actually works?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's two different runs that we do. We do a rod run, which is essentially just a hot rod run. Everyone goes out. We all travel together in a big group. They actually shut down the highway for us so that we can all go out together. Yes, it's the whole community backs us for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, so that one we all head out. We actually go out to Canham Lake for that one. So we go to the Canham Lake store and everyone sets up. They supply donuts, coffee, all that sort of thing. And we all just hang out for a little evening. There's about $1,000 worth of prizes for that one. And that's raffled too. So anything that you show up to, there's going to be prizes. For the poker run, that's done as... It's actually poker. So you go out, you're staged in 100 Mile, and then you have certain stops that you have to stop at to pick up another card for your hand of poker. Right. And then once we get here, everyone shows up, there's prizes, we see who's got the best hand, and then of course we put on a little show for everybody, and yeah.
So
That's a lot. That's a lot to organize.
The cars that you see coming in here, these are the people who have finished.
These are the ones that have
poker
finished
run.
the poker run, yes. So this is the end stop for everybody.
Right. So as we're talking and as people are seeing these cars coming in, that's what's going on.
I was gonna see, could show people coming in. No.
Go ahead if you want. You're already over
Oh
there.
yeah, why not?
So do the poker hands play a part in prizes, or is it just...
Yes, so those do play a part in the prizes, so the best hand wins. We have about I believe between $1,000 and $1,200 worth of prizes just for this event as well. And then $25,000 overall. The cool thing too is if you show up and you're spectating, we have another raffle prize as well, and that's not included in the 25 grand. So that's a $2,700 barbecue that you can win just from showing up to see the cars.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so, like, just a reminder for people watching, this is happening right now.
Yes.
We are live. How long is this going until today if people wanted to
So this will go on for probably another 2-3 hours because
Yeah.
we've only got, I'd say, not even half of the cars here yet that still have to complete the run. And then tomorrow, everything starts off at 10 a.m. So the show starts at 10. There's tons of little events throughout the show as well. We've got a guess apart, there's vendors, like a little marketplace. We've got food trucks, all sorts of stuff.
So where's the show and shine tomorrow?
So the show and shine is actually right downtown 100 Mile. We shut down Birch Street, and so everyone lines up around there, and all the stores are open too. So it really does help boost the community and bring people in directly to downtown.
So how did you get involved with the board that puts this all together? How did that happen?
So I was actually asked, just because since I've moved here in 2018, I've gone to every Hot July Nights because I've been a car girl my whole life. So that was just kind of how it started. And then my husband and I met a couple of the people from the board, and they said, hey, we're looking for new people if you're interested in joining. And we needed to actually up the amount of people that were on our board,
Right.
just because the show's gotten so big as it has. So they needed more people, and they
How many
asked.
people did it start with?
That I don't actually know. I believe it's just a handful of people. We have a really big car club as well. So the car show is actually separate from our car club. So it's called the 100 Mile Cruisers, and it's a huge car club. And they do events all around 100 Mile as well. So they'll go do cruises, they'll go to the old folks' homes, stuff like that, and just anything that boosts community.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you know of people that have owned the same car pretty much their whole life and taken care of it?
Yes, absolutely. I know some vehicles that have gone through generations. They've been sold down, that sort of thing. My grandfather actually, he just sold my brother his car.
Nice.
So
Nice.
yeah.
So when did you fall in love with cars?
So I have been in love with cars my entire life. My grandfather has been big into vehicles. He's always had cars and stuff like that. So that's kind of where it stemmed from. And then it just slowly grew. I became a huge fan of Orange County Choppers when I was a young kid, and had a whole shrine.
Was that a
to
TV
them.
show, or?
Yeah, it's about like chopper motorcycles.
Right.
So yeah, definitely not the typical girl thing, but yeah, I had half a shrine to Barbies and half a shrine to those, so I think that's a little duality there.
We all have masculine and feminine in us.
Oh,
Doesn't
yes.
matter what you are. It's just we all have those sides. So
Yeah,
cool.
some of it's very noticeably
Yeah.
feminine and masculine for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I think it does, speak to, in a way, how silly some of the masculine and feminine distinctions are.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
I remember when my daughter was young and we would go to McDonald's and do the Happy Meal thing, and they would say, do you want a girl boy or a boy toy? My answer was always, whichever one is cooler, because it really doesn't matter, right? So,
Oh yeah, no. I also break stereotypes. I played with Hot Wheels and Tonka trucks.
Oh, yes.
And I would make little cities in my backyard with my best friend Lindsay Covington. Hi, Lindsay.
Oh yeah, if you like Hot Wheels, wait till you see my Jetta. So it is actually derived from a Hot Wheel. I have the original Hot Wheel in the car.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so anyone that sees that car, so many kids absolutely love it. They'll walk by and go, "It's an actual Hot Wheel." So it's super cute for sure.
cool.
Yeah.
So do you get inspired by Hot Wheels and you're like, ooh, I would love to blow this up and make it life size?
Oh, I think I own every Hot Wheel of every dream car that I have. Absolutely. Yeah. My son's got over 300 Hot Wheels at this point. It's become, we blame him that it's his
Sure, of
fault
course,
we
of
buy
course.
them at the grocery store every time we go, but yeah, it's really us.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is cool. I've never seen a truck with a custom trailer. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah. It's really cool, the variety of stuff. We've got all sorts of vehicles from the early 1900s. That sounds so weird to say.
I know.
120 or 100-ish years
We're all
ago.
from
Yeah.
the 1900s.
We are, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, right?
Barely.
Yes. Some are further into the 1900s than others.
There we go.
that's
Yeah,
true.
that's the right way to say it. Yeah.
You could catch a glimpse of people's artistic talents too. You could just the colors they choose and the I don't know. This guy's going for a theme. He's got Pepsi Cola on.
Yeah.
In my dad's hot rod, he had. I think it was popular for mafia gangsters to have a violin case, but a machine gun inside of it.
Oh yes,
So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think he gets into the theme of the car itself. So he had a violin case, but with shot glass and alcohol.
Oh, very
Rather
cool.
than-
Yeah, like a little bar
more
setup.
Prohibition style.
Yeah, yes, of course.
And this is another cool
So this one's really cool. This one's actually got a Cummins in it. So
Looks kind of like Road Warrior-esque.
it's very Mad Max-esque. Yeah. It's got it's definitely got that vibe to it.
Modified, right?
That is very, very modified. Yes. Yeah.
I love that. See what I mean by artistic
Oh,
vision and stuff?
yes, it's very much personality based, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you get to see too the things that people are willing to do to vehicles. Like they'll stick an engine that has no business being in that chassis into that chassis and make it look really cool. So they definitely do a really good job, and you get to see that here too, which is awesome. It's not just a specific type of car; it's anything and everything that's got an engine.
Do you like impress a lot of men just by the way you talk about cars?
Yes,
They're like,
slightly.
whoa,
Yeah.
this cute thing.
Cars is actually how I met my husband. Yeah, so I was building a 1993 first-gen Cummins, and my absolute baby. I've sold it once, bought it back, sold it again. But yeah, I was actually getting parts for that truck in a driveway in Maple Ridge. A guy had a bunch of first gens in his yard, and you could go buy parts off of him. And my husband happened to be there, and that's the end of it.
He's like, oh my God, I met my wife today.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Saw me pulling in that truck, and yeah, the rest is history pretty much. Yeah.
So I guess you guys bond over hanging out in the shop together?
Oh yes, yeah. My husband's a mechanic, so yeah, that's what we do. We've got a shop on the property, and that's what we do spending our nights is once the baby's in bed, to the shop we go.
What was it that initially drew you to like wanting to, because you talked about like the first car that you rebuilt or built or whatever the phrasing was. What was it that brought you to the actual like hands-on wanting to like bring it back to life or add a new component to it or whatever the case may be?
The biggest thing being a type A personality and not liking to give up control. And I'm very creative. So I wanted to be able to learn as much as I could, because I love learning. I'm a total nerd, so I geek out on all of this kind of stuff. Sure. And if I can put my own personality into something, I really like the aesthetic side of it, on top of the mechanical side, because it's just cool when you can take something apart, see all of its components, clean it up and put it back together, and then see it run at the end of that too is really fun. And just experimenting, because you can do so much with vehicles, especially with like Amazon and all of that sort of thing. You can buy so much. Yeah.
Can you give us an example of some of the ways that you've added personality to the cars that you've worked on yourself?
So both of my cars actually are homages to Porsches. So it's very out there. I probably have one of the most distinct looking cars here. So it's got a Golf livery. So the Golf, I know that sounds insane. So there was a
Golf
Porsche.
isn't like the Golf.
No, Golf is in
the Volkswagen Golf?
Nope, not that one either. I know. How many Golfs can you come up with, right?
Golf gas station.
Yes, there you go.
So I might get there eventually.
Right. So there was an old Porsche 917 that Steve McQueen drove, and it was blue and orange, had the big Golf livery on
The
it.
fashion designer?
No.
Oh.
Is there a Steve
That's
McQueen?
Alexander McQueen or
That's
something.
Alexander McQueen. There we go.
Steve McQueen, the actor
I love it.
of
Yeah,
the
right.
60s?
So I love it. He was in Le Mans. So he drove that car through the 24 hours of Le Mans, and somebody decided at one point to make a Hot Wheel with that livery out of a Jetta. And that's what's on my car. So I have a replica of that Hot Wheel, and I wish that I could say that I put all the effort into it, but I didn't. I actually bought it with that livery.
Okay.
So thank you to Adrian, because if it weren't for him, I would not have that car. Yeah, right?
So keep in mind, you could have told us anything and we would have believed you.
That's
so.
fair, but I won't take credit for it.
We're just not going to bother with the research.
Yeah, right, fair enough. Yeah, no fact checking here.
We're also very nice.
Yeah, oh yes. Very nice. Yeah. So yeah, that is one of my cars, so has that livery. And then my other car, which is a 2010 BMW wagon, has another Porsche livery from another Porsche 917, but that one is a 71 Porsche 917. And it's actually a livery called the Pink Pig. So it's kind of difficult to explain, but when you look at my car, it's got little dashes all along it. And if you were to take that and blow it up and make it flat, it is the layout of how you would butcher a pig.
Oh my God. So like, you know those,
Daytime television cast.
like those little butcher
Yes.
diagrams.
Yes, so
does
it
does it
is-
even have like, it doesn't have like the labels of the different cuts of
It
meat?
does,
or
but
Oh,
it
that's
has it
cool.
in German. So it is all written in German, which I can't read German, so I've had to Google this.
I love this.
Yeah, so it is, covered in that livery, which is absolutely hilarious. Most people have no idea what it
course,
is,
of course.
but her nickname is Black Forest Ham. Because of the Black Forest in Germany, and I figured it made sense
And
because
pigs.
it's covered in pigs.
Yeah,
So yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, so yeah, she is the pink pig. Well, affectionately Black Forest Ham.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one's the giant Hot Wheel.
Right.
So yeah,
Oh, what the heck is that?
that is a rat rod of some
Oh,
sort.
I like.
Rat rods are the best, and that's what's fun is like you can have cars that don't even look like what they originally were meant to be.
So rat rods are usually always modified.
Always, yeah,
Always,
almost
yeah.
always, yeah. Basically, it's anything that you've pieced together. So it shouldn't look like a specific vehicle, even really. It should be.
It's got pieces from all kinds.
Yeah,
of different.
yeah, and a lot of times they'll
57
move.
dog.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like the front tires, like
You can
it's
just
like they
see
don't
it
look
looks
like
fast.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
totally.
Have you ever seen anything cool done with a minivan?
Todd loves his minivan.
So do I. I love minivans.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
They're awesome.
Right?
Chick
I've
magnet.
actually yes,
I don't know about
exactly.
that, but-
I've seen one converted into. It was called the struggle bus,
Okay.
and it looked like a little
Like a-
mini
like a
bus.
live-in-it kind of thing,
Yep,
you know,
exactly. Yep, yep. And it said, big livery on the side said the struggle bus. I don't know if you're aware of this,
No.
but up here in the Caribou, we have what's called a share shed. So,
Go on.
oh yes, this is the best.
That is the biggest thing that I have missed since I left Williams Lake and moved to Kamloops.
I don't
is
know
the
that.
lack of share sheds. And for me, it's not so much like I got so many of my books from the share
Yes.
shed. So many books.
I don't know what.
I love how completely confused you are right now.
Building of free stuff.
So
Yes,
essentially,
basically.
at every dump, there is a shed of some sort, and if you have items that you think are good enough for somebody else, but you don't use anymore, you put there, you can take it for free, and you can end up with. We've ended up with quads, like
Shut
all
up.
sorts of things. Yeah.
But you had to repair them.
That one needed a carb clean, so like nothing crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's constantly changing, so you can
might
go there
be
every
there.
day. Oh yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
remember going to a share shed and finding, I swear, what I thought like some future version of me had time traveled back in time and dropped off like a box of books. Because there were just like 30 books that were up my alley. And this was like within a week of my ex saying, like, we really need to cut down on your books at home, Todd. And I come home with like 3 armfuls like this. And it's like, okay, seriously, I'm going to start getting rid of them next week, okay? Love the share shed.
Oh yeah,
Miss
and
it so
it's
much.
such an addiction too. It's really no different than cars. Like
Yeah,
if
it's
you
almost
collect
like-
junk, you collect junk. That's
It's-
just really
it's
what it comes
going
down
to the
to.
share shed is almost like thrifting. Like we got some time to kill. It's Sunday. Let's go down to the share shed. And see
Oh,
what's there.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. You
But
can
once
make
there's,
good
like, a
friends,
price tag on it, I'm like, oh, it's not treasure anymore.
right? And free stuff's always better.
It
So
is.
fun.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't feel bad about tearing it apart and painting it. Or...
No, exactly. And then you can personalize it, make it cool.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the coolest cars that's at this show. This is a Ferrari.
Right.
That is a nice one.
Yep.
It looks like from the movie 16 Candles.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like Magnum PI's car from the
Yeah,
80s.
it does look
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, so here's a really good example that it doesn't need to be an old car. So you've got an old Ferrari, then you've got an S10 from the 90s, and then you've got a newer Mazda.
Well, maybe he's just confused and
He's trying to.
He's just
get to the
confused.
bar.
Oh, that thing looks lowered. We'll give him that.
no, it's nice.
How much time and effort goes into putting on an event like this? Because you said like you guys started working on this like 6 months ago.
Yeah, so 6 months ago is when we first started having our meetings. We would get together once a month, the whole group of us. So we get together at the actual Chamber of Commerce in town. So we spend Thursday evening together, all hanging out and laughing and joking around. And
No way, I thought it was serious business.
yeah, right. No, I wish. So it's a lot of fun actually. Like I said, we started 6 months ago, and it takes so much effort. The amount of just organizing and the amount of people that we have to contact, and the sponsors. Like our sponsors
yeah.
do so much. They've done really, really well. We have, I believe, over 100 volunteers total as well that come and just spend their time here. And this
I feel
year,
like that's a sizey percentage of the Hunter Valley population.
it is.
probably.
Oh yeah, it's a very good percentage for sure. And the cool thing too is this year we've actually added a new prize category. So we've added a prize for those volunteers. If you show up and you put in a shift for volunteering, you're entered into that.
Totally. I think that's so fair.
Right? Well, exactly. Like they put in the time and effort, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have the show in the first place.
Exactly, yeah.
So we really want to recognize those people that have put in the effort and are willing to spend their time in our community and really helping out. So yeah, it's been awesome. Like the amount of effort that goes in, I can't thank everybody enough just for how much they've done. Like I feel like I do very little compared to what a lot of the people do, especially with the organizing of the volunteers, because that takes tons and tons of effort.
Yeah, you really do bring the community together.
Oh yes, we try. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how environmentally friendly this would be considered, but we definitely try and bring the community together for
It
sure.
doesn't smell environmentally friendly.
No.
I smell a lot of like. Where are
I
we
feel like
smelling?
diesel.
There's a lot. Yeah, the
diesel alone
takes
is
a lot. Yeah.
doing some.
I
Yeah.
like that smell. You must like
Right.
that smell.
I love that smell. Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of work and effort and time and money that's going on into these things, and so I would think you would want to bring it to as many places to show it off. Really, to say, hey, look what I did. Look at this cool.
Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah. It's very whiny. It sounds like a supercharger. That's cool. The seat in the back. Oh yeah, the little bumper seats. Those are fun. Oh, you're talking about a bug.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, there's a doggy. Do you have rules for your car? Like, it's probably so immaculate. Are you allowed to eat in your car?
Oh, my car is an absolute gong show inside.
Oh.
It is
That
so
means you're
bad.
smart.
Yeah, right. Is that what it is?
The smarter
Well,
you are.
I think also too that I remember hearing that like car people tend to have like the messiest or the worst off cars because
We put a lot of effort into the outside.
There you go.
and-
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Engine too.
Well, that yes, but like in the cab. Oh yeah, I have a and I have a toddler, so he wants
you can only
he
be
wants
so
to
clean.
roam.
And
Yeah.
does he? What's his name?
His name is Zephyr, so he's actually named after a car.
God.
Yes.
I can't picture what a Zephyr looks like.
So a Zephyr kind of looks
Sure,
like
we had a
behind you
Zephyr
there.
in one of our movies.
So it's similar to that. It's like a big wagony boat. Yeah.
So does Zephyr want to build cars when he's older? Or what?
Oh yes. So he currently has a car bed.
Oh, of course.
Yes, he has an entire toolbox. He's got his entire room looks like a shop.
I love.
Yeah, so he's got like the Rain-X like metal signs. We went to the Lordco show this year and we brought back a ton of swag, and just because of that we have too much of it to put places, so his room looks like a shop. It's awesome. And he will ask, if you ask him what car do you want to take, he tells you the blue Brum Brum, which is my Jetta. Yeah, the blue
Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, the blue Vroom Vroom, yes. Yeah. And everything, as long as something goes vroom vroom, he is happy. He's got a smile on his face.
He gets it from mom.
Oh yeah, well, and dad. Oh yeah, he has no excuses. He has to be a car kid. This one looks very Mad Max too, doesn't it?
It does.
I have a question. What were your guys' first vehicles?
Ooh. Mine was an 86 Topaz.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
Mine was a Plymouth Acclaim.
Ooh, nice. Not bad either.
Really?
Yeah. Well, could
I
be. There
remember-
could be worse.
Because it was a surprise, and I'm a bit of a jerk because I was like ungrateful, but my dad drove me around,
Loving the honesty.
and I was like, yeah, I just want like a sporty car, and I just had it in my mind. I was like, I want a sporty car, whatever that means. And then I come home, and I was like, Mom, whose ugly car is this in the driveway? And she's like, that's yours. We just bought it for you.
It's a big event. Like the amount of stuff that we do here is crazy. Like
Yeah.
it's just
I'm impressed with how many sponsors, how many volunteers, how many cars,
right.
and how many days.
Three full days, yeah. And so tomorrow at the show, we used to do the show in Centennial Park. And then what we realized is that it wasn't bringing as much to the community as we wanted it to because the shops weren't staying open.
Right.
So now we shut down our our main street, Birch Ave, and all the shops get to stay open, and we actually generate about $250,000 for the community.
Just from the people
Just
walking
from the
up and
people.
down the
'Cause,
road.
yeah, we get about last year it was between 7,000 and 10,000 spectators.
Wow.
So it definitely brings the people.
For sure.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite part of the overall weekend? Like, what's your favorite part to see or experience?
I think my favorite part is honestly the show.
Yeah.
Just because you get to see it in its entirety. It's such a massive thing because we have so many cars that come up. And you can spend so much time just looking at all of these vehicles. And I used to be a preschool teacher, so I'm partial to the kids. I absolutely love getting to see these kids' eyes light up. And you get to see the new little gearheads kind of be made, which is fun. So yeah, that's definitely my favorite part.
This being your first year, what sort of lessons have you learned, if any?
Just what it takes to put on a community event.
Yeah.
It's the amount of money involved, the amount of people involved, the hoops that you have to jump through, like insurances, things like that, grants.
I imagine it's not easy to get like the streets shut down.
Oh, all of that kind of stuff. Like we have to think about security. We have to think about where we put certain things, and there are specific rules for car shows because we don't want to have things like the food near the cars, because if someone just grabs a nice hot coffee, trips, ruins somebody's paint job. So things like that, where it's silly little things that you wouldn't necessarily think had to be thought about, and it's those tiny details that I've learned this year for sure that's really what
And those are
what it
kind
takes.
of the most important ones because they're the easiest ones to forget.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. They are for sure easy to forget. And things that, just slip your mind because it's not something as someone going to the events that you would think of as a spectator.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
We're kind of in our final few minutes. We are.
No worries.
Absolutely. Is there anything that we haven't touched on yet that you think is important that we talk about, or?
Not that I can think of. Just come and check it out.
Yeah.
It's worth coming out. And if you haven't been to the 100 Mile area, and if you're not into cars, this is not all we have to offer. There's lots of stuff out here. Dogs, yes. And share sheds.
And share sheds and Cask and Cleaver, which we were at last weekend.
Did you? They're one of our sponsors.
Yeah, you mentioned them.
Yeah.
Also Martin's Resort, if you're out
Resort.
here, if you need a place to stay.
Yeah, I've taught yoga out there.
Have you?
Yeah,
There
it's
you go.
gorgeous.
Nice.
Yes.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Jeff.
Anybody you want to say hi to back at home?
Ooh,
before we
hi,
leave?
Mom and Dad. They're never going to believe this. But
Believe it, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, right?
She's doing
Who
it
knew?
with Cassie Marie.
Yeah, right?
Also,
I love it.
let's talk about Iron
The Iron Horse.
Road.
Iron-
Iron Horse.
Yeah, so the Iron Horse Pub they've been hosting this part of it for a long time. I don't know exactly how long. It might have been since the beginning.
It's a great building. Like
It is very cool. And have you gone inside and seen the train?
No.
So there's a train that goes around and hangs out.
Really? Like a little model train kind of a thing?
Yeah, it goes around.
And then, so tomorrow, if you want to come see the show tomorrow, when and where?
So it is at 10 a.m. and it is on Birch Ave in 100 Mile. So
And it's until when?
It goes until 2:30 is when we do our awards.
Cool.
Yeah.
Free?
Yeah, show up, come check it all out. We've got a kids booth. We've got so many different events. We've got vendors, food trucks, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, hopefully the biggest amount of attendees that we've ever had. Because as of right now,
Hopefully.
we have the most pre-registrations we've ever had too. So we have over
way.
300 pre-registered as of right now.
And do you get like people just showing up on the day then too?
Oh, absolutely. So,
wow.
most people won't do all of the events. They'll come to just the show.
Right.
And because they don't want us to have to spend the whole weekend kind of
Feels
idea.
like it must be hard to plan for, like not knowing how many cars you're going to get.
It is. Luckily, we've got quite a long main street, so if we have to add
just keep
portions,
going.
we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
just
yeah.
move a block down, so that works. But yeah, it definitely takes a lot, and we have to work with all the businesses too, because we're parking vehicles right in front of their
Exactly. Yeah,
stores.
yeah.
So yeah, we actually park the vehicles right on the street. So we shut it all down, and yeah, it's awesome. We take up, I think, 3 extra parking lots as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow, amazing.
yeah.
Well,
Way to disturb the whole town.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the best of ways.
Right? Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I hope the best of the weekend goes
you.
very well for you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations on the many years, and thanks for hanging out with us for an hour and telling us all your stories.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. This has been so much fun, and I'm glad you guys could come and see all the great cars.
Yeah, we're gonna go look at them right
Yeah, let's do a
now.
tour.
Okay.
All right.
I gotta turn off the camera.
Okay.
Sweet.
Now we say goodbye.
Sweaty.
We're live.
We're live. On location, at the 108 Heritage Site, which is
part of the 100 Mile and District Historical Society.
amazing. And you are Corinda Williams.
And I'm Corinda Williams, and I'm the vice president here at the 108 Heritage Site.
And so, what does that mean?
That means we are a nonprofit historical society, and we run on grants and we run on donations because we're nonprofit.
Yeah.
So we get student grants, we get grants from other vendors, or not the vendors, but other, like the CRD will give us a grant, and we fundraise. Last Saturday, which was the 26th of July, was our 50th anniversary.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah, so that was really cool.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Like, how long have you been a part of this?
This is my third year.
Okay, so not close
Not
to the 50
long.
years.
No. I've run up and down this highway for about 50 years,
yeah.
but no, I haven't been part of it. So yeah.
What room are we in right now?
We are in the women's parlor. So this is a very large house. It was a mansion back in the day when Mr. McNeil built it, and he built it as a roadhouse, and then it became his family home. So it actually burnt once, and then when he rebuilt it down at 103 or what. 105. Sorry.
Too many
It's
numbers.
like, oh, but too many numbers. I get 5 and 3. So he brought lots of things in, and you can see, I don't know if anybody can see the ceiling, but the ceiling was one of those things that the bigger the pattern, the more elaborate the pattern, the more expensive, right? So you know this was an extremely well put together home mansion, basically.
Yeah.
And so there's a women's parlor, there's a men's parlor, there's the kitchen, the dining room on this floor, and upstairs there are 7 bedrooms.
Oh, wow.
Which made it was an immense house.
Yeah.
It was a mansion, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So were the men and women not really supposed to mingle as far
No,
as?
well, what would happen is that they would have, if they had a dinner party or
Yeah.
something, they would have dinner in the dining room, and then the men would retire to have their pipe or their tobacco or whatever,
Yeah.
smoke, have a drink.
Yeah.
The ladies would come into the parlor and play their piano or stitch and drink tea.
And complain about their husbands?
Probably.
Yeah. Very quietly, so
Yeah,
it doesn't
exactly.
drift over to the men's parlor. But
Exactly. And when you see, right now our gift shop is in what was the dining room, and it's a very large room, as is the kitchen.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff isn't original, but we've made it as close to what we could
Yeah.
as original. So.
And so with the 7 bedrooms upstairs, would that be like the intention for there to be 7 family members in a home like this, or some of them more like guest rooms, or?
Some would have been guest rooms,
Yeah.
and when they originally built the house, they built it as a roadhouse, so that it was a stop on the road from Lytton, which was mile 0,
Okay.
up to the gold mines, which was Barkerville.
Right.
And so they would stop either on their way up or the way down. And if they had more money, then they would stay here, like in this house. Whereas if they didn't have quite as much, they would stay in more of a bunkhouse,
Right.
which we have on site.
And is that what you meant when you said a roadhouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they would be stopped. Like that's why they're mile markers,
Right. Yeah.
right? So I'm sure everybody, well, maybe they don't all know what a mile marker is.
Why don't you tell us?
So back in the day, Lytton was mile zero. So
Yeah.
they would get to Lytton, and then they would make sure they had all their pack horses and all their things for panning or whatever. And then they would know whether the stagecoach was going to take them, to mile 100, which would have been 100 Mile
Yeah.
House, or mile 59, or mile 70 mile. That's where they all got their names. And this is 108, and this was a huge area. I can't even tell you. Kelly would have these numbers at the top of her head, but I don't have mine. I was like, I'm new to this, so
Yeah.
I don't have it. But yeah, they, and then they would go mile markers all the way up till they got to Barkerville.
Right.
Yeah.
Which was do you remember the mile marker for Barkerville?
No.
Williams Lake, I think, is 160.
It's between 160 and 168.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm close.
yes, no, because there is roads up there that are 163 mile.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Nice.
lived in Williams Lake too.
Yeah,
so.
no, so did I actually.
There you go. Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah.
And so is this fairly representative of the sort of things that you would find in a, women's parlor?
Yes, except there probably wouldn't have been a sewing machine,
Okay.
but there would have been a phonograph, the piano, and just the beautiful chairs and yeah.
You think
the
they
tea
would
set.
have a specific room for, this is a weird way to talk. They would have a specific room for sewing?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
When we go upstairs, you'll see it.
Cool. Yeah. Did we already talk about the age of this building? So when was this built?
This was built in, I'm going to mess this up. I think the original was in the late 1800s. And then when they had the fire and they rebuilt, I think it was 103.
Oh, okay.
1903.
1903.
Yeah. But
Wow.
somebody that knows better might be able to correct me because, like I said,
I was thinking ballpark around
Yeah.
1800s. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder when bathrooms first.
Oh, like indoor plumbing kind
Indoor
of.
plumbing.
Yeah. When did that
Yeah.
become a thing?
It'll be a
We
mystery.
can ask the ghosts.
yeah.
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could.
Speaking of ghosts, I did notice the little
What did you notice?
the little sheet on the chair there that was like, "Please don't sit. You don't know whose lap you may be sitting in." That's
Oh.
Yes.
that was a cute because there could be a ghost there and you wouldn't know it, right?
Yeah. But they usually get up and get out of the way.
That's good of them. That's good of them.
But if you like to play the piano, then that really intrigues Lady Evelyn. So,
Oh my lord! So like there are.
Evelyn is a spirit here?
yes.
Tell us about Lady Evelyn.
Well, this.
Is this Lady Evelyn back here?
No, that's not Lady
Okay.
Evelyn. We don't actually know what. I mean, some people might know what she looks like, but I don't know what
She actually lived in this home? Is that...
No.
Did she die in this home?
No.
Did she wander by once as a spirit and decide to hang out?
Hang out, yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. And that happens a lot because you think this is actually the through fare, right? This is the way they
Right.
would come. So, like, Highway 97 wasn't the Caribou Wagon Road. It was actually across the highway.
Okay.
So just over there would have been the Caribou Wagon Road. So that's why a lot of the things, when they built the road, the highway, they had to move some of the buildings because they were too close to the highway. Like, I don't know if you noticed the barn on your way back up at 105. There's a barn that's like almost right on the highway.
Probably.
It's a
I
big-
love old things. So,
Yeah, it was a nasty big old barn, and you see how close it is to the highway. Well, this house was part of that property.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was the Caribou Wagon Road. So it wasn't called Highway 97.
No, I guess no.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get all the fun props and furniture and
Yes.
wardrobe, and are these donated by people who used to own these things, or would you
Yes.
go to like estate sales or
No.
antique stores? No.
No.
None of them.
No.
Just donations only.
Donations.
Wow.
Yes, we have a lot of donations, and so therefore, when you come in, you know that we're not touching them, we're not sitting on them, we're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because it is historical artifacts, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you come to be involved with the society, but also just with like working here at the building?
Well, originally I came to the site to deliver something, and then somebody said, "Oh, you need to come and sell your stuff here," and so I did. And then one of the board members, Kelly, who's the president, said, "Well, we're always looking for volunteers. So why don't you come to an AGM?" So I did, and then I got involved, and it was really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, so now I'm the vice president. I was voted in this year as the vice president.
Congratulations.
Well, thank
Well
you.
deserved.
Thank you. And basically, it's just a labor of love.
Sure.
Yeah, because it's like we change things around, but it's also keeping everything in its original, as original as we can get it.
As possible. Yeah,
As
yeah.
possible, because we have people that come through and they'll ask us a question, and it's like, I'm not really sure, and it's like there's a milk separator in the kitchen, and somebody asked me what it was, and I'm like, I'm not really sure, but I'll find out. My husband comes through the door and he goes, "That's a milk separator. We used to have one." I'm like, "Oh, all right then."
So like to separate the cream, or
Yes.
is that? Yeah.
So the cream rises to the top and it pours off into another
wow.
jug. And so it's funny because I ran into the fellow last week and I said, "I'm sorry, I told you it was the wrong thing." And he's like, "It's okay. You came up with an answer, and that's all I wanted." I'm like, "Yeah, but it was nice to know the real reason for the product."
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I know we look at old things and we think we know what its purpose was, and you crank the thing and you're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, it's to turn
makes-
the TV on," or
it makes
it's like,
sausage.
no.
It makes sausage. It's like, yeah, okay, no, that
that's a
wasn't.
medical instrument.
Yes.
That's for removing a limb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know,
There was some darkness in history.
Yes, there
Yeah.
definitely was. When we can talk about the 108 murders.
Let's talk about that.
the
Yes.
108 mile murders.
is it with chainsaws?
No.
No, they
It was
reserved
like
those
they
for
just shot them
Oh,
and
boring.
threw them in the lake.
Right.
So the story is, and it's a little bit of fact, a little bit of fiction. There was a post house at 108, which would have been across the highway, and the building is here on our site, parts of it. And in 1885, this isn't, I know because I do the spiel, Agnes McVie and her husband and their son-in-law, Al Riley, came over from Scotland after they'd committed several murders, we're thinking.
In Scotland?
In Scotland.
So like they were on the run from murders, kind of? Or?
Yeah, and the daughter. They murdered the daughter, or the husband murdered Al murdered his wife, which would have been the daughter. Yeah. So therefore, he was their slave, right?
Oh.
Because it's like, well, we got you. We know what you did.
I see.
You're coming with us to Canada. So they came up here and they ran the roadhouse, which was across the highway.
Yeah.
And when the miners were either on their way up or their way back from the gold mine, because they would have had to have money, because people are like, why would they have gold? Well, because they would have had to buy supplies. So they would have had gold on the way up, and depending on how successful they were, they would have gold on the way down. So they would stop for a meal a night, and if they were, a little richer, then, they maybe have some alcohol.
Right.
And Agnes and Jim and Al had kidnapped several women, because women would too travel up to see if they could make their way up at the gold in Parkerville. So they would have these men come in, and if she liked them or not, when they were duly inebriated or
Right.
satisfied, let's put it that way, then she would make sure that they were up against one of the windows, and they would just shoot them, open the window, shoot them, throw them into the back of the wagon, and then throw them in one of the various lakes around.
Wow.
And steal their gold and bury it. She buried all the gold. So when people say, is it true? Well, when they were doing the airport at 108 here, and they were digging for the runway, they found gold.
Really?
And a rancher a little further north, when he was building his barn and digging for his foundation, he also found some gold.
Was it in a pouch?
No, it was in a jar. Somebody said it was a mason jar.
Oh.
Yeah.
How much? Do you know how much gold there was?
Well, I think someone said $6,000, which back then was like a whack ton of money.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the end of the story is that Agnes became really enamored with one of the miners. And the husband was ready to kill him. And she was like, no, don't kill him, don't kill him. He comes back, he kills him. He comes back and says, guess what? I killed him. And Agnes was not very happy.
Right.
So she poisoned Jim.
Oh my.
So at that time, one of the young girls had gotten away and went to the mounted police.
Right.
And they came in and they arrested Agnes and Al, took them to Fort Kamloops. And Al was hung, and Agnes said, no, not happening to me. And she poisoned herself.
Oh, wow.
She went out on her own terms.
So did she somehow get like poison into herself at the jail? Or?
Well, I don't think they would have strip searched women back then.
No, I guess probably not.
No.
Because we are innocent and we don't do anything
We
wrong,
do
right?
nothing wrong. We are like the perfect species.
So is there any part of that story that like ends on something like, and there are reports that some of the gold is still out there somewhere?
Yes,
Yeah?
absolutely. Well, you think there was up to, we think, 59 or 69 murders. So that's a whack of money.
That
That's
is-
a whack of gold
That's a
out there.
whack of shots through the back of the head. Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Oh, I'm touching something. Can we go tour?
Of course we can.
Okay.
Right.
Where are we going to go? I will show you the men's parlor.
Okay.
You follow me. And I think my most fun thing in here is the wooden leg from
Oh,
1940.
holy.
Yeah.
Is that got like a
It's a wooden
hoof
leg.
at the bottom? Like it
Yeah,
doesn't-
well, because they wouldn't have known to put a foot on it, right?
course not.
Or to just leave
It's
it.
not like people had feet in those days.
No.
Prosthetic leg.
Yeah, a prosthetic leg.
That is bonkers.
Yeah, and Forest Grove. You know where Forest Grove is?
Vaguely.
So when you were coming north, there was a road that says Canham Lake
Okay.
to the right, and you head out the right, and then you come into a community called Forest Grove.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where this is from then?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. From a farmer. From a farmer.
did he donate? Did the farmer donate it or a
One
family?
leg. He probably lost his leg in a farming accident.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and then that's the closest thing they could come to it.
Right.
So yeah, this is where the men would hang out, and this is our resident grizzly.
Yeah.
And
It definitely gives manly compared to,
yes, yeah,
we got multiple bears,
yes.
multiple mooses.
One's an elk.
Oh, is this the elk?
That's an elk.
Okay, sorry. I did get one of the mooses right though.
You did.
Okay.
Moose. We don't do mooses.
No, I do.
You clearly do. And you probably say mices too.
Maybe I'll try that one. Is this a deer?
That's a deer.
Okay.
Yeah. They would have come in here, like I said,
Yeah.
and enjoyed their little nip and their smoke, while the women didn't get to nip and smoke.
No, I guess not.
It's like, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
think this is pipe tobacco.
Yeah.
This is a sampler pack.
A sampler pack of tobacco?
Yeah, it's got like different kinds. 6 premium pipe tobaccos chosen for mild taste and pleasing aroma.
Oh, there you go.
Get out of the way.
Sorry.
Kentucky Club Mix. Devonford. Is that what that says? Brush Creek, London Dock.
London Dock, yeah.
Yeah, Greenbrier and Whitehall.
Whitehall, yeah. Mixture, Kentucky Club mixture.
And now I get close enough I can actually smell it. I don't think I've ever taken the time to smell it.
Interesting. No, I want to smell
I
it.
would
Yeah.
smell everything in here.
Yeah.
Memories.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, there's lots of old things and
Todd,
Yes.
what's that thing on the top?
Is that
Todd
another
has
bear?
A weird obsession with
no,
the thing.
the viewfinder.
Oh, the viewfinder. That's
the
even.
viewfinder. But it's not.
I noticed the.
viewfinders.
No, I don't.
Really?
What are you talking
Don't you
about?
collect viewfinders?
No.
Who does?
Somebody we streamed with once, I think, talked about it. Maybe.
Oh, I thought
Who
it
was
was
it that
you.
talked? No, not me. But I did notice the viewfinder that was in the other room.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Vaughn.
not. It's not.
Was it? You're right. It was Vaughn.
It's not. It's not. It's a viewfinder, but it's not because my aunt and uncle had one, and I used to use it all the time. You have one like that?
Not like this. No,
Oh.
this looks like the kind of the original style.
It is because what you did is you put the picture in the back,
Yeah.
and then you slid it backwards and forwards depending on your vision.
To find the focus point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
that
which
makes
was
sense.
really cool for me because I I have monocular vision, so I don't see in 3D. So it was really hard for me to see any of those things. And it was
3D vision?
no, yeah, no.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, and they discovered it basically when I went to get my driver's license, because you have to look in the thing and you have to pick the one that stands out, the one that's in the middle. It's like there's no
difference.
exactly. There's no difference. They're all flat, and
You're still able to drive?
they told me I couldn't drive in the dark or when it was rainy, and I said I live in Vancouver. It's always rainy or it's dark, so I'm gonna drive. It'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah, and now I have glasses, so I'm good.
Wow.
Yeah, but I had to focus, but it was, but I loved that thing. And they had a whole box of them, and yeah, it was really cool. So, do you want to move on to
Yes.
Let's move.
move on? So if you look up here, you'll see all the guns.
Yeah, more
and-
guns.
Yeah.
Oh, with some names. Winchester.
Yeah, that's a Winchester Colt, 45 caliber from 1873. So yeah, and if we go down the hall, then we have like our picture wall. We'll go up here later.
Sure.
Yeah, these are just 1886, 1897. And so you can see some of the older, like this was down at the 105.
Yeah.
This is the, when they brought it here, I believe. And then this is the Watson barn, but we'll get down there.
Okay.
And they would have some mules.
Okay. Oh, this is
pulling
an
their-
example of what a mule
Yeah.
team would be?
Yeah.
That's a lot of mules.
There's a lot of mules on there. Sorry. Yeah.
20.
Yep.
20 mules.
20 mule team.
And would this be rocks?
It could
It looks
be
big to be gold.
Yeah, that wouldn't be gold.
Yeah.
No. Let's head into the kitchen.
What are you making?
How about some no sift Christmas cookies?
Nice.
My favorite.
Sifting is always the worst.
It is.
So what
Because-
sort of cooking was popular back in this time? For
Biscuits.
This area?
Biscuits.
What kind of biscuits?
Just baking powder biscuits, beans, homemade baked beans, and pheasant, and whatever they could kill. Kill and cook.
Right?
Kill to cook.
Did they use butter back then, or was it more like lard? And...
They use both.
Yeah.
They use both because this is the cream separator
Right, which you mentioned earlier.
that I mentioned earlier. So you would put your cream in there, and who I was talking to, a friend and my husband, they said that there was just this really specific how many times you cranked it. You couldn't go too fast. You could go too slow. And I'm like,
Okay.
The ADHD in me was just like, yeah, no, that's not happening. I just want it done.
That's why I like you.
But then we have our handy dandy washing machine.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah. So you use this to plunge.
No gym membership needed.
No,
Not in this.
nope.
And then it rings out through
and then
those
this is
two
your
little.
ringer. You
Yeah.
feed it through, and it comes out the other end. I actually used one of these.
Really?
And what did you think?
Well, I had to use it, so I hated it. Because I was
It
like,
wasn't by choice.
oh no, it was a kid. We had a washing machine, but we
Oh.
did not have, it would spin a bit. And then we would have to ring it and hang it on the line. So yeah, no. And then this is our handy dandy little ice box.
Yeah, so this would have been when like you would have to actually have a block of ice in there to
block of
keep
ice.
it cold.
Yeah. And we have an ice house on site and it's
What
down
is an
close because they would cut the blocks of ice
From
out
the
of the lake,
lake?
and then put it in the house, cover it with hay or whatever,
Right.
just to keep it. So there was always ice available.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hay was in insulation. At
Yes. Yeah. It insulated it.
You know.
Yeah. So this is the other thing I think is important is back in the day, the children ate in the kitchen with the nanny.
Right.
The parents would wait until the children were put to bed, and then they would go into the dining room to
Why?
eat. Why? Because
Children are annoying.
Yeah, you are to be seen and not heard.
Exactly.
Yes. And so it's like the nanny would look after the children, and then when the parents wanted them for something to show them off or whatever, all clean and ready to go, then they would do that. But
You
they
do your tricks we taught you.
Look
Yeah,
at my
exactly.
children, they're cooler than yours. Now children, go
Exactly.
away.
Yes, it's like, so that's what they would do. They would the nanny would bring them in, they would eat, get their bath and go to bed, and then the parents might say goodnight, and then they would have dinner. And
Right.
Wow.
Might
Yeah.
say good
Might
night.
say good
Might if they're feeling good that night.
Yeah. This is one of the old, it's not secured on the wall, but it's, it
So
says,
they got
it was a
crank on
Northern Electric company, and it was made in Canada. Yeah. So you would just crank on this side, and you would call, you would call.
Oh, no, there's
No,
a
it's
crank
there.
right there. I see it.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
And then it would ring the operator, and they would
Oh,
connect
the
you back
operator
in the
would
old
connect you.
days
Right,
when they
yeah,
had
yeah.
the operator that connected you to the 5 people that lived in the same area. And then I don't know if you want to see the gift
shop?
shop, which was the dining room.
Okay.
So that's why
Gives us a
basically.
sense of maybe what the size of the dining room
Yeah,
would have been
so
like.
this was and which was a very large dining room.
be
Because you
more-
think the fellow that came in, whose grandparents this house was, after it had been passed down a few times, he said the table was here and it was very long, and then there was another, like an armoire over here and something else over there. But yeah, so what we do in the gift shop is basically the vendors that we have are, all of our products are local artisans.
Okay.
And so they bring their product in, except the books. Except we have Lisa's book.
And this is sort of how you started your gig here.
It is.
Sold. Are these your?
Yeah, these
is this
are.
your bakery?
Yeah, that's my some of my baking stuff.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah, and they're pretty good. I have a couple of people that are kind of liking it. So, unattended children will be put on the next northbound stage or sold to Agnes McPhee.
As they should be.
Yes, exactly. So people can come in and purchase things from the gift shop, or we have skin products, we have Lisa's books, we have other books, we have the local lady who does the jewelry, and I've got one of her pins in the back of my hair, trying to keep it up.
Yeah, you got cute hair.
If I take my pin out, you'll see how long it is. It's like down the back. And so, yeah, that's our local artisans. And
Limp our way up the stairs.
yes, we're limping our way up the stairs. There we go. Yeah, it takes us a while to get up and down. Got it?
And nothing reminds you you're old until
Yeah,
your joints
until
start
you're old.
complaining.
So this is the bedroom. And, so the furnishings are part of the original McNeil's.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. So that's what this room is,
What a funky closet.
isn't it? It used to be full of typewriters.
Oh.
And we were like, yeah, no, maybe we can put the typewriters somewhere else. And
Yeah.
So this already was a closet space, and then you.
yes, we took you can see the hinges where the doors
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
were. And that is the original color of the ceiling. This black.
The dark black or
Yeah,
whatever.
the black.
Okay.
Yeah. Why? Because in the winter it would absorb the heat, and when it got smoky after you'd had all the wood stoves everywhere, you didn't have to clean them.
Yeah.
And in the summertime, when the tin cools off, it reflects the heat. So it stays cooler in the summer and warmer in the wintertime. So that's why we have metal
Right.
ceilings. Yeah.
This looks really old, like.
Yeah, that one.
The wallpaper?
That probably was original wallpaper.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gonna check out the bedroom here, Kelsey? Can we get a peek in the bedroom? I see a
Yeah.
chamber pot.
Yep. And I was saying that to a woman that came through today. I'm like, we've gone full circle, because now a commode, you lift up the thing, you sit down, you do your thing, and then somebody has to take it away and clean it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they had.
Yep.
Gross.
No, not really.
Well,
it's
it's
I have-
convenient.
it was convenient.
I've had dreams about toilets like that. And it's,
But that one was a comfortable one. It was on
it
a
looks like
rocking
it would be
chair.
not bad. Yeah.
Was it on a rocking chair? No,
No.
it didn't rock. Okay, fine.
No, it's not as comfy as it could
No,
be.
it could be more
That's
comfortable.
what the toilet lacks is the rock.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is the nursery, and the furnishings are courtesy of G. Hintsey. I'm not sure how to
The
pronounce that.
108 Ranch.
Yeah. So this is the whole area is 108 Mile Ranch, and people say, well, where is the ranch? Well, there is a ranch a little further north, but the whole area was called 108 Mile Ranch, or is called 108 Mile Ranch.
Right.
Because I live in 108 Mile
Was-
Ranch, but on the other side of
Was there originally like one ranch that took up all
Yes.
of the... Okay.
yes. There was. And that's why all of these people, because it went down to almost 100 Mile and then north to almost, 111.
Okay.
And 111 is the next mile marker.
Is that a little like gramophone record player kind of thing there on the table on the right?
It looks like it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep. But again, asking me about
Okay, sure.
the indoor plumbing, that's why we have the bowl, and there's a specific name for it, the bowl and the pitcher.
Is that for washing up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would just pour your water into your basin.
Yeah.
And then then you'd be able to do your washing up. So
Without
yeah.
mucking up the water source.
Exactly. And then I don't know if there was a tub in the kitchen, but that's how they would bathe the children, is they would fill up the water and then put them in the tub in the kitchen, and then because it was the warmest room in the house. And
Because of the
then-
fire in the
because of the
oven,
fire
yeah.
because for cooking.
bathtub in the kitchen?
Well, it wouldn't have been a bathtub. It would have been like a
Just a tub in
It would have been a tub on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like what they use now, the big aluminum ones that they use to feed their horses or,
Yeah, or,
cattle
or what
whatever.
you would bob for apples from,
Yeah,
perhaps.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Not
we,
as common back then, I
No,
don't
so we
think.
turned this into the sewing room.
Okay.
And I think this would have been an outside porch because
okay.
this is where we're ending, right? So, yeah, this is. We had the spinners and weavers give us this. And so we
okay.
have all these old sewing machines.
Is this called a loom?
Yes, a lumen wool. Yeah.
Do you have any guess as to like which the oldest sewing machine here might be, or do any of them have dates on them? I wonder. Like I just feel
thinking
like
this
this
one.
one looks maybe
This one
the
I
oldest.
think might be the oldest. Excuse me, I'm just gonna. No,
I'm sorry.
I don't. Why are you laughing at me?
No, it's just this lady looks like she's about to sneeze or judge something. Yeah.
Or both at the same time.
Yeah.
She's gonna judge you with her sneeze.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just our closet with our costumes in
Right.
it.
Oh,
So when
fun
you're
for you? Do you get to choose your?
I do, but I'm lazy, so I have my two favorites,
You
and
know,
I just wear them home and then wash them at home and then change them.
my
Right.
I don't come. We do have another young lady and she loves to come and find a new outfit every time.
Yeah.
Every day.
my
It's
God.
like so yeah.
So when you're normally like on an average day working, are you supposed to sort of stay in a character like of the era, or?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we're getting a special experience here.
You are definitely getting a special experience
We
because I
appreciate
normally don't, like I never have this open. Like I never bring anybody. If I do a tour with anybody, I
Yeah.
don't bring them in here.
Sure.
And I can do it in 20 minutes. It's like, oh, here's this building. Here's this building. If you want to come back and look on your own, you can come back and look on your own. You can cut that
Well,
out.
we feel so special.
We do.
Yeah. So this is a really cool room. Yeah. And I can actually tell you a funny story. When I first started coming here, we did a ghost tour, and I had the key. I didn't have a key, and so I came to the front door, and I wanted to come in to bring the tour in, and I couldn't open the door, and it was unlocked. I knew it was unlocked, so I said, you know what? I'm coming in. I'm not going around the back. I don't have a key to the back door. The back door's locked. You have to let me in. I'm not. This is 2024. I'm not going through the back door. I'm just not. And I open, and they let me in.
They as in the ghost?
Yeah, it was just
Wow.
like, and I said, but you know what? I get it, because back in the 1800s, black people didn't come through the front door.
Right.
Or Native people. You came through the back door, and you
could play a
came.
different character than
Yeah.
other people here.
Exactly. And you take the back stairs to come upstairs, because there is a set of back stairs. So that's why I was
Oh,
like,
that's why you said it's 2024. I'm not going through the.
yeah, it's like, yeah.
Wow.
And it's funny because my great nieces were here a couple of weeks ago, and the oldest one said, yeah, get over yourselves. I'm allowed up here.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
because she could feel it too. So it was
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm good now. It's like they don't,
Yeah.
every once in a while they'll move stuff around.
You've addressed the issue.
I
right?
have.
Yeah.
I've put it out there, and you know what?
You
Get
spoke
over
to
it.
the manager.
Get over it.
A lot of ghosts these days are politically incorrect.
Yes.
So
Yeah. So it's like, get over yourself.
Yeah.
It's
Get
like,
over yourself.
yeah, exactly.
people are people.
Well, it's hard enough for living people to like get caught up to modern days. Imagine
Yeah.
being dead as well. Like, come on.
And not getting it. It's like, what are you doing here? It's like, yeah. It's like, no, sorry, but I'm expected to
Yeah.
come through the front door.
Yeah.
So in the morning when I come in, I always say, good morning, I'm here. When I come through the back door. And I'm going to grab the keys, and then we'll head down to the
Sounds good.
post house.
And hobble up to the barn.
Yeah, and then hobble all the way to the back.
Hobble here, hobble there, hobble everywhere.
One there, and then all the way to the end. Okay. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Have the keys,
good?
please. Or do you want to
Please don't crash into me.
We're going to do this.
What do we have? We have voted Best of the South Caribou #1 in 2025. That is this year.
Crazy. So I got the keys, and we'll head to the post house. We're going to the post house.
Okay.
Which
Not
would
post
have-
office.
Nope,
Is it-
post house.
So what's the difference between a post house and post office?
There wasn't a post office. It was called the Telegraph House.
Which is where
So
telegraphs went.
Wow.
Yeah.
Prior
Well,
to mail, eh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Exactly. Tap, tap, tap.
Yeah,
Excuse
yeah.
me. So we'll see the Telegraph House on our way to the post house.
Okay.
Okay, which is this one.
Be really creative with it.
And if you speak German, there's our resident German speaker.
Okay. I don't.
That's Peter and Carol. Peter and Carol, hello. We have 2 canteens, and so Carol's canteen is one, and then we usually have Ivy's enchiladas down there.
Okay.
And she's authentically Mexican, so she sells our enchiladas and tacos, and it's like,
But
yeah.
probably not like
Well,
historically
no,
accurate.
We don't have any historically. Except we were donated a bunch of beans for our
Oh yeah.
50th, and I think we should just make paper labels and sell them in the gift shop.
Why not?
And say
Beans is very old world.
Exactly. Everybody, there's a recipe book, and it tells you how to make beans.
There you go.
It's like only we've canned these ones. So this is the Telegraph House.
Okay.
So we can go over there, and we can just
This is
look
where the
through them.
messages would come in.
Yes. And so this walker tore down the Roper log and reassembled it on this side of the road as the telegraph office and store.
Huh.
Yeah, so that's 1880.
So do you know if it was common for like a ranch or a large area to have a dedicated telegraph office rather than like getting a telegraph from the nearest guy, or would this be the nearest?
This would be the nearest, probably
Right.
from Kamloops, unless there was one somewhere else along the line.
Yeah, yeah.
So Kamloops, of course, would have had one, and then here maybe, and then up in Barkerville.
Right.
Yeah, they would have that. But we've got some of the stuff that's original. And see, we get people that donate things, so we just decorate our buildings.
Yeah, those are some old-looking skis.
They are some old-looking skis. Yeah. So.
Can I step up and have a-
Absolutely.
There's an old typewriter.
Yep. We had a few of them.
Oh, you mentioned the closet full of them. Yeah. Gentleman Killer, is that what that says?
Where?
The wanted poster over there.
Oh yeah. And I'm not sure whether any of them are real,
Okay.
are wanted posters, but there is a couple down in the. Hello. How are you? Yeah. And then this is the post house, which was the original. You can see where those metal shingles are that are coming down. So there would have been
Yeah,
another
right, yeah.
part to the building.
Right.
And so they would have them upstairs and, shoot them and then push them out the window into the back of the wagon. And because when it was across on the old Caribou Road, there's lots of lakes back there. Sucker Lake, and I can't even remember all the names of them. And then 108's right there. Right, so they would be able to, transport them to to either or, and then
Right.
dump the bodies in the lake. And that's the ice house. And that's in one of the other original buildings. Yeah. Well, we're at the post house.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, we're at the post house, so you need to go in.
We do.
You need to go in. Because this is
Murder
another.
building.
This is.
Where the people fell out of the
Yeah.
window?
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more than just fell out of the
Yeah,
window, Kelsey.
they fell out the window. So,
They died.
see, this was originally the 108 Hotel, and it was torn down and then moved here, right? So, I'll get you to.
Sure. And so it was while it was the 108 hotel that the murders happened?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
See, we have lots of keys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming in. Coming in.
Deal with it.
Because usually this is where I get lots of
What? You
I get
Vibes?
lots of hits. Is what I just call them hits. I just get lots of hits.
So have you ever seen an apparition or just feel them?
Me personally, I have seen, but mostly I feel. Mostly I feel. So
Have you seen and where? Was it in this building?
no, it wasn't in this building. But in the closet there's been a few people that have seen things. I just went in there and got pushed out. So,
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Huh? So like actually like
yeah, it's just
shut?
like push out.
Shut up. And you were the only one in here?
No, there was a bunch of us. There was a bunch of us.
I think this is the queen because she's less homely.
Yeah, that would be Miss Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Yes. So this a few years ago we had this as the thrift store, but
Okay.
it was just the building's falling apart and we get that many bodies in and then people wanting to go upstairs and it's not great. So yeah, as
So
being
this is all original?
yes, it's an original. Well, except not that, but yeah,
Yeah,
the rest
yeah.
of it's all
Yeah.
original. Yeah.
Right.
So
No, don't push me.
Do push her.
yeah, you can go in there. I'm not going in there.
Coming out of the closet. Mm-hmm. Coming out of the closet.
You're coming-
Live.
You came out of the closet. Yeah. So yeah, this is one of the this is an original building.
Yeah.
And I got to get out.
Do you feel
Yeah, I got to go.
you gotta go because you
I gotta
feel
go. Yeah.
anxious?
Yep. And I know when I get it, it's normally
Skeptical in the ghost realm.
is he?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Me.
Okay.
I feel like something's touching me.
Then that you're being ectoed? Ecto
I've heard that. Where you feel like the spider webs are on?
Yes, yes. That's exactly it. That's why I said there's definitely something. Yeah, I'm outside. I'm outside.
Gonna stay in and be ectoed?
Yeah,
That's strange.
yeah.
I feel it. It feels like fire, like,
Spider webs all over you.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not like goosebumps.
No.
It's literally invisible fire. But I actually see some. There's actual literal cobweb.
Is there? There you go.
Maybe that.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be all over your legs. But
No.
okay.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's the wind blowing through your leg hairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's an upstairs, but you can't.
Yeah.
You're done.
So this would have been where people would stop and have like a meal or whatever, change over their horses, whatever. So this was like at the roadhouse. And that's
So
why
would
it's
this be like an overnight stay kind
Yes.
of? And would there be rooms upstairs?
Yes,
Okay.
but there's only two.
Yeah.
So, but whether there were more because this was moved and there may
Maybe there was more to the building at that
yeah,
point?
yeah. Well, I know there was because you can see the pictures of the old one of the hotel, and
Right.
there's another piece of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah.
Say about that.
Well, there's
Makes sense.
yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, yeah, and that's why he's very protective. It's Mary and I can't remember the other fellow that's up there, and he's very protective of Mary, and that's why
Gotcha.
he's protective of his stuff. Like you don't sit on his
all?
bed, and exactly, you don't sit in the bed, and you don't like his
What the heck
closet
are
is
you bursting into my room?
exactly sitting on my bed, moving my bed.
What the?
Have you ever had guests come to you like, oh my god?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, normally it's just are there ghosts here? It's like, yeah, there are. Like, why? Well, because I felt something or I saw something or something moved. And it's like, well, typically things don't move. Well, except I said the book rack moved on me once, but not usually anything, like that. But they will smell different things and they will say.
Well, poltergeists are more.
Yeah, see, I don't find that there's anything evil here. Right, there's nothing negative. These are people who choose to be.
Murder house?
Well, this is the murder house.
And you don't feel any.
No,
darkness?
well, no. I mean, no. She's not here. She's not allowed in. And so, yeah, no. These are the people that have taken in. He doesn't like me, and I don't know why, but it's fine. It's fine.
You guys need to go to like therapy together. Work it out.
Yeah. Okay, we need to get out before somebody decides to come in.
Sure. But let's wrap things up here. Is there anything else we should know, or
You wanna say
when is the?
Hi, Eva.
Hello, Eva.
How are you? Hey, baby.
Remind us when you guys are wrapping up for the season.
September 27th.
Okay.
Saturday, September the 27th will be our last day.
So if you guys want to check this place out, got to be before September 27th, or you can wait until
May long weekend.
May long weekend.
2026. The only other thing, though, is September 1. We go to 5 days a week, so we are only open. We're closed Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Okay.
As of September 1 until September 27th. Yeah.
But for now, you're open 7
Days a week from
Wow.
'ten till 4. From 10 to 4.
hours.
They are. Yeah. And come on down and see us and ask for a tour if we can. And we actually do have someone German speaking on site who can do tours in German. So, yeah. Come on
Awesome.
down.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us and
Thank
taking us
you.
on this vast, exciting tour. This was fun.
It was fun. And I have to say the museum's my favorite building. So
Yeah.
it's like that's why you got so much of the museum.
Gotcha. Well, it seems like the coolest place to
Yeah.
check out as well. So.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Bonjour, hello, it's me, Kelsey Bell. I'm here with Todd Sullivan.
Hello.
We are on location. We're live. We're not in Kamloops this time. We're a little out of 100 Mile. We're at Timothy Lake. Where are we exactly?
We're at Martin's Resort on Timothy Lake.
We're a glamping resort here, not
Right.
You don't need to go
That's kind of what I
in
want
the
to talk
bush.
about,
Yeah.
is like more of the experience of what it's like to be here. So
Yeah.
if you are more of a glamper, this is
This is the spot.
this is the spot. Okay.
Yeah, so we tend to attract a glamping crowd, I would say. We try to make everything as easy as possible, from booking to their stay. We have some great add-ons that we offer our guests when they book.
What kind of add-ons?
So we've got firewood, we have breakfast supplies from our chickens that we have. So we deliver those, fresh local bread from the Lac La Hache Bakery. We also offer a watercraft package to all our guests, so they can get unlimited use of all the canoes, kayaks, paddleboards, floaties for their whole stay. So it's lots of fun. That's a really popular one in the summer. As well, we rent fishing boats, which is really fun. So you can get out on the water, and this lake's pretty unique because we have it's stocked with kokanee salmon, which is really popular, and then rainbow trout. So people love
taking a boat out fishing for the day or for the week while they're here.
Do you need a boat license?
You don't need a license. We can issue ones for the lake, which is great. So it really opens up the opportunity for people who can get out and enjoy it. Even if they don't want to fish, they can just go for a cruise around the lake, check it out. And we also offer, we have a boat launch and docks, moorage, all that stuff. So
What are the options as far as cabins go? Like,
So we have 9 cabins. We've got everything from small, rustic, sleeps 2 people, to cold running water. And then we have, glamping cabins with granite counters, full kitchen, bathroom. So those are our most popular for sure. Those are the cabin 2, 3, and 4. So they're a little bit newer, nice big log cabins. So those ones definitely do book up. So when you get in on those, people don't let those ones go. We do give our guests the first opportunity to rebook their same cabins. So we've had guests who've been coming here for years, like 30 plus years. Same cabin, same week, and they're great.
How many rooms?
and what are sort of the cost ranges on those?
So anywhere from $119 a night to $250 a night.
Okay.
Bad. So very reasonable. I know.
When you first started here, was there anything that you sort of brought in that you wanted to change or update or anything like that? Or did you kind of take it easy to start with? Like, what was the transition sort of like in that sense?
I mean, really what we're going for is the classic camping experience.
Right.
The feeling of, connecting to nature, connecting with family and friends. And so what we did was we put a nature trail around the property. We've got it all planted with different berries and wildflowers, and we're a dog-friendly campground. So almost all of the campers, you see them walk that trail a couple of times a day, taking their dogs around the campground. And then when it comes to, being at the lake, it's really about enjoying the water. And so we added a ton of docks, so that the kids could fish off the docks. You can bring your boat. There's tons of boat space, and then we have lots of fishing boats that we rent out. It was really for us not so much about reinventing the wheel, but almost thinking from our own childhoods, what did we love about camping? And that's what we really try to do is you don't see a lot of signage up. You don't see a lot of commercialization up. It's really come here and get out of that, having all the toys to play with, all of the paddle boards and kayaks and canoes, and making it super affordable. So, campers can come here, they rent a cabin for a week for $99. Every one of them gets to enjoy all of the toys for their whole stay.
Right.
So it doesn't make it worth it to crowd your minivan with your kayak, because it's not worth it. You use the ones that are here.
Was there anything that was a particular surprise when you first took over that was maybe more of a hassle than you would have expected?
Internet.
Okay, sure. That makes sense, actually.
Leaving the city, and my wife wasn't on board with this, but I was a realtor in Victoria, and I had been busy and burning myself out for a while. And so I threw my phone away as soon as we got up here. And I had plans of having...
Like literally?
Yeah, no. I don't want to tell you literally, but the phone is gone. I had plans to have a technology-free place, right? Like I wanted people to come and really stuff the nature down their throat, right? But what we found was people really want Wi-Fi. So that was a big undertaking because we're a big property. So how do you get Wi-Fi from one side to the other?
Sure,
It's an ongoing challenge. We're still working on it, but we have multiple Starlinks to cover the property. The service from them has been fantastic. During COVID and after, a lot of people were able to get into these work remote situations. And then they're like, why the heck would I want to stay in my little condo in Vancouver when I can stay at a lakefront cabin and I'm getting paid, so I'm working. But those people have high demands on internet. So what we did was we invested heavily in making sure that our signal was good so that people could have a long stay and stay connected. And so that's been a priority. That was maybe different than yesteryear. That was something that they didn't put a lot of weight to, that now we feel is important to the camping public.
So one of the things you guys mentioned before we actually started streaming, like when we first arrived, was attracting people who've never really been to the Caribou before. What is that like? What is it like to be sort of the initial representation of what this region
Mr. and Mrs.
has
Caribou.
to offer? Yeah.
You know, for us, it's exciting, you know, because everybody that books with us, we ask them, and the software helps a lot with this, is, you know, have you been to the Caribou before? And it's shocking each year how many people have never been to the Caribou, and they're coming for their camping trip to Martin's Resort. And I love being able to introduce people to the Caribou because it's a fantastic spot. I mean, we have been so lucky with all the news we hear about forest fires and how real that is all over. The Caribou, with having so many years in a row now without real problems, and with the Okanagan having, of course, you know, and we'll have our turn, I know that. But we've had so many cancellations from other areas of the province.
Because they couldn't get out?
Because they had to cancel reservations because of evacuation notices or problems. And so people are getting introduced to the Caribou in that way. And people are just getting introduced to the Caribou because they're looking for good campgrounds and they stumble across us or some of the other providers in the area. And then they go out and explore. You know, we've got a wonderful golf course that's only 25 minutes away from us.
Was that the 108?
The 108. Yeah. And so we get a lot of our guests in the summer months stay with us for a week. And so for them to go out and do a couple of excursions in the week is very common. So the 108 golf course gets a lot of activity. And then there's also the 108 Heritage Site, which has really become a place that a lot of people take in on the weekends. They do a fun market, a lot of local arts and crafts, a lot of good eats, a lot of food trucks set up there.
Yeah, we're trying to set up a stream with them, actually.
Okay, it's worth it. You know, I would hit them on a Saturday on a nice day, and you'll see just how many people with RVs pull off the highway and go in there because they got great parking in there.
Do you have any idea what it is, like when people end up, you know, the ones who haven't been through the Caribou before, but end up coming here, how they find you guys, what they were looking for? Were they looking for the Caribou? Were they looking just for camping and the Caribou defines that? Or
the number one search is really camping in BC.
Camping in BC.
Very generic.
Lake is probably really important, though.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't want to camp anywhere that had no lake.
I want to give actually props to the federal government, which not a lot of people do, but
bold of you to do.
You know, my wife applied for a grant, and we got awarded the grant, and it was a grant that helped us to upgrade our digital presence.
Okay.
And so our website, martinsresort.ca, is a result of some of that grant money, which really has allowed our digital reach to expand tremendously. We get guests from everywhere. You'd be surprised. We have a lot of Europeans visiting Canada again.
And you wonder, how did you know about us, kind of thing, right?
Well, they're booking from their home country. So they're finding us online when they're in Denmark, when they're in Germany, you know, wherever they are, they're finding us online and they're making their booking a year out. So we're finding just having a very, just expanding your reach as much as possible online, which is a combination of so many things.
Well, we're trying to help too.
We do appreciate that, you know, and that again, like that goes back to like local, feeding local.
I think that's a big part of what we're trying to do, is to really shine the spotlight on local things.
Yes.
Yeah. It's common to have families here, hey? Like, so you said that there's 3 cabins, all from the same family?
Yes.
Renting right now?
And so far, they've been, how many years have they been coming?
3, 4?
3 or 4.
4?
Yeah.
5? I can't remember. But we do get a number of families, especially in the summer. And then we also host quite a few family reunions as well.
That'd better be a great spot.
Yeah,
for that.
it's so fun because, again, there's something for everyone in terms of accommodation.
Yeah.
We can do the cabins, RV sites, tenting sites. We have the event space for them as well to use, which is really popular for, potluck dinners or karaoke or dancing or, whatever they'd like to do. And then we have tons of activities, right? I mean, the little ones are so happy with the playground. There's tons of space to play, to run around, all the fields, play soccer, and then everyone's happy out on the lake. It's an unrestricted lake, which is nice. So
What does that mean?
So that means that any size motor basically can go on it.
No rules? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no major rules.
There's probably some rules.
Yeah. But no, I mean, so we got all size of boats. So it's great for, paddle boarding, canoeing, fishing, or bring out your big boats too, if you want to. But it is still a quiet lake, which is really nice. So even though it is unrestricted, we don't get tons of activity on it. So it's still really quiet. And I mean, it's really windy today, but it's really special to wake up or in the evening when it's so calm and it's like glass out there and we've got the docks with the chairs and yes, your coffee, your Baileys, your wine, whatever it is. It's a nice spot to be for sure. Yeah.
You were mentioning that, some things that you observed when you were doing some RVing in the U.S. Did you guys spend a lot of time sort of camping and RVing prior to this? Or?
We didn't.
No.
It was kind of our homework because we really didn't know what we didn't know. And so we bought an RV and we went out for a couple of months and we RV'd all over the place in our winter season here.
Yeah.
That's why we went south.
Yeah.
And we learned a tremendous amount.
I bet, yeah.
Because until you're doing the RVing, you don't realize how important laundry is. We have three little kids. And so when we came home, the first thing we did was we put in a laundromat. And the campers love to have laundry. If you're staying at a place for a week in an RV with kids and you have to go to a laundromat, that sucks. You want that on site and
clean.
Is this a swimming lake?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes when there's fishing lakes, it's not really a swimming.
Oh no, this is a.
So it's swimming and
swim
fishing.
dock.
There's very few ducks in the lake.
That's
I don't know why, but there's not a lot of ducks. We have loons, which
I see one.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
they make a beautiful noise. You should really come here in the evenings and listen to how loud the loons are. Like it's pleasant, but it's loud.
I know.
But no, this is a wonderful swimming lake. Not every lake is, but the main thing isn't so much the itch that you're alluding to. It's
I've had it. It's horrible.
that can be horrible. But the hardest part about picking the right lake is some lakes are very deep and they never warm up. You can go to wonderful places, Okanagan Lake. You can have a hard time, even in the nicest weather, finding a lake that gets to the right temperature. And this lake gets bathtub warm in July and you go swimming right now.
No.
It's actually surprisingly, this is a weird July weather.
It is.
But the lake is warmer than the air right now.
Oh wow.
So what would you say the most rewarding part of this whole experience is?
I think it's just seeing people's excitement. Like we were talking about it, is just seeing when people arrive and we talk about how they come in and they just say, wow.
Yeah.
I think they see photos online and, they've been on our website, so they get a sense of it. But I think they get this they get this feeling when they arrive and they're coming down the hill, down to the lake basically. And it just opens up, it's wide open. And they've kind of realized how much space there is, and how, nice and green it is and clean. And they're pleasantly surprised and just, it kind of takes their breath away, I find. And I find that really special. So we call it kind of the wow factor when they arrive.
I think I said wow when we got here.
I think you might have.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, we hear it a lot, which is really
and
nice.
I said, oh my God, the chickens.
And then she said, oh my God, I have to pee.
and then the other thing is you get motivated by these families that make an effort to do family reunions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I gotta say, for our two sides, it doesn't happen enough. And when it does happen, it's like the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Everybody's always so thankful when it happens. But some families do it better than us. And I'm sure better than you guys. They make it an annual thing.
Yeah.
They say these are our dates, and then the new generations coming up, they abide by it.
Right,
And
right.
they pick their spot and they hold on to the spot.
Yeah, that's cute.
And I just I want that for us and our families.
There is something to be said about, I think, building a series of memories or sequences of memories over the years at a given destination.
Yeah.
Not always we go here this year, then here this year, then here this year.
Yeah.
Seeing your family members grow up and age and mature.
It's their lake house.
Yeah,
When when they come back each year, they refer to it as like their lake cabin, their spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they basically do, right? Because they book the same dates every year. Like we get a lot of that, and we get a lot of fresh people each year.
Right.
But it's inspiring when you see the families build that sort of connectivity.
Yeah. Do you guys want to still just sort of hang out and chat here? Anything you want to sort of showcase?
Oh, we could walk and showcase a couple of things if that's what you want to do.
cold.
Yeah, let's walk. We'll show you the wedding experience. Just back up this way.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And you may kiss the bride.
Oh, jeez.
This is where most I do's are done right here.
Okay.
So they get the background here.
course.
All of this stuff is gone, and then their guests are seated all here.
Oh.
So it's just a lovely spot to tie the knot.
Totally, yeah.
Can you take a look at the big cabin? So what's the big cabin for?
Well, that's our main lodge and office. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
office. But do guests stay there at all?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They want to, but they don't.
How old is that one?
That was built in 2003.
Oh,
Yeah.
but the smaller cabins are quite old.
Well, this cabin behind us, this is the smallest
7.
cabin on the property. And you would be surprised at how many people, including my mother-in-law, find that that's their favorite cabin.
Because?
Well, I think there's a certain type of person that instead of wanting all of the amenities actually wants the rustic stay.
Yeah.
And that's the only cabin that doesn't have a bathroom in it. But the shower house is close by. It's that building right over there. So that just gives them sort of the in-between staying in a tent and staying in a cabin that's got everything.
Is it a
Few
different?
amenities, but you don't have to sleep on the ground.
That's right.
Is it a different price point?
It is, yeah. So people get to stay in there for $119 a night,
Right.
which is very affordable.
Yeah. See, it pays to pee in a bush sometimes.
It does. That's
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna watch you if you ever stay here. Why did the flowers die?
Why are they growing so tall? Well, where else do you want to go?
Let's go. You wanted to see the event space? Let's walk. More toys.
Look at that.
Well, this might be my favorite.
You did a great job.
We've got our fish cleaning station here. Very important. When you catch a fish at Martin's Resort,
Sorry, what is it?
you want to follow the right etiquette.
Right.
You grab your fish, you hold it up. I caught this fish. You got to yell it out.
Okay.
Right? Weigh it, brag about it. Found that old school scale.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh.
Fish guts go there.
So besides the website, which is martinsresort.ca,
That's right.
is there any other way to contact you? Book?
Laura's in charge of all social channels.
Yes.
And
So you have a Facebook page as well.
Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. And we have a landline. So you're always welcome to call us. And yeah, I mean, we answer the phone as best we can. We get back to you as soon as we can. And, I think guests appreciate that too. We do call people back, even if we don't have what they're looking for, we do call them back, and hopefully we can find something that works for them. But reach out.
Not to be like a Debbie Downer, but what are the rules to respecting a campground? Like, what's important to you, like, for your guests? What kind of rules should they follow?
We try to keep it as, easygoing as possible, but we do have some rules just so that all of the guests can enjoy their stay.
Yeah.
Like, for example, We are pet friendly, but we do ask that dogs stay on leash the whole time while they're on the property, just to respect all the campers, the other dogs, the wildlife,
Yes.
that sort of thing.
How about noise? Like, is there like a bedtime curfew?
Well, we have security. No, I'm just joking. We're actually a super quiet campground, which is something that we really appreciate and our guests really appreciate. We're not a party campground. A lot of people come here to kind of get away from the noise and the party. But we do have quiet time and we enforce it. So quiet time's 10 o'clock in the evenings, 11 o'clock on the weekends. For weddings, we extend it a little bit just because it's a super special day.
Be the hard nose at the wedding ceremony.
But no, we're fine. I mean, if you want to stay up late and have a campfire, we're fine with that as long as you're not keeping up your neighbors. So we're pretty easygoing. But
We attract mostly families and a lot of, people that their kids are grown up. The young, the 20-somethings that are looking for a party, they rarely come to Martin's.
Oh, okay.
And we're more of that safe space where we want people to be mindful that there's children around. So we don't want people running around using bad language, showing kids the wrong thing to do.
Right.
So we're a family-friendly park that really gears the experience towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good answer. It's almost like you work here.
Do you guys have?
We want everybody to come, but quite honestly, we're happy that we're not attracting the party group. I think there's other places for them to go. We've been very mindful of the experience that we want to give to people and the type of people we want to attract. And that's not everybody, because sometimes that takes away from the other people.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually plenty of campgrounds in the area that cater to that group as well. And there's nothing wrong with that group.
Nothing wrong.
It's just not our group.
But grow up already, will you?
Yeah, grow up already. Jeez. Tired of putting you to bed at 3 a.m.
All right, any last words before we wrap it up? We're at an hour. We're at time.
Want to say hello to anybody?
Who do we want to say hello to? Maybe your parents?
my parents.
No, I always say you can say hi to grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, anyone. Go ahead.
Hi, Barb.
Hi.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for passing the torch, right?
Oh, that's my parents.
Oh, your parents.
We're very lucky. My parents live on the property.
Oh, there you go.
So
Perfect.
Their grandkids ride their bikes down, have breakfast in the morning. It's fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
very special. Well,
No, one final thought. Book online. Go to martinsresort.ca and book.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my plug.
All
That's my
right.
final plug. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for
Thank you so much.
spending some time with us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lara.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thanks.
Cold. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my gosh.
And we're live.
And we're live. Hello, bonjour. We're at
The Sugar Shack.
the Sugar Shack with who? Robert?
Yes,
Robert, yes. Are you from Quebec by chance?
I am. I
very
am.
cool.
Originally from Trois-Rivières, Quebec.
Yeah. I could see that you have a lot of French influence. Just from being here, I just noticed that.
But we bring the best maple syrup we can find in Quebec, and it's from Saint-Ferdinand, Ireland, Quebec.
Really?
And the smoked meat and the poutine
Oh,
And this is what we do.
wow.
We have tourtière, we have all sorts of goodies from back east.
Speaking to my heart, I love a poutine and I love sugar. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the place to be.
Todd and I, we drive by here every so often. Go to Williams Lake and 100 Mile, and I always say, "Oh my God, we have to go there. We have to
And
go
now
there."
it is.
And now we're here.
It's how's your coffee?
It's so good. Yeah, so I have the maple syrup. Yeah, very good coffee. Cute dogs. Looks like dogs are allowed here.
Oh yeah, no, this is our mascot. It's Rhea. Big pooch.
Oh,
yeah.
is he?
Yeah,
Is he
yeah.
your baby?
She's
She's your baby?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. And what's your name?
Rhea. Hey,
Rhea.
tell her, Rhea.
Oh. So what is the history of the Sugar Shack? I only know that it's cool and has a cool name.
We started this as a joke. At the beginning, we were doing just maple syrup in the little shack 4x8 on the side there with 2 pallets and a sheet
No.
of plywood. One day, my brother came over
Yeah.
to bring cheese curds. We made poutine that night. The next morning, I made a bigger poutine for myself, take it out. The lady came in, take the ball, went to her minivan, finished the poutine, and said, "You have to do this." So we started there.
That was your first positive.
That was it.
Remark about
That was
what
it.
you do.
Yeah.
How quickly after the initially doing the maple syrup did the poutine get added to it?
In the same fall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So no
we did
long at
it in the fall. Yeah, we started 2012 in the spring, and in the falls we start right away with the poutine because the demand was there. Everybody wants to, and they heard about it, and that was slow process to start, but we've been open for 8 years. During 8 years, 7 to 7 days. We never close, never.
Wow.
So that was the success too, right? People expect us to be open. Now we're getting older. We'll get a little bit tired at the end of. We have quite a bit more people stop in. So
Right.
we close October 31st, and we reopen at the end of March, beginning of April. Yeah.
And are you from Quebec? Did you?
Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Yeah.
And then how old were you when you came to BC?
I came in BC in 2006. I had a bad accident in 2005, and I decided to come in British Columbia for vacation and went to Alaska.
Very
and,
long vacation.
Yeah, and I get back there, and I said to my oldest, I said, "We moved to BC. What do you think?" She said, "Why not?"
What was it about BC that hooked you?
The
Yeah.
weather, all sorts. I had business back east as well, and
Yeah.
here is different. So
Yeah.
let's say then I prefer to be here.
Did you, when you came to BC, did you come immediately to 100 Mile? Or
No, I was Pemberton, and after that Whistler. After that I did Squamish, and end up in West Vancouver. So and just love it, and came up for hunting and fishing in the area, seeing the location, and decide I'd give a call to the owner of that place at the time, and gave him 6 months in advance and buy it at the end of that 6 months. So,
Wow. And the rest is
Yeah.
history.
yeah, that's how it started.
What else are you guys known for? Besides poutine? Or is
we have lots of return customer because it's a family-owned restaurant. We are connected with our customer.
Nice.
Like we'll say, more than 90% of them.
Yeah.
People come and give us a hug, or before they leave, make sure they talk to us and tell us when they will come back and what they're doing. And we have family story coming in, and some comes and how's the puppy, and they take information about our life and everything. And oh, you're pretty tired, Robert. You're probably close to go to your vacation, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We have a close connection with our customer. This is the beauty of that business.
Yeah.
So, having started with basically just maple syrup and then poutine, how how did that grow and evolve? Because it seems like you've got a bunch of other options now beyond that.
Oh, that started by 100 pounds of potatoes a week.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
To 2,000 pounds a week. Now we cut our own fries and everything.
Yep.
For our maple syrup at the beginning, I had like half a pallet, maybe 40 cases. Then we were bringing. Now we have 3 delivery a year of 6 to 8 pallets of maple product. The reception is good.
Yeah.
The thing with the maple is we have no blend. So I mean, it's one producer.
Okay.
We don't put any, you will never get in our tin or in our bottles the syrup from 3, 4, 5 different producers together in the same bottle. It's always one at a time. This is why people, every time they have a sip, they were like, oh, wow.
And people really crave authenticity because
That's what we heard.
There's a lot of phony,
Well, not even necessarily phony, but like not as like you can get poutine at McDonald's, and those fries are made of potatoes, but it's not really.
It's
poutine.
different. It's just different.
Where do you get your potatoes?
We have a suppliers, Cisco suppliers. Then they have a good quality of potatoes. We have no problem with those. We try to keep all our business all together, so then we can use the advantage of our markup, right?
Yeah.
So this is what it's important.
Yeah.
If you have a good service somewhere, why you want to change?
No, exactly.
Okay, so we have suppliers now. We have someone taking care of our meat, because the reason was at the beginning we can do it ourselves, but now we don't even have time to go for the piss. So we need to have someone taking care of that.
Yeah.
We have someone taking care of our bakeries stuff, so they take care of that. And we have someone for our maple product. We have someone for our transport, and I'm really fidel with them. So my transporter from back east, 13 years. My other suppliers for the maple, 13 years. 12 years for my meat and bakeries, and my coffee guy is the same thing.
Oh, nice.
My equipment is the same thing.
Yeah.
The problem is our repairmen. They're hard to find here in the Caribou, but we have good connections. So sometimes they have to travel all the way down from PG, but
Oh, really?
they do.
What?
Yeah, it's hard. They don't show up.
I heard me say that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I guess you would want to be able to depend on consistent quality and know what's coming in, right?
Yeah, exactly. So those people are awesome for this. So we don't cut corners. This is where you fail. If you start getting greedy and said, okay, so I can have that, gravy for cheaper, but the taste is awkward. What's the point?
Yeah.
Potatoes is the same. I can use frozen potatoes, but you will never heard someone from Belgium said, wow, that's the best potatoes I never had. That's what they do in their country, eating potatoes all the time, fries. This is what it is. We have no mayo, by the way.
No mayo?
No mayo. I refuse.
Why?
Ketchup on poutine, it's illegal.
Yeah.
This is it.
Well, we gotta learn the rules.
We have a wall with the pictures, a wall of shame.
Oh, people who've like inappropriately sauced their
Exactly.
It sounds like this is to an extent a place where people can come to experience food and beverages that maybe you wouldn't find elsewhere in this region.
You will find that in the next few provinces down the road.
No, exactly.
It's seriously. We have I know a guy then is on the island now. It's La Belle Patate. It is in Victoria area. Those guys are amazing, but again, they do the same thing. Quality.
You have 5 items on your menu,
Yeah.
and poutine being one. But do you have different variations of poutine, or is poutine
We have
poutine?
Montreal smoked meat poutine. We have a regular poutine, and in 2 sizes, and that's it. We don't go with spaghetti sauce or whatever. We don't put
Yeah.
little green pea or, we don't.
who would do
because
that?
you have places where back east it's been popular at some point. 100 kind of poutine.
Right.
How much shit you put it in the garbage at the end of the day? I don't want to do this, right? You know what I mean? It's like tomatoes, spaghetti, this, and pepperoni, or
Yeah, then at that point it doesn't.
you want to
seem
have
like
some
a poutine.
pepperoni by a pizza, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So this is what it's all about. That's the goal, right?
There was I know the poutineery that was in Kamloops for a while. They did do at one point during like the holidays, like a turkey dinner poutine that had like turkey and stuffing and gravy and that sort of thing. I didn't try it, but like that's the kind of thing that you're talking about. Like
Our event is now we have one event a year. It's from the end of March to the end of October.
Yeah,
that's our event. We're open. This is the event.
It's the event.
That's what the people said. This is great. Thanks to exist.
Yeah.
We have 6-7 books here from guests. Have a quick look.
Yeah.
You'll see, and our reviews the same. We don't ask people to review us. We don't ask them. They do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that says something.
I don't know. I'm in the store all the time doing stuff, but people show up here with a flat tire. People show up here with mechanic issue. We have a network of people. Tire guys, Clinton guys. I need this, that guys. Mechanic on a motorcycle, Tony or Doug. Depends the kind of motorcycle, depends the problem. Yesterday, that little girl from Saskatchewan, no brake on her motorcycle. She lost a boat. We fixed it.
No.
Yeah, weld the rods and everything, fix this, and she's on her way. An American a few years ago, 3 sled on a trailer, that will cost him thousands of dollars on the long weekend to stay hotel, blah, blah. Scrapyard, leaf, brackets, welding, get out of here. Go back home.
Yeah. And get some poutine while you're here.
Oh, believe me, they did. They were so happy. Yeah, no, it's, Alaska to, those guys were going to Oregon at the point. And,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they'd love it. Another young couple have a tire issue on their trailers. I gave them one of my tires from one of my trailers.
Oh, wow.
Then they can go on vacation. It's the beginning of their vacation, and it's closed. And it's a long weekend, so take the tire, go do your thing, stop on your way back. They live in Williams Lake. Williams Lake is our neighbor.
Yeah.
As Kamloops is our neighbor. Cache Creek, Clinton, 100 Mile. We have no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try to help. You'll see what happens.
Yeah, whatever you put out in the world, it's coming back to you. I could see that.
It looks like it.
Yeah, it does.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
So what's been your history with the restaurant business?
I'm a construction guy.
Okay, so was this sort of the first time working in this sort of business, or?
No, I've been working in the restaurant when I was young. But I never had a business, or I am not a cook. What I know about poutine is how much poutine I can eat. Because if you go out, little bit hangover, best food, poutine.
I know.
You don't feel well, a poutine will bring you back.
That's the French Canadian's remedy, I think.
Exactly.
Especially with a little maple syrup, I bet.
And this is, it's not for everybody, but it's good. It's really good. Yeah.
What are the characteristics of a good poutine versus a bad poutine?
First of all, stop with some grated cheese on that. This is how it works. You need cheese curds.
Who would do that? Grated cheese?
I know some of the fast food places used to do.
Go anywhere. A lot of places in BC, they do. Yeah. And you have to use the right cheese curds.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the gravy, it's important. You need to. It's not like watery kind of. You need
Yeah.
to, yeah.
Is there any, additional menu items you'd like to add?
We do have the to-go item.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what we got. We keep those to-go item on Creton. It's something that, Quebec starved for years, and that's something special.
Yeah.
From Quebec. The tourtière, lac Saint-Jean, 3 different meat. That's something different. Our baked beans, people love them. We have the beaver tail. Okay, so beaver tail, apparently it's a trademark. It is a trademark, but I'm sorry. I'm 62. I was 3 years old. My dad was doing beaver tail at the camp when we were going camping. And they brand this name in something in the 80s or something. So, you know what? Beaver tail is go.
I want to go back to a little bit of French Canadian culture.
Yes.
When I was younger, my grandma in the winter, she would make, I don't know what the proper name for it is, but it would be like maple candy, and she would melt.
On the snow?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do you do
the
that?
toffee, yeah, no. First of all, we're not here in the winter anymore. We did it at the beginning. To do this, you need a special event where you can do it. When we did Canada Winter Game in Prince George,
Oh, smart.
2015, we did it. We had an ice table. It's a volume. When you have a volume, you can do that kind of stuff. We hate to have lost. We carry it at some point. It's an unstable product. So transport, the shaking, start crystallize. Something get wrong.
Yeah.
My customer got this. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So I explain it to them how to do it. They can make it. They buy the syrup. They can do it at home if they prefer to do it. And it's another thing. Maple toffee on the snow, it's not the maple syrup you pour on the snow.
No.
Because it goes right in.
Yeah.
All right. So you have to boil it
Yeah.
to a certain degrees. And after you put it in there, it crystallizes and you roll it on a palette.
But
That's how it
make
works.
sure you go to the dentist soon after, because it wrecks your
That's
teeth.
the problem with that.
It just wrecks your teeth.
No, you just brush it.
Don't chew so hard.
I guess so. I just
Yeah.
remember being,
It does seem like it would be kind
Oh
of
no! You suck it on this one. You don't chew on this.
oh, I did it wrong.
That's what
Oops.
it is. Yeah,
Oh, I'm a
you
chewer.
did it wrong.
Yeah.
We don't go there.
I know.
This is what happened. If you put your finger in those vices, sometimes you get pinched.
Fair enough. This does feel like the kind of place that is going to attract people from perhaps further than just the local vicinity. Outside of people who just happen to come across it when they're traveling, do you know of people who've intentionally come from miles away just to come back and experience the poutine or...
Besides us.
Yeah, exactly. We went in Europe. We heard about us.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, where you from? Canada. Where are you from? In Canada, BC. Oh, BC. Where about? Interior. Oh, that's where that little poutine place is. No joke.
Wow.
California, in the pool. Where you guys from? Oh, British Columbia. Where about? 70 miles. Oh, the Sugar Shack.
Wow.
The border agency, when we come across the border. Okay, passport. Yes, here it is. Where you live? 70 mile. What are you doing 70 mile? Restaurant. What kind of restaurant? Sugar Shack. The next guy is in his eye. Hey, the Sugar Shack guy is here, and blah 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 blah. That was it, right? So no, seriously,
Wow.
It's not a joke.
Yeah.
I have people right now are from California. They came over, and asked them why they came over. We did a poutine after golf down there. When we were down there in the wintertime, everybody freaked out. Brenda says, you cannot do that. We have 2 little electric deep fryers, and people are, after the golf, They don't even, those people don't come golfing with us. They don't come, they're not part of our group at all. And they come for the poutine. Oh, we heard you had good poutine. Oh, wow, okay. Who are you? Oh, we live there, we live there, we live there. And we heard that. From where? Oh, the people at the campground or this and that. And no, seriously, it's a funny problem to have.
Well, it doesn't even sound like much of a problem, really.
It is. It is a good one.
Yeah.
It is a good one. It's amazing. Apparently, we are, like I said before, maybe we have German blog for travelers in Canada. Apparently, we're all over the place on those blogs for some reason. So, where you from? 70 Mile. Oh, where's that? Now is, where you from? 70 Mile. Ah, the Sugar Shack place. Seriously. And don't get me wrong. You have people on Green Lake, they don't even know we exist.
Really?
Because they always turn that way.
Right, I guess so. Yeah.
And we don't publish all over the place. And we had at some point, before COVID, I believe it was, the community network that was in Buckle in hotels and motels.
Oh, yeah.
That's something that we'll never be able to pay at the time. And it works for a few years.
Yeah.
And it's still on air. Sometimes you Google and you find that. It's good.
But it sounds
nice.
like it's the word of mouth that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, that's
Which
what
is
it's all about.
The best.
This is what it's all about,
Yeah.
and this is the best. And a good comment is good. A bad comment, it's also good.
Yeah.
Because you cannot please everyone. We're not perfect.
Sure.
We do our best. That's it. How's your donut, ma'am? This is.
What was that for a reaction?
So good.
Is it live enough for you?
There we go. Yeah. Sorry, we're on camera. If you didn't notice. Yeah. We're getting actual live reactions.
What kind of donut is that?
It's their maple.
Maple. Just one type of donut you have?
That's but we just need one. When you go to a donut place and you buy 5 different flavor and they taste sugar.
Oh, it's cream filled.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You want to try one?
Oh my god. All by myself? Do you want
will.
a bite?
I could take a bite, sure. That looks amazing.
Should we all bite together?
You should.
Like a happy family? Here. You want to hold it yourself?
You have to get the control of that donut to stack.
Okay, you got to get control of the donut.
Oh wow.
And this is an appetizer, so you have that, and after you can have a poutine.
Oh.
That is very good.
Oh.
Not over sweet.
No.
And it's baked. It's not deep fried donut.
And it's not warm, it's cool.
Yeah.
Because is that ice cream? No.
No, it's refreshing.
This is made with love.
Pear.
It's full of love.
Full of love.
Hey, look! Oh my!
What did you? Whoa! Can we show it on the camera? Okay.
Oh my lord!
Ooh, that's a close up.
It's heavy.
She said that was the appetizer. That's the deal.
That's an impressive
That's a smoked
package
meat
of
poutine.
food.
Yeah, she needs a napkin.
Oh, she needs napkin.
Oh yeah, she needs a napkin. Have the bite of the donut. Here it is. Hey, babe. Huh?
You just wiped it off.
Oh no!
She's okay. She's okay. She's used to. She's so nice. She loves babies.
Yeah.
Oh my God. She loves dogs. She loves cats. She loves babies.
You love people.
Yeah, love people.
You love dad.
No kissing though.
Oh.
She's not kissing. She's been taught to not kiss because the kids, right?
Right. Yeah.
Fine.
Kids got
Kelsey is
poutine all over
disappointed,
their
I'm a
face.
little upset, but I'll
That's
do it.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
In my next life, I'll be a dog.
There you go.
All the women pet you like
Yeah.
this. They're all the same.
Pretty good deal, yeah.
It's good. Next summer, we'll probably have puppies again.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, we used to have another big Mastiff, and she had 3 litters of puppies, 12, 13 puppies. People just come, play with the puppies, kids with the puppies. Here's another one out there, Lily. Tilly.
Another puppy.
Yeah, she's one of our pup 8 years ago.
So is it fair to call your customers your friends by now?
They're all friends,
Yeah.
all of them. The lady just said, wow, about the poutine. This is it. I didn't look inside. Those guys there, they're all regular as well. Regular as they come up here. Some people said, every time I come up here, I stop at the Sugar Shack.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, right? So we don't have like a schedule. You know, some comes every weekend, some comes every month, some comes Yukon twice a year. Boom, boom. Maple bacon. They go 50 pounds of maple bacon.
Right,
They
yeah,
bring
yeah.
this out there. The batch of creton, all the creton goes up to Edmonton. One guy from Edmonton stop in, get the creton, one batch, full batch, 80 pound.
Wow.
That's it. 80 pound of creton goes to the guy. What he does is you buy the batch, you get up there, separate it all, and sell it to him, his friends, give it to friends. You know, that's what it's all about.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have such a big impact on this place.
We have a lady comes at the end of October to get, she calculate the number of Sunday morning she have from the day we close to the day we reopen to bring some donut. So she had one donut every Sunday with her coffee and send me a text when I'm in vacation. Thank you. Every Sunday. I have her name and her numbers and a thank you. That's it. No comment, no nothing. Thank
Wow.
you.
Wow.
Thank you. She frees them, and when she taught them, they're exactly the same than when they're
Yeah.
fresh in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, crazy.
I was going to ask sort of, what is your favorite part of the Sugar Shack business? But it sounds like this might be it, the interaction with the
people.
The people.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's all about the interaction with people. At some point, this is what it's all about. Me, I remember as a kid, Mr. Tarte, his name was his family name, the Restaurant Tarte, in Cap de la Madeleine, before it became Three Rivers. The two brothers, that was the renown of those places, that was the owner of those places, and the food they were serving.
Right.
In the old days, with that kind of a shape like this in a restaurant where you have a seat all the way around and the waitress was coming in between, but those guys were moving around that restaurant on a steady basis, talking. I go outside, I come inside, helping people, check it out, make sure they all have their food and everything is okay. I don't know how many places are food guarantee, but the Sugar Shack is. You don't like it, bring it back, we'll fix it, or we'll give you your money back.
Right.
That's it. That's what we do, 100%. We have no problem with that. It's important for us. This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I bet that would engender, solid customer support too. That sort of service.
Oh yeah, and those people, the guy showed up here a few years ago, buy a smoked meat sandwich and a poutine. It's about $20-some. He tried his cards. He's a trucker, guys. He tried his cards over and over. It didn't work. He had no cash. I said, next time you're in. I know he's coming in like every second week, I believe it was. His boss changed his route.
Oh, really?
He ended up going towards the Coquihalla and east, and 2 years. 2 years. He made a trip up this way to replace another driver, stop in, drop a 50 for a coffee, and said, thank you. Keep the change. I said, hey, whoa. I said, it's $3. Coffee is...
He paid $50.
Yeah, he says, I owe you money for the sandwich. Oh, you owe me money? Okay. So when's that? Usually I have a paperwork, or this paperwork disappear after 2 years at some point.
Yes.
He says, I stopped in, it says 2 years ago, and you let me go with my sandwiches, and yes, I will let you go for sure. It's
people remember you for like
being nice to them.
smallest
Yeah.
Little
No,
kindnesses
it's
really
what
do
it
add up.
is. It's what it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's what it's all about. It's the service and helping them.
You to me are a typical Canadian person, I think. Right? The stereotypical.
I'm not sorry enough to be a really, you know, we're typical. We're oh, you're sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Canadian, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sorry very often.
Well, you could say sorry, not sorry.
Sorry to not be sorry. Okay,
not-
that's
yeah.
no. No, usually it's more like that's it. That's all.
How do you say that's it, that's all en français?
Yeah, you know what? Good question.
How do you
I have
say
to
that's
think
it, that's
about
all?
it now.
Oh.
Okay, c'est assez. Okay, c'est assez. That's it.
Say it again.
Okay, c'est assez.
Okay, c'est assez?
Hey, exactly.
Okay, c'est assez.
All right.
All right.
How are we for time?
I don't know.
Were you just looking?
Well,
Did you just look at your phone? Are we over?
Well, we are a little over.
Yeah.
but we can keep chatting.
We always like it a little over. Is there anything we haven't touched on yet that you want to mention, or?
No, but I want to say thank you
Oh, for us, or?
for you.
Oh, well, thank you for
All our customers
yeah,
coming over.
of
We have the
course.
cream of them.
Yeah.
And
It seems
thanks
like it.
again. You're welcome anytime between March, at the end of March, and the end of October.
During the big event.
During the big event. Exactly.
And I feel welcome. Like immediately, I felt welcome.
Yeah.
I mean, we're supposed to be here. That's kind of why. But
No, but
It's
you
a welcoming
that start
environment.
with an email and a text message and stuff. And with all those scam now, you never know what's
of
going
course,
to
of course.
happen.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they all try and this and that. And I work in media, and I said, okay, so let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Here we are.
So that's what it is.
yeah, here we are. Here
That's
to scam
it.
you.
And
All right.
that's it. That's all.
Well, yeah, exactly. That is it. That's all. Thank you for sitting down with us.
Thank you guys
It's been a
very
pleasure.
much, and appreciate your support, everybody.
Robert from the Sugar Shack in 70 Mile. Come visit. They're only open 70 days a week, so.
And 7 to 7.
7
Yeah.
to 7, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
777. Goodbye.
Angel number. Oh,
And they keep calling. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
and we are live.
We're live on location at what I thought was called Cask and Crate, but is in fact called Cask and Cleaver, which I must admit is a much better name than the one I invented. We're here with Dan and Neil of Cask and Cleaver, as I said, in 100 Mile House. This is a brewery. Welcome aboard, guys. I should have pointed out that you should hang on to your microphone, have it tilted more or less towards your mouth, and that's exactly, you got it perfect, right there.
Like how you would hold a banana.
Yeah, if you were pretending that the banana was
A microphone.
a microphone as opposed to eating the banana. Eating the banana, it's going to go in your mouth, and you don't want to do that with the microphone. Okay.
Smoothies for me. So
Yeah, there you go. Congratulations on the brewery. How long have you guys been here?
we're into our 4th year now.
Oh, wow.
So May 2022 was when we opened, and it's been going strong ever since. We've exponentially grown. We started with about 30 seats. We're up to 94 seats now.
Oh, wow.
2 of our own beers on tap in the beginning. Now we're up to 7 to 9 of our own beers. We had a bunch of guest taps in the beginning. Now we bring in guest taps once in a while, kind of as a feature more than anything. And it's just exploded.
So how, like, has craft beer always been a passion for you guys, would you say? Or how did you come to this business?
Well, I've been in the craft brew industry for, I guess, almost 20 years now, because we've been open for 4. I spent most of my child life working, like in high school, working for Dead Frog Brewery down on the coast before we moved up here.
Wow, okay.
So I worked my way through there, working in production supervisor, delivery driver, ended up helping them make the move into Langley, and then brewed for a while, and moved into production management. So I kind of worked all the way through the whole back end of a brewery.
Wow, yeah.
And then we moved up here 5 years ago, I guess, and this place came up for sale, and we decided to buy it. So I've been in the industry for a very long time. Didn't realize how passionate I was about the industry until I left the job at Dead Frog, and then moved up here, and then wasn't in craft beer anymore, because we didn't move up here to buy a brewery.
Yeah.
So yes, I guess passion for craft beer is definitely my thing.
It's become a passion for myself. My background was much more in corporate. I was upper middle management. I bring the business skills to the team.
Okay.
Dan definitely brings the brewery experience, the beer making skills, all of that to our team.
Sure.
And for better part of 15 to 17 years, I guess, before starting this, it was mostly upper and middle management and executive level in a couple of cases. And it never occurred to me that I'd be getting into food and beverage and brewing beer.
But no regrets.
You've always loved craft beer, though.
I have. I always loved craft beer.
Yeah.
I hate certain Budweiser, Coors, not to name specifically.
Why?
They lack flavor. So one of the things that I've been passionate about in craft beer is that you can create flavor, and you can deliver flavor in a way that is unique to your own style. And we do that through hops, we do that through real fruit, we do that through the passion that Dan has for fruited beers and sours. It's very much become something that not only do I enjoy, but it's something that I'm proud to deliver.
Yeah.
Yes, flavor is strong in a good way. This is peaches and cream, right?
Or peaches and cream ale,
and it's so good. It's not like sweet like a dessert, but it lingers like almost as if I had like Kool-Aid, like a drink of Kool-Aid. It's beer. It doesn't sound like it would be beer. Peaches and cream? How's that beer? It is so good. Like, really.
And this is a blueberry limeade sour.
Yeah.
I believe, right?
Yep.
Yep. And what are you guys drinking right now?
I've got our hazy IPA.
Yeah.
Which is also very fruity with no fruit added because of the crap ton of hops that we put into it.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking kombucha Radler, which is a locally made kombucha. It's a lemon ginger made at Spokes Ranch, and then we mix it half and half with our lager. And it makes it a light alcohol alternative and delivers still great flavor. The lager that Dan has crafted recently involves a more traditional lager recipe with the addition of rice. And Dan can speak to more the science side of that, but basically what it does on my side of things, flavor and enjoyment, is a little bit of sweetness, a little bit more dry, but then you add in the lemon and the ginger, and the kombucha with this one being a little bit more residually sweet. It becomes a really nice, refreshing, light beverage.
So you mentioned before we started streaming that you're not the first brewery that's been in this location. No. Tell us a little bit about the history of the spot here.
Well, 2015, I believe, was the first change to this physical location. It originally was finished construction in 1952.
Okay.
It was a gas station back then. It's been numerous gas stations ever since. And in 2015, a local entrepreneur and his family decided to turn it into Broken Road. And Broken Road was the first craft brewery in 100 Mile, and he was ahead of his time. He was experimenting with fruit. He was experimenting with different flavors. But at that time, 100 Mile hadn't quite caught up with the innovation, the industry, the way that the craft beer has gone and is going. He was here, I believe, about 2 years before he handed the reins over to the next brewery, which was Jackson's Social Club. They lasted about 5 years. Keith was the owner of that business, and he did a great job. He lasted 5 years. He survived COVID, and I get the feeling from when we took over the business that he was just done with it.
Yeah.
So we took over in March 2022, and then May 2022, after doing all of our renovations, we opened up.
How did people react to the change in owners and the new beers on tap and that sort of thing?
It's been very positive, honestly. What we've done based on our own business acumen and our own values is really focused in on consistency, quality, and service. And I believe that goes a long way. I had experience in the past working with the Four Seasons Hotel, and those were values that were like driven into you. And seeing the success there in that corporation and that way that they deliver their service and the consistent way that you interact with your customers, that sets a foundation. So as long as you can then consistently deliver that quality product, people will come back. Yeah. And they will enjoy what you're doing. And we've seen that here. And we continue to strive for that, both in our food and our beverage side of things.
What inspires you to think of Peaches and Cream?
We have a whiteboard in the back, and we seriously throw stuff at the wall.
We'll sit around like Friday after work or Saturday after work having some beers with like all of the staff and just be like, all right guys, I need some ideas for the next like 6 or 8 months. Let's just like have a brainstorm and see what we come up with. And we just kind of stuff everything on the board, and sometimes it sounds amazing, other times it doesn't, but it leads to something else that might be amazing.
Right.
So yeah.
I imagine when you come up with those things too, like if all you're doing is starting from Peaches and Cream as a concept, you've got to figure out like what is sort of the base type of style of beer to build from.
What would it build from? Yeah.
And then, the hops and the whatever else, and then the actual, like if you're using...
Backwards engineer it.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Is that a fun process for you?
That's the most fun part.
Yeah.
All the other stuff is just work, but all the art part of it is coming up with the recipes and the flavors and figuring out how to do those flavors in the best possible way. That's the fun part.
On average, how much sort of finessing does it take from your first attempt at a flavor to the one that you're happy to serve?
Depends. It depends on the beer. I mean, so far I haven't had a lot of misses.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's some beers that have been crazy popular, like our strawberry cheesecake sour.
That sounds amazing.
Our pineapple vanilla sour. Like those are probably our two most acclaimed beers, I'd say.
Really?
And I mean, the first rendition was amazing and everybody loved it, but like I'm always tweaking it. So we did the strawberry cheesecake for 2 years. We ran it for two summers, and the first one was definitely not the same recipe as the sixth time that we brewed it.
Right. Yeah.
But like those little tweaks, more often than not, most people didn't even notice the difference. I noticed the difference because the subtle changes. But yeah.
Do you think people order those drinks just because of the name in itself? Like instead of just getting like, I'll get a Canadian. It's like, ooh. Pineapple cheesecake or strawberry cheese, like how?
I think
I would be tempted just to order it just to be like, I have to see what this tastes like pickle beer.
Like pickle beer.
Yeah. I mean, generally you're like lager drinkers, like the Coors drinkers, the Budweiser drinkers. They're not super adventurous. So sometimes we can.
No kidding.
So sometimes we can convince them by giving them a little taste and try to turn them towards it. But
that's what you did.
Exactly. Yeah. And then we do that all the time. I like lager. Try these. I won't be offended.
Don't judge me.
If you don't like it, but give it a try. And quite often, we'll find somebody who goes from the lager to our coffee porter or one of the sours.
Yeah.
But more often than not, the people that are going for those beers or the people that are going into a brewery looking for something new, fun, interesting, and trying it. And that's what I do. That's what Neil does. Every time we go to a brewery, we're not looking for what their core beers of like the lager IPA.
Right, yeah, you want to see that.
Everybody makes those.
Yeah.
I want to see what that brewery is doing. That's cool, unique, fun, and interesting, and see how they do it. And that also helps us get ideas for making new beers.
Sure. Have there either been like beers that you hoped would be really good that you just could never quite get there? Or conversely, beers that maybe you were like, I don't know, but I'm going to give it a try, and they were amazing? Any experience with either of those directions, or?
I mean, we've had a couple of beers that we brewed and thought were absolutely amazing that didn't quite hit. Like the people who loved it,
Right.
but they don't sell like crazy. Like some
Right.
others.
It's sort of
we
like
did
you found a little niche that,
yeah. Like we did a strawberry basil goza last year.
That sounds really
and
good
it was
too.
awesome.
Yeah.
It just, and the people who came back kept drinking it because they loved it, but just the market of people who liked it wasn't as big as we expected.
Sure.
Conversely, with doing something like a strawberry cheesecake sour, where it's almost impossible to keep it on tap because people are drinking it faster
That's
than I can brew
crazy.
it.
I can't believe that's a popular one. Just sounds like a dessert and beer. Like, huh? How do you? But it works. It does work.
Where in that one? I'm curious. Where does the cheesecake element come from?
I use lactose sugar.
Oh,
for the
okay.
creaminess. We use graham cracker crumbs in the mash to kind of work for that graham. We use a crap ton of strawberry puree. Mix it all together, and you get a pretty awesome flavor.
Where do you guys get your water from? What's the water source?
Well, the water in 100 Mile is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
We found that out very early from having to dump a couple of batches of beer, thinking they'd gone bad because the water profile had changed so drastically from the one brew that when I went to brew it the second time, it didn't even taste the same.
Didn't even look the same.
Didn't even look the same. Water chemistry is a
Was
huge
it after
thing.
like flooding or like in the springtime when?
The water table comes up, the water table goes down in the spring and the fall, right, because of the melt and stuff. So we quickly realized that we needed to rectify that.
Yeah.
And we bought ourselves a commercial RO and water softener with a 200-gallon cistern. So we basically have pure water for all of our brews, which I think has a really big impact on the quality of our beer.
I would bet, yeah.
Because then I know I have a consistent water portfolio to work with, and then I can add onto that to get it exactly how I want it. And it's always consistent every single time. Even down in bigger city centers, your water portfolio will change a little bit over time. And having to take a test for your water sample to get the actual numbers that you need is not cheap.
Yeah.
So it works. It was a bit of an investment, but it's definitely taken our beer to the next level, I think.
Is there any other do you have any interest in winemaking or any other fermented beverages?
It's kind of a challenge. Space is a huge thing. We have a very small location.
Sure. Yeah.
Not so much wine, not so much mead or cider. I think it'd be kind of cool. We see a lot of breweries that have done it, getting into distilling, craft distilling. We haven't really looked into it extensively, and it's not really in our 5-year plan. But it's definitely kind of in the peripheral out there that it would be kind of cool to do something like that. Yeah.
What is in your 5-year plan?
Sell a lot of beer.
Basically, we want to get to a point with what we have here that it's stable.
Yeah.
We continue to see growth, as we've discussed before this, with the expansion of the patio, with adding new seats, with upgrading the kitchen, upgrading the brewery. There's always this growth. We want to hit a point where we can kind of stabilize and then focus on getting the business to a point where it can run smoothly and we can take a little bit more of a step back from the frontline operations. Because right now we are owner-operator. We're here the days and hours that we're open, and we're here the days and hours that we aren't. So it's getting to that point, and we're entering, like I said, the 4th year, and we've got to readjust, and we need to sit down probably in the fall when we'll actually have a chance to talk about it again and readjust for our next 3 to 5 year plan. But we're entering the 4th year, hitting towards the 5, and we're ahead of where we had originally planned. We've hired people on first 2 years ahead of schedule, and now 3 years ahead of schedule for for Aaron and for our new kitchen person.
Nice.
And there's this constant shift that you have to make in creating a business as owners and operators. So the goal on the 5-year plan at this point is definitely to be stable, to achieve a place where we are not needing to be here as much, and we can start handing off some of the reins, and then we can focus more on some of the back-end business stuff and maybe reduce our work week from 80 hours to 60.
For sure.
Slacker.
If you don't mind my asking, what was it that initially brought you to the region?
Well, my mom moved up here in 2017, just after the fires of 2017, and my wife and I came and visited her as often as we could, living down on the coast and the chaos down there, and we fell in love with it up here. Talked about moving up here for a few years. Never really pulled the trigger on it. Kind of didn't want to move away from the hustle and bustle of the coast, away from all of our friends. And then COVID happened.
Right.
And we weren't allowed to go anywhere or see anybody. And it caused my wife and I to take stock and go, wow, you know, like, we love our friends and we love the amenities, but like, we were good being locked down and kind of doing our own thing. And we're in this tiny little townhouse, and if we sold this house, we could move up there and buy a house with a backyard for our dogs and have this beautiful place. And that's what we did.
Tell us about how you guys met and all that blah, blah, blah.
We met through mutual friends, and then we became closer friends just over the years before COVID. And then COVID happened, and we stayed in contact, of course. We still shared mutual friends, and then there was that period of time where you had like the pods, was it called pods? Yeah. Where you had like your close friend circles.
Yes, that's right.
Connected
Oh, he was in your pod?
He was in the
You gotta go where your pod goes, man. You gotta go where your pod goes.
But then he moved to Chilliwack.
Oh, no.
But after all the COVID stuff happened and he had bought his place up here, my partner and I came up for housewarming / his wife's birthday. Yeah. And we were sitting on the back patio having some beers, and he looks over at the neighbor's house and he's like, yeah, the neighbor's thinking about selling in the next like 3 years or something, you know.
Are you guys neighbors?
We're neighbors.
That's amazing. I love it.
So your uncle? You're going to be an uncle or possibly, I don't know, but you could be the uncle maybe.
One day.
One day.
But yeah, it was that was in August.
Yep.
And then October, he calls me and he's like, "Yeah, so the neighbor's thinking about selling his house, and
He's listing it now.
So we came up that week. We had a offer in on the weekend. By the end of the next week, we had an accepted offer, and I had to figure out what we were going to do up here, and the brewery wasn't in the scope at that point. So
how much time was there between you're moving up here and then the brewery becoming a thing?
Wow.
How did that happen?
So basically, yeah, you closed the deal on your house in like October.
Yeah, end of October, beginning of November.
And was going to be moving up at the end of January was the possession date. And sometime, end of October, beginning of November, I rolled into town.
Yeah.
And this brewery had been posted for sale 3 or 4 times over the last 5 years, like the 5 years before we all moved up here. He'd list it and then take it down, list it and then take it down. And I drove into town to get some groceries one day, and it was shuttered, and it said business for sale, building for lease. And I was like, I'm not super happy with the job that I'm at right now. Neil doesn't have a job yet. Called him up and said, hey, you want to buy a brewery?
Absolutely.
And he was up that weekend. We started, getting the details going and all the research and all the stuff that we needed to do.
Nice.
And we took possession March. Spent 2 months renovating it. That was the longest 2 months of my life.
Was that fun though?
The renovating?
Yeah.
I mean, the first month was.
He did call it the longest 2 months of his life. That doesn't sound like a raise.
The second month was like, wow, we need to get open. We're spending a lot of money and we're not making any money.
We need to make some of this back.
That's construction for you.
And we did all the work ourselves. Like we did.
There does seem to be sort of a Nordic or Viking kind of inspiration to a lot of what's going on here. Where did that come from for you guys?
So a large part of what we wanted to go for was like the old world pub feel.
Sure.
So like you think of England where like a pub is actually a public house.
Yeah, exactly.
Like where it comes from, right? Where it's like people in the community come, they bring their kids, they hang out. It's like the place you go on a Sunday or, after work, and it's like to sit down and be social. It's not like a restaurant where you come in and there's servers and they're looking to turn tables and it's that just dining experience. It's like a comfortable, safe place to go and socialize with your friends and your neighbors. We wanted that feel.
Yeah.
In addition to that, we wanted to add something a little bit unique. And we hemmed and hawed and went back and forth a little bit. And we came up with the idea of adding a little bit of Norse flair. So adding in the Viking theme, you see some of the eagles, of course, some of the art and things like that. Our logo, the inspiration behind that was Vikings were, in TV and whatnot, fighters. Sure.
Yeah.
But beyond that, they were probably one of the most community-centric groups of like the last 500 years. People went Vikinging because they were getting resources, raiding, pillaging, for their community.
Yeah.
Their intention was to bring back resources so that their community would be able to survive the months that they are not able to grow, not able to hunt, food is sparse, and they're able to trade the resources that they've pillaged for food and to support their own communities. The people that went Vikinging, unlike, you think about England and that where they had trained soldiers, the people that went Vikinging were the hunters. They were the people of the village. They went out to get resources to bring back with the intention of supporting their families. And that was something that means something to both Dan and I. We're very community-centric in everything that we do here. And adding in the cool flair kind of can speak to that on like a business side of things, but it can also scratch our backs a little bit.
Sure.
With that little bit of like, we're proud to have this as part of what we're doing.
I'm happy for you guys. Like, you got a good thing going.
Thank you.
And it's very rewarding to know what you want and to actually have it happen.
I work as much or more now than I did in numerous other positions I held.
But this is more rewarding in a way, right?
I get up in the morning every day and I want to go to work.
There you go.
And
that's the secret.
I'm excited to be doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And it's fun and I love engaging with the people, and it's not something that I ever had to the same degree in any other previous occupation that I had. And that makes it worth it.
Yeah. Because you followed your heart, you guys.
And when you wake up, are you excited to come to work?
Most days.
Most days. Some days you're like, I don't feel good about how this beer is going to...
I'm not a morning. I love making beer.
There we go. Okay, there's the difference. Okay, I'm on your side here.
And I mean, since we hired our new employee, we hired her for the kitchen. I was in the kitchen most of the time.
What's her name?
Lorna.
Lorna. If you're watching, Lorna. Hi.
And she's recently gotten very good at the kitchen and has given me the opportunity to take a step back and focus more in the brewery and the front of the house and the things that I enjoy. The kitchen was a necessity, and I don't hate it, but it's a different pace of work than anything that I've ever done before, and it can be pretty hectic.
Yeah, totally. When we first opened, I've always stylized myself as a hobby chef. I love cooking. I love barbecuing, and that inspired a lot of the things that we even have on the menu now.
Yeah.
We just bought ourselves a new smoker that's like 2,500 square inches of grill
that's
space.
important for a place like this. Yeah,
We could do 9 briskets at one time if we wanted to. It's huge. But in the beginning, I was running the kitchen, and I was like, yeah, I can do this. And at that time, we were a fraction of as busy as we are now.
Yeah.
And I had no like commercial kitchen experience whatsoever. So my entire approach to the way that I was doing our food in the beginning was very much like the way I would do it at home. Except when you've got like 20, 30 people coming in for lunch, that doesn't work. So it was not a fit for me.
Yeah.
And that's why Dan stepped into it. Dan is really good with like the production and like organizing and triaging things with like exactly that type of efficiency is something that Dan excelled at. And eventually he took that burden off of me, and I got out of the kitchen and ended up more in the front where I engage with customers and I enjoy.
But she does very well.
For the most part.
And maybe engaging with customers isn't your forte, or?
It depends on the customer.
I feel that.
I'm great with the good customers. The not so great customers, I go, oh, you should talk to this guy.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
Neil, it's your problem now.
Are you gonna ever like bottle your beer and sell it?
Would love to.
Yeah.
We were seriously considering doing that this year instead of the expansion project that we did with the patio, but went down to the Craft Brewers Conference in October and got a very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Stark impression.
Stark impression that the wholesale industry in the craft beer scene has shrunk significantly for sales.
Really?
From every single brewery, we were seeing about like a 30% shrink in sales for wholesale.
Really?
And I mean, we've found that a lot of the stats that we get given from the coast about all the coast breweries aren't quite as stark as they are for the interior breweries, just because there's so much fewer of us.
Yeah.
You know, the density here, you've got one in every town, not 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, there's not as much competition. A lot of the interior liquor stores like to support the local breweries. But we decided to hold off for another year or two and invest in our location and expanding our capacity. 100% we would love to get it into cans though.
What would the first beer be that you bottled?
Strawberry cheesecake.
That's the number one?
Yeah. That'll be the first beer that we put into cans.
I want to try that now.
The hype is real. We had people traveling from Prince George or Kamloops to grab
Wow.
Strawberry Cheesecake Sour.
There was actually a gentleman that came up here, and his girlfriend, who was telling us he was going to be proposing to. He gave us a story when he came up here. But his girlfriend saw our post on the Strawberry Cheesecake Sour on Facebook, told him about it, and he drove from Kamloops up here just to get a growler fill to bring back to her. So he's like, whatever, 2.5 hours up here, get a growler fill. Thanks, guys. 2.5 hours back.
She better said yes.
She loves strawberry cheesecake. I don't know. We never heard the end result, but I mean, he was very much into.
He knows how to get good points, though. He knows.
Yeah.
I would maybe make the drive for that strawberry shortcake.
Yeah.
Anything else coming up in the near future worth talking about?
What, are you thinking about expanding to like Kamloops?
It was in the cards at one point. We were seriously in the process of purchasing a brewery down there.
Really?
If we wanted to expand to another market, it would probably be Kamloops.
Why?
It's close enough for us to be able to get down there.
Yeah.
Especially with starting a business, that first 5 years is you need to be hands-on.
Yeah.
And if we did something down in the coast or in Prince George, then it just takes us
Too far away,
from
yeah.
the beginning.
Yeah, your poor wife.
Kamloops, you can bomb down there for a week, come back for the weekends. Like it's close, and that's proximity is a big thing. And honestly, there's a few breweries there, but it doesn't feel like the market's quite fully saturated.
Yep, fair enough.
Especially if you can get into town and do something different and deliver that experience and that quality that we're doing here.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good space for us.
I'm sure the strawberry cheesecake would sell real well.
Oh yeah,
And I'm
It'll sell
sure.
well anywhere.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Do you know of any other place that has the same flavors that you guys hold?
No, not
Nice,
the same.
good. I'm
I mean,
glad you're.
There's always breweries that do interesting things with fruit and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of what I learned from Dead Frog, and they do a lot of right, and that's where I learned my passion for all the crazy, cool, fun fruited flavors and
For
all that
sure,
stuff. But I would try to like not make flavors that are being done everywhere else. We want to try to keep our products unique.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
And different, so it's not like you're doing
That's
the
the
same.
draw.
Oh, they did this beer. I'm going to do that same beer because it's really good. We want to try to find ways to make it so we're doing something that's not on the market.
Yeah, even if you're inspired by that,
Yeah.
you're going to find a way to put your own spin on it.
100%.
Yeah.
It's all about that. That's the fun, right? I don't want to copy people. I
Yeah.
want to have fun and create something cool.
Something that's
Yeah.
never existed before.
That's really hard these days.
Yeah, that's true.
I
That's
think
true.
that's why that Strawberry Cheesecake Sour hit so hard because there was never anything else on the market that I've seen. I mean, that's not to say that it hasn't been there.
Right, exactly. You just, it's impossible to drink every beer that has ever
100%.
existed in the world. But yeah. Okay, I'm going to say it again. It's been tremendous hanging with you guys. Thank you so much for the beer. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, tell us
Thanks,
your
guys.
story.
Thank you.
I'm shocked that this has been here as long as it has, and I just haven't known about it. I mean, my apologies for not being aware. Because I want to say congratulations on opening, but that's long past.
That's long past.
So congratulations on your upcoming anniversary.
You guys will have to be in sometime and try some of the food. We
absolutely.
We started with like
Absolutely.
7 items. Now we're over 40. We've got our burgers are probably one of our most popular. It's a all beef, locally sourced patty that we do from scratch, smoked. House-made burger sauce. We got a smoked beef dip. We got flatbread pizzas. We got poutines. We got tacos. We got salads, fresh made.
Wow.
All kinds of good stuff.
We're gonna have to make sure that we plan our next streams at a date and time that we can drop in here and consume some of that good stuff.
It's a good plan.
And maybe also make sure that we travel when the strawberry cheesecake is available again.
When will that be available?
Not sure yet.
Okay.
Not sure
All
yet.
right.
Not sure if we'll bring it back when we get cans or try to bring it back one more time before we get the canning
Yeah.
machine. Unfortunately, a canning line is a very expensive endeavor. So
Yeah. And is the strawberry shortcake beer like is it a complicated endeavor that
and it's very expensive.
Yeah, okay.
So and time consuming because kettle sours take a lot longer to manage and
There you go. All right, well.
Bye.
Yeah, that's how we wrap it up.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, well, bye. Yeah. Thanks again.
One more time. What's the name of your business?
Cask and Cleaver Brewing.
Yes, Cask and Cleaver, not Cask and whatever the heck I came up with.
Cask and Crate?
Cask and Crate, yeah, I don't know.
No, Cask and Cleaver.
Yeah, it gives Cask and Cleaver, yeah. All right.
Bye.
it's me, Kelsey Bell. I'm here with Todd Sullivan, and we are live in 100 Mile. We're at Sun Spirit Studios with Cindy Faulkner.
Hello.
Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
We're at her. This is your studio you own?
It is.
Very
Yes,
nice. I
yes,
love it.
Yes, it's been Sun Spirit for about 30 years, 35
Oh, wow.
years. I've had that name. Yeah.
Oh.
I started pottery in high school. Yeah.
I was going to say, you don't look old enough to.
Yeah, it's only been a couple years.
Yeah, right out of the womb. You're a business lady.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you start the business like right out of high school, or?
Well, I got inspired in high school by my high school pottery teacher, Mrs. Moonen, she was just so supportive and encouraging. And I got the bug and I got addicted. And ever since high school, I've either belonged to a pottery studio and a club of sorts, like in Falls Creek Potters Club was my first. And then West End Potters Club. And then took ceramics at Capilano College with Sam Kwan.
Wow.
Amazing master potter. And yeah, so then after that, I've been teaching pottery and having my own studio somewhere or another for many moons.
Wow.
So you're used to the big city. Vancouver is
That's
where
right.
you,
I moved up here about 7 years ago and just absolutely love it. Love the nature and the slowness and the lakes and the fishing and the kayaking.
Is business different being in a smaller town? Is it
There's a lot more interest in classes, I'll tell you that, because we have to drive right now all the way to Williams Lake for pottery classes.
Oh.
So I do want to put just a little plug in for Creative Art and Hobby on Horse Lake Road in 100 Mile House, because they are doing some wonderful art classes, but they're also going to start doing some hand building pottery classes and eventually wheel classes as well.
Oh, wow.
And those are the ones you teach?
Well, I'll be teaching some of them. We've just been conversing about I'll be doing that, but yeah, they may have other people teaching the pottery as well, but they teach other things as well as pottery at this time. Yeah.
So what about pottery is it that you love? Like what is it that really hooked you?
It's the feel of the clay in my hands, the earthiness. It's very grounding. The smell of the clay when you open the bag. Some people don't like it at all. But I know my mom couldn't stand the feeling of clay under her nails. And some people, you either love it or you don't. And I think if you love it, you get hooked. And I got hooked. And I've never tired of it. Yeah. Every time you open a kiln, I think many potters feel this way. Every time you open a kiln, it feels like Christmas. You never know what that batch is going to turn out like. It might be fabulous. I always try to put in an experiment or two and to always check out some new formula or glaze combination or experiment. But
I remember kiln day can be a devastating day too if you don't do things properly, because then things can shatter and crack, right? I remember that in high school. I made a dragon and I was so excited to paint it and I couldn't because it broke.
Exactly. Yeah, it can be very devastating and disappointing.
Yeah. And Todd and I, when was this? Last year. We did pottery in Kamloops. And I was so excited because I was like, I want to make a mug. I'm excited to make a mug. And the first thing she says is like, be prepared to just leave home with nothing because it's harder than it looks. And that was the thing that I took away. I was like, wow, I have a huge respect for this art because it is so technical.
Yeah, it does take a while to learn. So if you have a really big expectation, as with anything in life, right? Not being attached to the expectation and the outcome, and enjoy the process, learn how to center, get a feel for the clay, get to know how clay is, then you're going to probably enjoy your experience. And if you get a successful mug the first time, that's a bonus, right?
They still have my bowl at Art Party.
Oh, you got to
have to go pick it up.
Go back in and paint it. Yeah. I assume they would have thrown it away by now, but no.
I can't wait to get in there. I haven't visited them yet since they opened, but I've been watching them online.
It's a really cool spot.
Yeah.
And they have even like a store. Let's not talk about them right now. We're here. And it looks like you have a bit of a store.
Yeah, I sell my pottery. I mostly sell at markets.
Okay.
Like the Women's Fair and the Garlic Festival is the next one coming up.
Oh, yeah,
That is so much fun. If you haven't been to the Garlic Festival, the South Caribou Garlic Festival, it's at the end of August every year. It is so much fun. The brown and blue combination that you're looking at right there is some of the first work I've ever done. I've kind of continued with that combination. Like The words were inspired by when I had a studio in Squamish and my daughter was in kindergarten, and we took a program called the Family Virtues Program, and you study one word with your family per week. It's a word that you'd like to bring into your family. And I started carving them around the bowls.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it's never stopped. And it's just such a, again, I never get tired of it. I do many other experiments and other types of work, right? Otherwise I would get tired. But it's just been it's kind of a meditation, carving the words around the rims. And
what are some of the words that you've used? Okay.
Yeah. Trust, love, courage, faith, abundance, joy, faith, love, wisdom, community, those kinds of words that I want to manifest into my life and into my community.
Sure.
High vibrational words of, I'm hoping that those will go with the bowls and onto the tables of the families that are.
What a nice thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what are you working on today?
Well, I've just put a big lump of clay on a plaster bat if you'd like to see throwing a bowl, I can do a little demo of how to throw a bowl.
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing you want to do is, of course, wedge your clay to get all the air out of it first on the wedging table. And then I'm using a plaster bat here because for larger pieces, a plaster bat allows the base to dry evenly with the walls. It allows it to release off of the plaster and dry evenly.
Okay.
So you really want to get this centered before you can start opening it up. And we do that by pushing our elbows in here and pushing our hands together. And when it stops wobbling greatly and you can feel that it's not doing this, then you know that you're centered.
Yeah.
And it also is a reflection of how centered I am, because the days that I can't get it centered, I'm like, what's going on? There's usually something going on that doesn't allow me to center.
Right.
I like how you think. So you're making a bowl without even looking at what you're doing. That is how
it's really about the feel. It really is about the feel of the walls, and you're wanting to go really slowly from the bottom right up to the top.
Yeah.
So that the bowl is, so that you're feeling it spiral at least once around before you move up is the goal.
Oh, it's so cool to see the texture. Do you want all those rings like in the bowl itself?
No, we'll definitely take those. Well, I mean, sometimes some people like to leave the rings in, and for some textures, they actually look really nice. But for the inside, I like to have my inside nice and smooth for functional purposes, so that, if you're serving food or salad dressings or anything like that, things can be easily washed out.
Yeah.
How much do you know when you start, something, what it's going to look like at the end, and how much is it sort of discovered through the process?
Well, if you are making mugs, for example, the part that is dependable and that I know, it's the way I do it anyways, the way I learned in college, was I weigh my clay. So every mug, a large mug, is going to be a pound of clay. So I wedge a big lot of clay, I roll it into a log, and I cut them all into 1 pound sections. And then I know that those mugs are all going to turn out roughly about the same size.
Right.
From there, my hand has a bit of a memory into shapes that I use. But I always like to try different shapes as well. So, and I always like to try a couple of different glaze combinations and not be sticking to the exact same thing all the time.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
I want to have a little bit of creativity. So it's a little bit of a combination of both, not knowing and also starting prepared.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What sort of things inspire you to create? Like a breakup? Falling in love?
Yes, all those
day.
things. All those things. Like I always joke, and it's not a lie, but this is my therapy. This is cheap therapy. It's like meditation. I find just holding the clay, whether I'm throwing or hand building, you just become, or I guess when people are painting or knitting or any maybe people who are cooks, when you're immersed in your craft, it's like a meditation, and it induces mindfulness. Right?
Yeah, you're like so locked in on what you're doing.
You're locked in on it, you know, and if I'm not locked in on it, those are those times when I can't get the clay centered because my mind is sort of over there somewhere, and I have to sometimes bring myself back. But I noticed that where I live definitely inspires my work as well. Like when I lived in White Rock, it was a lot of seahorses and seashells and ocean and all of that. And when I moved up here, you'll notice I carve a lot of I carve a lot of fish on my mugs because I've really come to love fishing, and there's so many lakes here, and bear claws and tree roots and things like that. So it's definitely almost subconsciously just comes out when you with what you surround yourself with. I think Yeah, so that's a little bit of throwing, and there is a
Look how big your bowl got.
a bowl. Yeah.
So what was your first creation in high school? What did you make that?
Oh, I wish I could remember what our first project was.
I wish you could remember too.
It could have been a mug or a little bowl. I don't know, but I have worked at my supplier a couple of times throughout my pottery career, and at Green Barn Potter Supply. And one day I was on the phone taking an order from somebody, and it was from Kitsilano High School. And I said, oh, that's where I learned pottery. I had the best inspiring teacher. And, oh, you're from Kits High School? And she said, yes. And I said, oh, she said, well, what was that teacher's name? And I said, Mrs. Moonen. And she goes, well, that's me.
Shut up.
And I said,
No.
I thought you said your name was something else. And she said, oh, that's because it's my married name. So she got to hear me say all these great things about how inspiring she was. I was so pleased. Yeah, it was nice. And she was there all those years later. And it takes
full circle.
It's really, really beautiful when a teacher can be that inspiring to somebody. That
Absolutely, yeah.
Because it can go the other way too. You can discourage people to never want to do something again, or you can encourage them and make them feel like they're, really good at something and encourage them to go on.
And I think a lot of times with art, and in school, especially, you have, we're learning this week, so you have to do it this way. We're learning, color theory, or we're learning pen work or whatever. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times I think you just have to give people the freedom to play.
That's right.
And people, I think, also need to give themselves permission to play. I think that can be challenging, that people are like, no, I mean, I'm too old, I don't want to get my hands mucky.
Yes, and we have lots more preconceived notions about ourselves that we can or can't do something. That's why it's so fun to watch children in clay classes. You give them all the same ball of clay, and they'll come up with something like right out of this world. Each, no fear. There's just no fear yet, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what's so beautiful. And it's actually really fun teaching the mug making classes. I was mentioning at the Cask and Cleaver in the quieter fall and winter months, we do hand building clay classes there.
Oh,
and
what fun.
It's called Pottery and Pint Night at the Cask and Cleaver here on Highway 97 in 100 Mile. And when it was first suggested, I couldn't believe it. I was like, well, how can you possibly make clay and have beer and a burger at the same time?
Don't you need a straw or something?
That sounds horrible. But it was...
The beer...
the beer hat. Yeah.
But there's never been a beer spilt. And everybody enjoys a burger. And
amazing.
We make hand-built mugs. And same thing, we all start with the same format and templates that we use to do hand building, just like we've got ready here. And it's just so much fun. And
so you don't use the wheel at these things?
No wheels.
I was like,
no.
Oh, okay. Like,
that would be pretty hard.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that would be pretty hard to do. But we do hand built. So it's just like rolling out a pie shell of clay. And then we use little plastic templates to cut out our wall and roll it up, make a handle and sit it on a base. Okay. And everybody paints and decorates their own mug, and it's a blast.
Oh, what a fancy little room.
So most of this has already been fired. It's bisque fired. That's what it's called once it's been in. When it hasn't been fired, this is something that's dried, but it hasn't gone into the kiln yet. It's greenware. And it's the cheek test. It's like, you can tell it.
Did you say greenware?
Greenware. No idea where that came from.
Oh, okay.
Green as in undeveloped, unfired.
Yeah.
And
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's terms that we just aren't aware of, I
yeah,
guess.
and it makes me think where they came
where
from.
they
But
come from.
Well, it makes me
That's-
think of when, like, when someone's referred to as green because they're inexperienced, and like I
Exactly.
feel like that's something similar. Like it's not
Exactly.
been through the whole process yet.
Yeah. So this is inside of my kiln, which I bought from Green Barn, and a little bit of damage happens over
Yeah.
time because they are soft brick. So you build up your layers inside this kiln, and on top of these posts, you put another shelf and more work and more posts and
Oh,
another
okay.
shelf. And the idea is to not fire it empty. You want to fire it as full as you possibly
I imagine
can
it takes a lot of
for efficiency.
energy. Yeah.
But these new computerized kilns are just brilliant. They are very efficient. The walls are very thick and very
Okay.
insulating. I have a vent that pulls the air slowly down so you get a nice even firing. It
Okay.
doesn't just because hot air rises and the items on the top sometimes can be higher fired than the bottom. So this is beautiful. It pulls it down and then takes the fumes, or especially if you're firing paper clay outside.
Right.
And yeah.
Do you have a preference between sort of teaching and hosting workshops versus creating stuff on your own?
I think it's a beautiful balance of both. I love my quiet time to just not have people around and create, and put my incense on and get in my
Yeah.
zone, have some fabulous creative music playing. Love those mornings. I get up at 5 a.m. So if I can come down here on a weekend with my coffee and do that, I'm in heaven. But that can also be very isolating. So getting out into the classes is so much fun, and getting feedback and watching other people get so inspired is really fun. Like there's some class mugs here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Most of them have gone back to them already. This is actually a little boy. This wasn't from the Cask and Cleaver. This is one of my favorite little boys. His name is Emerson.
Is that an alien?
And he made an alien.
That's amazing.
I love it.
But he just turned 8 years old, and that's going to be clear glazed, and then he can actually, it's all functional. You can.
His favorite coffee mug. when
That
he's an
might be
old
his
man.
favorite coffee mug. Yeah. So, yeah. So I really do love doing custom orders too. I'll show you if you like. I do like custom wedding bowls for people so that you can put their names and the date and maybe some words specifically to whether they're Fisher people or whatnot, or, something.
I'm looking at some really beautiful.
So I'm a Taurus, so everything is somewhat functional. Like I love making beauty, but the little practical side of me says everything's got to be functional and usable.
Yes.
So yes, they are definitely functional vases,
Wow.
but they're also
Are they heavy?
yeah, they're fairly heavy. I mean,
So is this? Sorry, I keep interrupting. Would you use paper? Is this made with paper clay?
I actually didn't use paper clay for these ones because I threw them on a wheel. I threw them in two parts. So I threw this part on the wheel and joined them, and then threw the top part. And so paper clay isn't great on the wheel. Okay?
Right.
It's not great on the wheel. But yeah, so these were so much fun. And so for me, it's like the natural unglazed, uncolored clay.
Oh, it's like
so
a tree.
The tree, see how it just keeps emerging, not planned. It just comes out intuitively. So a lot of the growth and the nature, and sort of like what's inside, right? The inside of myself, and then on the outside, then you've got some color. You've got maybe some makeup, some fashion, some coverings, right? The outside projection. And so, yeah, so it's kind of like,
little face in here too.
yeah, so it's kind of like a window into the soul. I like to think of these, and they've got little buttocks
Of course.
and
Very important.
and roots. Yeah, and they were just so much fun to make. I really enjoy.
I've never seen anything.
I really enjoy those ones. And then this one, I was inspired by some musician friends, so it's got the music
Oh my god.
in there, and
Oh.
buttocks.
Buttocks.
Nice bum crack.
Yep. So those are really fun. So sometimes I if I've done a lot of production of mugs, garlic pots, or whatnot, it's nice to just take a little window of time and make something that just comes from the soul and keep that balance. And
Yeah.
Something that you can almost kind of find as you're whatever the word is.
Yeah, you can feel like you can feel something emerging, like when you want to say something, or it's like that creation's got to come out, right? And if you keep it over here for too long and get too busy, I'll get cranky. So I have to let it out. Got to express what's wanting to come out.
Given that there's like all of these different, types of clay and different ways of firing, different temperatures of firing, like, is there any sort of pottery that you haven't gotten your hands into yet that you would one day like to?
Well, so I did study at Capilano College with Sam Kwan, I mentioned, and I can't say enough about him. So like, I would call him a master potter. Okay. He's just fantastic. And he taught us so many different variations of pottery. Gas and wood firing really excite me. And I did take my Volkswagen bus over to the island with my daughter when she was little. She was 36 now. So it was, she was about 7. I think she got a picture. She's missing her teeth. We went over to the Anagama kiln in Nanaimo, which I think they've disassembled now, unfortunately. And a large group of potters can all bring your work and then use the glazes that are going to fire at that temperature and do a wood firing in an Anagama wood fire kiln. I would really like to do more. I'd love to have my own wood fire kiln. Or gas kiln. I have an old kiln that doesn't have elements in it anymore in my storage, and it's been sitting there for 7 years, and I keep thinking and hoping that I could turn that into a gas firing kiln and do cone 6 gas.
Are they fairly easy to adapt and modify to that?
I think once you've got it down, yes, but it's quite a learning curve to get your, control the temperature and the rate of the heat, increase of the heat. And but the glazes are just so phenomenally beautiful with a gas firing. Like what might be green might turn out pink in a gas firing. And it's just very beautiful. Same with wood, you get a lot of ash, so you get a lot of that natural orange and amber. Okay. So I think I like to do more natural firings. I aspire to, but it's such a tricky thing up here these days. Even in a gas kiln, you've got sparks coming out of the top, and I've just become such a fire safe person that you see, like,
you need to be living in this.
How accidentally fires start up here. You just have to be super cautious. So one day, if there's the right spot or whatnot, I don't know. I haven't been able to let go of that kiln that's waiting to be converted anyway. So we'll see. Yeah.
Anything else that you want to show us?
Can we talk about all this fun stuff? Is this your tinting and all that?
Yeah, those are all the chemicals that go into making a glaze.
That is cool.
Yeah, so you want to have clay that goes into a glaze, frit, which is ground glass. And all the different frets that give you a slightly different outcome and firing temperature. So all recipes will require a combination of a little bit of all of these. So these are the ones that give it color. So copper carb is obviously green. Chrome oxide is very deep green. Cobalt carb is a pink powder in this form, but it gives you the blue, cobalt blue color. And cobalt and lithium, which lithium gives me my beautiful turquoise that I love so much. They're both just shot through the roof because price-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're using them to make those batteries, right? So very, very expensive to buy now. So I make my glazes in buckets, 5-gallon buckets this big, as you can see. And I just can't afford to do my green lithium glaze anymore. It's so expensive. So I'm experimenting with other recipes
and that's an artist's
compromising.
Dream. We like experimenting.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right.
One thing I remember from painting my pottery is being disappointed because I thought the color would look the same after it came out of the kiln, and I was like, the colors that you paint will not appear that way once it's finished. It'll be more.
That's right.
It'll be lighter, or
Well,
know.
for
I just remember
they definitely convert, you
yeah.
know, for sure. Like the cobalt, the blue glaze in the liquid state looks pink, but it fires
out of my-
blue. Yeah, and it's interesting because I've had some slightly over-fired pieces, and they come out, and I'm like, oh no, the show's tomorrow, and this is not how I wanted it to look, and it was supposed to look like this, and well, I'm going to just take them anyways. And the very example of that is the last year's Garlic Festival. The very first piece that sold was the one that I thought flopped, right?
Right.
She went right to it and she loved it. I said, can I take a picture of you with it? And she just loved it. So what we have as an expectation,
Sure.
you know, we get attached to. If it doesn't
Yeah.
turn out that way, we think it's a failure, but it's actually what somebody else loves more
Yeah.
than anything else.
Yeah.
So
We call
no
those,
expectations.
yeah. We call those happy mistakes.
That's right. Yeah.
Have any of your creations had happy mistakes built into them?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I've had lots of happy mistakes. There's lots of the ones where you open the kiln and you go, oh my gosh, that's not what I thought. It's beautiful. I love that. But I do remember my biggest failure was having Sun Spirit Studio as a retail store / gift shop with my mom. And that was when my daughter was little. And we, it was before electronic kilns, and it had a kiln sitter. So when the kiln reaches temperature, the little kiln sitter, it's called, is supposed to, the cone inside the kiln melts and allows this to fall down, and that shuts your kiln off.
Yeah.
Well, we came into the store the next day, and it was really hot in there. It was winter, but it was scorching hot in there. And the kiln, the whole entire kiln became one sculpture.
Shut up.
The shelves,
wow.
every piece, custom Christmas orders for people.
Oh, jeez.
They were all one beautiful sculpture, just like a Christmas tree. That was a really horrible mistake. And what it was, the cone didn't fail. Everything was set appropriately, but there was a metal cart that was just a little bit too close to the kiln. So that lever fell when it was supposed to, but hit the handle of and so the kiln did not shut off. It stayed on, and it fired and it fired and it fired. So those can be disastrous and dangerous. So these new
bet.
electronic kilns
Yeah.
are just absolutely beautiful. I still don't leave home when it's firing, but I can stand up there and look down, and it's showing me what temperature it's at, and I know.
What sort of temperatures do they get to?
Well, the first firing I do about 1800 degrees, and then the second firing is just around 2100 degrees.
Yeah, that seems hot.
It's hot.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it microwave, dishwasher, and oven safe. If you think about an oven that you're firing a pizza at 500 degrees.
Yeah.
So it's like, very strong.
You know, it can hold up to those temperatures. Is that what does it? Is it the knowing that it can reach those temperatures and beyond? Is that what makes it safe? Or?
Yeah. If you were going to fire something beyond that, the glaze wasn't formulated for that high of a temperature, it could leach into your pottery.
Right.
Or the clay might not be, strong enough. So, yeah.
There you go. Are you doing any lessons right now? Any workshops right now? Going on?
I absolutely love doing the lessons at the Cask and Cleaver. We'll be doing some hand building lessons at the Creative Hobby and Art on Horse Lake Road. They opened up just over a year ago. They're doing amazing things. They have everything from models to puzzles to stained glass classes. And we're going to do some hand building, but they're also, I think, eventually going to get some whales in and do some pottery classes there. I do mobile classes. So I had a family here call me in at Christmas time for a big family gathering, and we all did mugs, and it was just so much fun. I do team building workshops with businesses for employees to do team building. That's awesome. It's actually really fun.
It'd be good for couples too that are like
date nights and Valentine nights and all those kinds of things. Yeah, I just really, really love it. And kids classes. So I'll always continue to do that. And I really love doing special custom orders for people too. I do custom urns for people and
special.
Yeah, for families and pets, and that way, with an urn, for example, you can incorporate on the outside something that might be close to them, whether they were a reader or whatnot. Oh, I want to share a really cool project
Of course, please do.
that involved the community of 100 Mile.
Oh, that's
Okay. So I guess a year and a half or so ago, not this winter that passed, but the one before, I was feeling really well, if you listen to the news too much, you can get pretty depressed, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I was feeling a little bit powerless. Like, what can I do, right? I can create beauty and I can create my work, and that's an expression of love into the community. But what can I do? How can I help? I didn't know how. But anyways, I got the idea by, I should have showed you when I was in there, but there's a little bell. I was out with friends and we were in Barrier and in a little park. And my friend came up and said, look what I just found in the tree. And I said, in the tree? And it was a little bell. And I looked inside of it and there was an age, there was a name and an age. And it was a little baby memorial. So the baby had lived for 1 year and passed, and the family had these custom bells made and distributed them all over in hopes that people would find them. And so I contacted them and I said, I found one. And so I said, I took a picture of where it was and went hiking and relocated it and put it in another beautiful place in the hopes that somebody, so it inspired me. I said, oh, that's what I can do. Because I love hiking. So I made all these little bells, and I made like hundreds, like literally over the last couple of years. And then I go hiking, sometimes with a friend, and we'll hang them in the trees of the trails. And then people can find them, right? And I can sit them on logs, or these ones I hang in trees. And then they can either take them home and hang them in their yard, or they can go hiking and relocate them. So some of them say peace or love or whatnot, like this one says peace on it. And it's just my way of contributing, because it kind of brings community together. Once they knew about it, I had people contacting me going, oh, we're going to go hiking and look in the trails for the bells. And then people would contact me and say they'd found them and put them somewhere else. And so it's getting us out in nature and beauty and focused on creating peace, right? Yeah. So that's a really cool community project. I just loved doing that. That was so much fun.
I love what you're all about. Like,
yes.
And if people would like to book a class or buy some of your art, how can they get a hold of you?
Oh, if anybody wants to do one of those team building classes with their office or work or a Christmas family party or a kids party or anything like that, they can always contact me on my Facebook page, which is Sun Spirit Studio Custom Ceramics. That's where I post classes and events and garlic festivals and women's fairs and casking cleaver classes and things like that.
On Facebook.
On Facebook, that has just become the best medium ever. So responsive.
In a lot of ways, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And so just thank you ever so much for coming and seeing me.
Yeah. So anybody want to say goodbye to before we leave?
Well, just thanks to 100 Mile for being a beautiful community and supportive, and just encourage everybody else to get your art out in the community.
Brilliant. Get your art out there, people.
You did a great job. I loved it.
Thank
learning
you.
So much about you today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Todd.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
This is one of our ecosystem restoration projects that Natural Resources Department of WFN has been doing. So this area was grassland back prior to colonization. You can tell if you look around at the trees, there's very few big trees. And there's also plant community and soils that show that this was a grassland. On this tree you can see a fire scar, so you can tell that it was probably prior to colonization here. If you were really good at it, you could tell how many fires this tree has seen in its lifetime. Another neat thing with this one is it has a little woodpecker hole in here, so the scar would have introduced some rot to the tree, and the woodpecker came in, tried to get those insects. Now that hole can be home to a chickadee or another woodpecker, or if it gets excavated out a bit more, to a fisher or martin. This area is just a blanket of balsam root in May and June.
Oh yeah, the balsam root. So the balsam root, we use that for We use that like to chew on, and it helps with our throat, like the modern day fisherman's friends type idea.
We just saw the grassland area that we're restoring now. We're going to take you into the old growth management area where we're doing a thin from below treatment in the Douglas fir forest. Thin from below is where we take out the smaller stems basically and leave the bigger. Back in the 60s, it was kind of high grading where they take the biggest stuff and leave the small. But now we focus on those small stems, trying to create clumps of bigger trees. The biggest stem we take is about 37 centimeters. With the ingress of all these trees, they've been competing for all this moisture and nutrients and light, and the bigger ones have dominated. So we're taking out the small ones that are stressing these trees out, just making it closer to what the forest would have looked like prior to colonization. So we talked about in the grasslands how fire was part of the landscape, and fires happened every 2 to 15 years. With fire, you wouldn't have had many small trees. The fire would have pruned up the tree a little ways, getting rid of that ladder fuel, but there'd be some that survive, some patches that survive, because fire isn't uniform, and that's what we're trying to create now. We try to create that space in between the crowns so that there's light able to get to the ground, and if a fire did happen to get into the crown, it should take out that crown fire activity. But the big thing is letting that light into the ground. The plant community is going to change instantly. It's amazing how fast it changes. So one of the things that we do in our blocks is manage for fisher habitat. We create these logs. They're elevated, and it's a spot where the fisher can hide underneath it or climb on top. It's a spot where they can get away from a predator like a lynx or something. Yeah, so when we bring the material to landing, we have all that understory, and it really builds up. Like, we take what we can for pulp and ship it to Quesnel, but then we're still left with all this debris that he's moving. And to date, we've been able to say that we have zero waste in our projects, which is pretty cool. And this material that's left currently is only good to Atlantic Power. This is an example of what the forest we just visited would have looked like before logging or the harvesting treatment. Before the treatment happened, it had a very dense canopy. You can see that there's no light coming in. There are a lot less than what we were just standing in. And you have full moss cover. There's very little diversity in the plant community here. It's pretty cool to see that change from this to something that's diverse, producing sustenance, and bringing that land back to something that was more like it would have been when it was managed by Indigenous people.
At 6 p.m., good evening, everyone. It's my honor to invite each and every one of you. We'll call the meeting to order. It's 6 p.m., the first meeting of August, after having a couple of weeks break. Welcome each and every council member Due to some unforeseen reasons, the Council Line won't be able to join us tonight, and Council Flash Fuller is to the Zoom because my understanding Council Flash Fuller has surpassed her timing to be to the Zoom, so I would need the motion to bypass policy so Council Flash Fuller can join. Moved and seconded, Councillor Beam and Councillor Delaney, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. It's my honor to acknowledge the land we are gathered in William Lake First Nation Swepnik peoples. Thanks to the elders, nation chief, for allowing us to do the business. I request each and everybody in the audience and council member to turn their phone off if in case is on by any reason. Adoption of the agenda is on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor. There will be issue brought forward at the recommendation end of the meeting for the next committee of the whole meeting. A regular council meeting minute being held on July 5th is on the table.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded, Council Bain, Council Nelson, any addition, deletion? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. We got a delegations from the Daddy Lane Stara Park. Before I bring the delegation to the table, I just want the council member to know delegates had appointment with me and we discussed the matter. As the matter was a little bit more delicate than I thought I could resolve it. I need information, so I invited our CEO in the office and myself and Mr. Maraca had a good discussion. We explained the rights and duties of the Stara Council. We explained the options, we explained everything. Because it is the right of the delegation, the citizens, any people to come in front of the council. I could not say yea or nay either way. My vote is the last vote, so therefore, delegation's here, and the floor is yours, ma'am. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, people, if I'm using the wrong terminology, you'll forgive me because I don't do this well. I've given you all a map, and sorry. Thank you. This is a aerial map of our Strata Park. We have 47 members in our park. We are a mixture of homes, single wides and double wides. This project was started and built 28 years ago by various developers, I've come to find out. It's mostly seniors in our park, although we do have some young families which have children in our park, and that makes it neat. I want to talk to you about the water line, specifically the water line at the bottom of your map. It's a blue water line. Strata regulations provincially state that water lines start and end within the park, and we are responsible for those water lines, and I have no argument with that whatsoever. But if you notice, that water line starts way off on the left-hand side, about a block away, and then it comes through our park and it carries on to service other homes past our park. Recently, we had a water leak thing happening. We didn't know what was going on. We tried various methods to find out and eventually discovered that there was a main piece, a brass piece, that was joined directly onto the line that had ruptured and it had caused a sinkhole. We went ahead and fixed it to the tune, it'll be about $12,000 by the time all the pieces come in, which of course we don't have, but that's the way it is. I have been to insurance and they went, no, not our problem, because really by the time you put your deductible, it's not going to do you any good. Okay. And we have talked to the city over and over again. A water line that starts and ends within our park or any of the other lines that you find, which is kind of neat. This water line only does the 7 or 8 houses on that one side. In order for us to work on our own water line, because the city says this is our line, we have to phone the city and have them come in and go onto their property to shut it off because it's not on our property. If something happens to the houses beyond us, it's coming off of our line. So for them to shut it off, we then would lose water. So it's obviously not our line. Our line should start and end at our property, and it doesn't. In doing some research on this, we found a letter that was sent from City Hall at the time to the developer at the time, 28 years ago, stating that they were doing this. Well, that's nice. But what you actually see on that blue line is a main water line. It's 12 inches wide. In-property line should be 4 inches. But the city and the developer decided to put a 12-inch line through because they thought that the other multiple acres of property were going to be developed off that line, and they weren't ever developed. It's sitting there as bare land. So we've got stuck with this. And we've had one failure. Logic says we'll probably have 8 more off that line at some point in time. And we're talking seniors that don't have that kind of property, that type of money to fix this every single time. I've just had a report from our depreciation guy that does, there's a depreciation guy in Kamloops. He comes around and he does a depreciation report that's required by the province. And because of this loss, he's now recommending that we put aside $10,000 every year, in addition to our contingency fund, in addition to all of our other expenses, an additional $10,000 to cover off the rest of the damages that this line is going to be caused. That to me is not fair. I know many of the seniors in our park will find that very, very unfair, because the rest of the lines are not involved. There's just this one house, and there's absolutely no way I can get $10,000 a year out of 8 houses. We'll have seniors starving to death. So I would like some relief. It has been suggested it would be really good if we took that line out and replaced it properly. That'd be really great. I don't have $250,000. You guys do, not me. Those of us that live on old age pension, I'm sure you well know the statistics. I would like to see it fixed. I would like to see it capped at both ends so we are only responsible for us, and that would be fine. We could do that. But again, for you guys to do that, that would be your job. Short of that, I'd like some help towards the cost. That'd be really great too. I'd like you to think about that. And if nothing else, if you can't do anything else tonight, I ask you, please don't do these stupid sweetheart deals. Because 28 years ago, it seemed like a hell of an idea. But I can tell you that this has caused me 5 months of hell trying to deal with it, trying to reassure the homeowners that, yes, it's not their fault, it will be fixed, and trying to get it done. I don't know anything about paving and water lines and all that stuff. I can make you a great chocolate cake, but please to God, don't ask me to figure this part out, because I just don't know. But I've had to learn. So that's where I am. I'm asking for some help. I'm asking you to fix it. I'm asking for some support. And the bottom line, if you can't do a damn thing else, could you please give the staff here at the City Hall the right to turn these stupid sweetheart deals down, because you don't know what's coming down the pike 28 years, 30 years later, and the rest of it. And now we've got 47 people that are hurting. And we are going to have to raise our strata fee. It's going to cause some people to be able to lose their homes because they can't afford it.
Well, thank you very much. The plea is very straightforward and clear. If anybody need any question, we are talking long time back, 97 was The letter is attached on 17th January. Mr. Lawrence wrote the letter to Westwind Holding. Our Director of Public Works sitting here. A lot of people have go with Shelley until the final, when myself and Shelley and CO met together, we discussed the whole thing. And that was the last plea she made it. If we cannot do anything, at least this thing has to be stopped. So I'll leave it that far. If there's any question for Shelley, I'm sure she'll be more than happy to answer. Like I said, Director of Public Works is here. If you need any question, he can answer. Our CFO is here. He wasn't there that time, but some of us was here that time, 2 of us. So we can hopefully help you if any question. If nothing, Councilor Nelson, please.
Thanks very much for the presentation, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to be here. My question is to staff. I guess be Calvin.
Please.
Calvin, on this map, I just want to know where exactly it leaked.
Oh, I can show you.
Oh.
That one right here. And it leaked right there.
Thank you.
And it was grass fitting onto the south.
Yeah.
But because the water line is a 12-inch line, instead of a 4-inch line, it has extra pressure in it to cause break.
So Calvin, I guess really the oversize is a standard procedure that we typically do to obviously offset future opportunities into down the road. So a 12-inch main going through there, that would have meant to obviously curtail the opportunities for future development past that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's right, that's correct.
Thank you.
And the options are pretty clear. I think the Calvin done a good job doing the digging and researching. Options are all there. There's option recommended by the staff, and council have the right to pick and choose any option.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Councilor Nelson and Councilor Delaney, you can take a seat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any discussion on the recommendation? Hearing none, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving along, the way the motion have passed, Shelley, there won't be any support, but your point is well taken. Mr. No, yes, that point is well taken. That's what I was coming. That's part of the motion. And council would be, we cannot tie, as you know, this council is only till end of October next year. But whenever, whoever the new council is, if something comes up till this council is in power, I'm sure they'll remember your point. And if we're not there, hopefully the staff would bring these points forward with the report, with all the background, and they will, but it's up to them. I cannot make a binding decision. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate and we sympathize, okay?
Anyway, I would also like to invite the council, if you'd like to see the best park in town, come and visit us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will. Thank you.
Well, then you should come visit. I mean, cookies.
Good girl. Thanks, Shelley. Yeah. Okay, computer checks, please.
Second.
Move to receipt by Councilor Bain, Councilor Nelson. All in favor? Carried. Poll of Council proclamation of Pride in the Portal Week.
Recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Legislative Services Assistant Coordinator dated July 29th, 2025, the poll of council conducted on July 30th, 2025, proclaiming the week of August 10th to 16th, 2025 as Pride in the Puddle Week in the city of Williams Lake, and authorizing the Pride flag to be flown at City Hall on August 11th for the week pursuant to city policy be ratified.
Move the recommendation.
And moved and seconded, encourage anybody wanted to participate. I believe Council Moses, it's at 10 o'clock they're starting. You got a comment to make or anything where they're starting? Please.
Yes, Your Worship. There'll be a parade starting at 10 a.m. that'll go across the whole city and end up at Boitanyo Park. And then for I think it's 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock, they'll have festivals in the park.
Thank you. And where they're starting?
11 o'clock.
No, they are starting, but beside Freshco and Boys and Girls, like in that block there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bain. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Public Works, North Lakeside Lift Station.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Public Works dated July 21st, 2025, Council waived purchasing policy number 138 to approve a direct award for the purchase of a new control kiosk for the North Lakeside Lift Station to Northlands Water and Sewer Supplies for the purchase price of $89,613.96 plus applicable taxes.
Second.
Councillor Delaney and Councillor Nelson. I usually don't support bypassing the waiving of the purchasing policy, but I went to the reason. Calvin, you must have been pretty busy writing all these reports. I see a few of them. Thank you very much. We are still saving. Majority of most of the council members know I'm always in City Hall. Rarely not here. Whenever we open the tender, almost every tender has gone above and beyond our budget. There's another issue coming shortly, a couple items later. You'll see that how high that one is. This is within the budget, everything, the time frame, and the report clearly support that. Based on the report, Calvin, I'll support that. Okay, that's me. Council, any comment from you? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Station. Okay. Be good to BC Cap grant for the airport.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Economic Development dated July 31st, 2025, Council award the tender for the supply and installation of a new airside fuel cabinets at the Williams Lake Regional Airport to Code Project Enterprise Limited for the purchase price of $343,873, including applicable taxes, and authorize the additional over expenditure of $52,000 from airport reserves.
So moved.
Moved, and I need seconder. Second. Councillor Moses, Councillor Nelson. Moved it, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think it was 2019 we did an assessment on this particular project. We went for grants. We received approximately $233,000 as part of the grants from BC Cap, which is important. The rest will come from our reserves, so I'll be supportive of this project. It's a project that is much needed in terms of continuing to upgrade our airport facilities and specifically tied to the gas up there. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good point in Councillor Nelson. You said it, we got three airport aprons of these. There's the cabinet A is for the jet engine, and it fueled the big plane, and then second one, the little plane, and the helicopter, third one, there's so much needed. In February, we did the appropriate budget. In February to now, it's gone $50,000. That's exactly what I was mentioning. When we updated our application, which was approved recently, and it's a $52,000, the price has gone up from February now. There's a lesson to be learned for the council, for the staff. I won't go into detail, but that's what I mean in the previous issue, the previous item. That's how the prices of the construction or anything going up. It's a 75% grant, and again, I'm very delighted, very happy. We are getting 25 cents at $2 cost to the city and taxpayer, and it's going from the airport reserve. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Public artwork donation, please.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Director of Community Services dated July 12th, 2025, Council endorsed the display of the Goalie chainsaw carving gifted to the City of Williams Lake by the District of Chetwynd in the arena lobby of the Caribou Memorial Recreation Complex.
Move receipt, and your worship, you're signing a letter of thanks to the city of Chetwynd.
Move the receipt and letter of thanks. I need a second. Constable. Thank you. Moved in second. And the story began last year during our Smither visit to the NCLGA. I have the honor to be invited by the mayor of Chetwynd, district of Chetwynd, who's a friend of Councillor Michael Moses. And when they did unveiling, so I, being always greedy for the city of Williams Lake, I taunted him and I said, hey, where's my carving? So mayor of Chetwynd, being gracious, he came to me, he shook hand, he gave me a big hug. He said, you're welcome. I was hoping something would come up last year by July stampede time, but things didn't work out. Staff when working back and forth, talking, without mentioning any staff names in Williams Lake. They didn't want 15, 20-year carving done and sitting in the rain, under the weather, who knows. But we wanted to something which fits with our mandate, our philosophy, our theory in Williams Lake, in Cowboys country. And stampede time, we was talking back and forth. Before the stampede, the issue came, hockey's our game. So soon the hockey's our game came, and everybody would think about our hometown hero, our region hero, Mr. Price. So we proposed them, and they finished the chainsaw carving a couple of weeks back, and they're on their way tomorrow to here. And then during the summer, staff and my office, we was trying to brainstorm where we're going to put it. My suggestion to the senior staff was we should put it where everything else is on the highway, because this is a word. And we've seen what happened to the different sculpture done in the community in the past. Some been damaged with the weather, Mother Nature, snow, rain, you name it. And the senior staff brought up that recommendation, why don't we go in the arena? We don't have to worry least for the weather damage. And I could not be more thankful to the staff. I didn't wait a fraction of a second. I said, that's a perfect place. But that opened another can of worms. We never had the chance to talk to the joint committee. As everybody knows, the complex is not city property. City only manage it. It's a regional district property. And the report is very clear. I wanted to apologize from the regional district partner as being time essence, because we need so many people, players, to be involved with it. Timing wasn't working for everybody to be together. If the joint committee, regional district director think that the place we're going to install is not appropriate, the staff has agreed, and it's in the report, they'll be able to remove that and find out a different place where everybody could be happy. Once again, it's a time essence based on everything, rather than I go in detail. And this would be done if council approved it on Thursday, 2 p.m. And I would request each and every one of you, the council member, whoever you can afford to be there, please be present. And Councillor Michael Moses' name was specially asked. I requested him. And I know some of you have already okayed that you will be there. Chief William Lake, WLF, and Chief would be there. And Kerry Price, unfortunately, could not make it, but his father is coming. We have invited the regional district director, chair, whoever can make it. I haven't had that list yet who's attending tomorrow. But my request is please don't be late. Try to come 10, 15, 20 minutes early. As the mayor of the district of Chetwynd has asked me, he would like to leave ASAP. And because he has some other commitment, it's everybody's life is busy. No, I respect that. decision. That's the little story behind it. Even this year, I was daunting at Prince Rupert when Prince Rupert got the chainsaw again done before City of William Lake, and he asked me to hold my patience down their comment. I think Councillor Nelson and Councillor Moses wanted to say something.
Call the
Please,
question.
Councillor Moses. Yes, I will get there. Councillor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for making sure that this is actually happening. That this is going to really upgrade our facility in a really cool way. Yeah, just one more point about our partnership with the regional district. We don't have joint committee meetings during the summer. That's why we couldn't get to them in time.
That was the reason, and that's why it's coming to the joint.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I apologize. It was my decision. I take the blame from everybody because if we had joint, we would have taken them.
Perfect. Thank you for keeping them in the
And
loop.
Councillor Flash.
Yeah.
Councillor Fleischfelder, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. You did see my hand. Wonderful. I just want to mention how excited I am for this project. I hope that it does get voted through and it's supported. I also want to just say how much I'm thankful towards the council from Chetwynd. They're just incredible. They're incredible people. Anytime I've been to a conference, they're so amazing and kind. And they've been doing these donations to not only us, but so many different places throughout the province. And it just shows how that generosity is there in their forward thinking of support towards others. And I think we're just so fortunate in Williams Lake to be able to have this. We're fortunate to have that history with Carey Price, and I just think the location being at the complex and knowing that he had spent time training there is just so fitting. So I think this is a wonderful thing. I really want to thank the whole team from Chetwynd for making this happen and the team here in Williams Lake for making it happen, because I think this is a really positive thing. Unfortunately, I don't believe I'll be able to make it, and I feel really sad that I won't be able to see these great friends that we have made from that city or from that municipality. So I just wanted to say how much I support this, and I think it's a really awesome addition. Thank you.
I'm sure you're going to be better spiritually, may not be physically. Thank you. Thank you for your best wishes. I think the picture of the sculptor is there. Everybody have seen it, Carey Price, in the goalie, like standing in the goals. And you've seen that, Ruth? Okay. Okay, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, just to confirm, because I know we said there was moving receipt and a letter of thanks. The intent is to endorse as well, or is that just making sure that?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
perfect.
yes, that is part of the motion. While the mayor going to be here, if you could write the letter, I'll give him by hand during the unveiling, if you want. Okay, thanks. Okay, moving on, poll of council, item B.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Economic Development dated July 17th, 2025, the poll of council conducted July 21st, 2025 to receive the 2025 submission from the Williams Lake Public Art Committee and authorizing the selected project for the matching annual allocation of $5,000 be ratified.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. I wanted to thanks to the BIA and everybody involved. I'm looking forward, and we have numerous murals in our community. Like the district of Chetwynd is known as district of chainsaw carving. I think we are, but I like to make sure we become, Williams Lake become district of murals, right? Thank you. All in favor? Carried. And moving along. Okay, proclamation of Rail Safety Week, please.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of CN Rail in their letter dated July 14th, 2025, the week of September 15th to 21st, 2025 be proclaimed as Rail Safety Week in the City of Williams Lake pursuant to city policy.
So moved, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. We had numerous railway crossing, railway, CN Rail been very kind to work with the communities, and we wholeheartedly support that. All in favor? Carried. City Hall lighting request, please.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of Sepsis Canada and their letter dated July 28th, 2025, the lights of City Hall be changed to purple on September 13th, 2025 for World Sepsis Day.
So moved. And recommendation?
Moved and seconded. Any comment? Hearing none. All in favor? Thank you. Appreciate it. Proclamation of City Hall lighting. Orange, please.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of the Canadian Mental Health Association, Caribou-Chilcotin, in their letter dated August 6, 2025, September 10, 2025 be proclaimed as World Suicide Prevention Day in the City of Williams Lake, pursuant to city policy, and that the lights be changed to orange on that day.
Move the recommendation?
All in favor? Carried. Council information package.
Move receipt?
Move to receipt and second. If there's any issues somebody wanted to bring out, now's the time. Hearing none, all in favor? And it's carried. He was away on holidays. He'll be back next week. So if there's anything up,
I've got
please
a
go
very
ahead.
brief update.
Go ahead. Yeah. Thank you.
So just quickly for council's information, we're into the pool shutdown. So the pool's closed August 11th to September 15th. The fitness area will be closed August 18th to September 2nd. And the full facility closures are August 23rd, 24th, and August 30th, 31st, and September 1st. And Rink 1 will be open for September 2nd. The only other item that I want to mention, two more items. The next COW meeting, we'll be canceling. The mayor mentioned there was an item that he was hoping council could attend, and the two items that we had scheduled for that, the OCP being the big one, the consultants need a little bit more time, so we're going to move that to the next meeting, the August 26th meeting. So we'll be sending out an email and putting the notice, but next week's COW will be canceled. And then finally, if you haven't got a chance to, there's got lots of art in the lobby for Art Walk. There's some really neat pieces out there. I know there's lots of really great pieces around town, but we really lucked out with the pieces that we got here at City Hall.
Well, thank you very much. Before we move the adjournment, my request is if you can make it, let's show our open heart and appreciation to the District of Chetwynd. And if you can, try to be there. I know a few council members are, and they cannot be regardless how important it is. And on 19th, we are not canceling the COW meeting to take a day off. There's a movie, and Toko is showing that movie, and make sure you got the ticket. It's a free ticket, no cost, but go online. If you do not have the ticket, get hold me or Ross or Kim's way this week. And it's emailed. You have to download the ticket and book a ticket, how many you wanted for your family. I believe 5:30 the door open, 6 or 6:30 the movie starts, about 45-minute documentary, and it's a must go because they requested, they encourage every community leader should come and see what is in the documentary. I don't know what is in it. I'll be definitely there. I request you to each one of you, if you could please, try to make sure you're there. I got nothing else from me. Anything from sir? Anything from CFO, man? Anything from the staff? James, anything from you, sir? Anything from the media? Hearing none, motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Joan, appreciate it.
You have to make certain decisions, and sometimes they're not the right ones.
When Andrew Barber set out to find his missing dog Nico on July 28th, he had no idea it would turn into a fight for his life. Trouble started when his truck broke down on a remote Forest Service road near Williams Lake.
But I come to realize that the rear tire of my truck was popped.
Originally from Ontario, Barber is no stranger to the wild, but the caribou's extreme heat took its toll. Hoping to find help, the 39-year-old set out on foot, quickly becoming disoriented. As the hours dragged on, he ran out of water, shedding his boots, then his shirt. At night, the heat gave way to biting cold, dropping temperatures that turned survival into a battle against the elements.
You're waking up shivering. I'm stuffing hay and grass in my pants to insulate. So, but when the sun's finally peeking out, you know, you're going out and laying in the sun, trying to warm up a little bit. You know, I took the elastic out of my underwear to try and make a bowstring to start a fire.
Barber says at times he lost hope and even his grip on reality. For nearly 2 weeks, he faced the unforgiving wilderness. Then a glint of sunlight on his windshield caught a rescuer's eye, a shimmer of glass that became his lifeline to a helicopter.
He was standing by a rock with a big SOS written on it in mud. So they went in and picked him up, and he was in pretty weak condition. It's not known if he would have made another 24 hours because all he'd survived on was just some water, pond water.
Now in hospital on antibiotics, Barber is recovering from sunstroke, a dislocated toe, and severe fatigue. He has nothing but praise for RCMP, Quesnel Search and Rescue, and his medical team.
It really makes you appreciate humanity.
When hope was fading fast, strangers came to light his way home like a beacon in the wild. Julie Nolan, Global News.
Hey everybody, it's Sheila Boehm, counselor for the City of Williams Lake. I've been honored to be serving on the UBCM board for the last couple of years, the last year as a director at large. And I am again seeking support for the position of director at large. I have just been honored and it's been a great group of people to work with, and we are always working really hard for all of the local issues like healthcare and housing and homelessness and all the things we deal with, and we do our best to advocate and do all those kind of support for all of our communities across British Columbia. And I really am hoping for a chance to do that again for another year. I dedicate a lot of time and energy, and I will continue to do that. I am always available if you would like to reach out to me by email, by phone. I just try to be available all the time for any time you might want to connect about anything to do with the province or your community. So I will be looking to connect also at our UBCM AGM conference in Victoria. So I look forward to seeing all of you there, and hopefully it'll be a great one as always. Talk soon. Thanks.
A refuge and a plea in the northern BC wilderness set on the edge of a small lake. But it was this almost invisible SOS written in the mud that led to the improbable rescue of a man missing for 9 days in the remote Caribou region. Help signs visible from the air, all written by 39-year-old Andrew Barber. He was last seen with his pickup truck near Castle Rock at the end of last month, between the cities of Williams Lake and Quesnel, and was eventually found by this pond, just in time, say rescuers.
He was in poor health. He was having a hard time standing. I don't know that he would have made it another 24 hours without us recovering him.
Maps by search and rescue teams showed just how many times crews flew in over the terrain looking for anything until they saw a flit of light.
The observers spotted a glint of sunshine off the windshield from the truck, so they were able to zoom in and closer, and they did locate the truck.
About an hour later, they saw the SOS sign.
That's when they spotted a male standing by a lake, by a big rock with help written on it.
Barber, who had no food and was drinking from the pond, was taken to hospital and is recovering. Surviving getting lost is achievable, say wilderness pros.
First admit, I'm lost. Stay put, and then build a fire, build a shelter, get water, wait for help, and signal and make yourself as visible as possible.
Advice that in this case proved life-saving. Georgie Smythe, CBC News, Vancouver.
Every bit helps to build a picture of the past. No item is too small. That's the main message to students at this innovative field school. This 6-week program is for Indigenous students of all ages, where Askedam has partnered with Thompson Rivers University to make this a reality. A typical day starts here, in the classroom.
But this is the working edge here. Of this tool.
Where students marvel over the discoveries that have been made from the previous day's dig.
It may not look like They're important, but they are very significant.
Most of this 6-week program focuses on outside work, where ceremonial smudging, singing, and praying with community elders sets the tone. This location, a former pit house, estimated at being around 5,000 years old, is being unearthed and examined. It's meticulous work, unraveling the past by sifting through the soil.
That was our hot corner over there, but we're curious what's here with these rocks.
These 9 Indigenous students range in age from 40 to 67 years of age. Most were intrigued by the opportunity to gain skills that could lead to further work in the field of archaeology.
It's just phenomenal that I'm here and getting goosebumps talking to you. And I'm telling my kids all about it, and they're learning.
Looking for a hearth rock they used to cook inside the pit house.
The bigger enticement for many of the students here was to learn about family history and culture, and more about themselves.
I want to go back see how we lived back in the day and how we survived till now.
I wanted to understand a little bit more about where I came from, more about my history, why we're here, our purpose, our meaning.
TRU instructor and archaeologist Beth Bedard says this hands-on experience on a historic site gives students street cred in the field of archaeology.
It's a constant process of learning and keeping up with the research, and it's continual, and experience counts very heavily in that.
And the chance to really get their hands dirty and sift through centuries of history through this pit house has helped to connect learners with their culture.
I get this excited feeling every time I do it. It's just like, come on, show me something. Tell me your story.
Shelley Joyce, CBC News, Eskedem First Nation.
According to the IIOBC, on July 10th in 2022, 36-year-old Rojan Alphonse was having a mental health crisis in his home in Williams Lake. His family was concerned he might harm himself. When RCMP arrived, a crisis negotiator was called and police began evacuating neighboring homes. But Alphonse took his own life as heavily armed RCMP officers surrounded his home. A family member tried to intervene over a lack of communication between police and Alphonse, but police stopped her, fearing a hostage situation would ensue. For more than 7 hours, police tried to coax Alphonse to come out of the home. However, at 12:28 p.m., with the use of a robot, Alphonse was located deceased. The family said the police discriminated against the people of Williams Lake by using a more forceful and severe police response. The IIOBC has since ordered the RCMP to review its policies and training practices when responding to similar incidents.
Good evening, folks. It's my honor to welcome each and every one of you. We are gathered in the William Lake First Nations Wapnak Kalulu Peoples Territory. I wanted to thanks to the chief, the nation, the elders, allowing us to do the business. Council Bain, as we speak, is touring the France with the International Rotary the student. In case she log in, we'll welcome her. It's almost 3 o'clock in France as we speak, where she is. I don't expect her to be on, but in case she is on, then I would need a resolution to allow her, because she has passed her timing in the year, to be through the Zoom. Adoption of the agenda is on the table, adding with the addition of certificate of appreciation, please.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried. Minute of the regular council meeting held August 12, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried. Well, before I go to the delegation presentation, as we got the late item, it's my honor and privilege to welcome our very own Monica Lam-Yorski. She's been a personal friend. Besides that, she's been a great reporter, editor for this community. On behalf of the City of Williams Lake and the entire community, I would like to wish Monica Lam-Yorski all the best in her new chapter. We have been so lucky to have someone with Monica's integrity and passion for the community at the William Lake Tribune. There's a very special relation between the politicians and the journalist people, and in particular with the editor especially. When Monica moved from Prince George to William Lake with her family, she gracefully transitioned from covering City Hall in Prince George for Black Press to working at the Tribune in Williams Lake. Since November 2011, Monica has covered every aspect of the community, and I know everyone in the gallery tonight and watching the live stream will recognize her. She has a dedicated City Hall reporting for many of those years. I remember long as I've been in City Hall, Monica was in here, and along with Councilor Nelson. And we probably had the maximum year with the Monica, gave her a hard time. And attending every meeting and working late into the night, then coming in early the next day to help the paper to get to the press. She continued this demanding schedule for years, eventually taking on the massive challenge of becoming the editor of the Tribune around 2 years or so, for the last year after the departing of Angie Mendes. Monica's love and dedication to the community and to journalism are inspirational to all who knows her. I know the entire community joining me in thanking Monica for her many years of dedication to William Lake and area, and especially bringing the truth from the council member, decision maker, regardless they are municipal level, regional level, or whatever level they are, to the citizen. Congratulations, Monica. Well-deserved retirement, and hopefully we'll see you. I was talking to Monica the other day. She promised me she won't move from Williams Lake because we need good people around town. So if I may request you to come forward. My speed is a little bit slow today, so bear with me. Thanks. Actually, this was for another instructor.
You should have worn your suit, Monica.
Yes. Thank you. Please give it all a applause. You got the microphone, Monica. Go ahead. I'll read there. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're on the hot mic, Monica.
Okay, thank you, Surrender. Thank you, everyone. It's been a privilege. My last day is Friday. I can't quite believe it, but I knew I was going to be retiring after I turned 65, which happened in July. And I look forward to just enjoying the community on a different level, not always, worried about, oh, why is there a siren, or will there be a River Valley fire on my birthday when my husband has people over for dinner? Those kind of things. So it's been a good run. Thank you so much. And thanks, Surinder. You didn't need to do it, but I appreciate it.
We really appreciate it, Monica.
Thank you.
But you did. This is a great honor tonight. The little history. On 15th July 2015, His Excellency, the Right Honorable David Johnston, Governor General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada, announced the creation of the Sovereign's Medal for volunteers by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Sovereign Medal for Volunteer recognizes the exceptional volunteers, achievements of Canadians from across the country from coast to coast to coast. Celebrate a wide range of voluntary contribution and the list on Canada's honors chart. The Sovereign Medal for Volunteers recognize living Canadians who have made a significant, sustained and unpaid contribution to their community in Canada as abroad. It is very special day for me, which I never thought it would happen to me. On 15 September 2018, I was awarded the same medal in Victoria, by that time Lieutenant Governor in Victoria of BC. And today we had a very special person. Crystal Sheridan has been a resident of William Lake since 2007 and dedicated member of the cadet community in Williams Lake since 2013. Thank you, Crystal, for your dedicated service. In 2007, she founded the Junior Cadet Society of BC to provide an accessible youth development program for kids 8 to 11. Our initiative emphasizes safety, respect, and physical activities, benefiting not only the children involved, but also making a positive impact on the leaders, on the broader community. She has also volunteered her time to the William Lake Pride Society, raised money for the SPCA to the Junior Cadet Society, volunteer with the Parental Committee for 3064 Royal Canadian Army Cadets, and much more, including most recently volunteering to raise funds for William Lake Kitty Spray, an initiative to help local cover the cost to spray and neuter their cats. It's a great honor to have volunteers like Crystal in my community. Like I always said, ever since I've been on this chair, the community is known by their volunteer. Any organization is known by their worker. We are so lucky to have so many volunteers in our community, and we can never be thankful. We can never pay them enough. I have received a medal, which I'll be pinning on Crystal. If I may request Crystal to come forward, please, and presenting her a certificate.
You're getting your workout today.
It's a good test, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Like I told you, I was given heck by the lieutenant. Yeah. I was given heck. She said, "Where's your medal?" And I learned from her, whenever you're ceremonial dress, you must do this.
That's my own ceremonial dress, so I never got to wear it.
And I got the certificate. Like I said, folks, it's a great honor for me to represent the king today. I don't think average beard would get this honor. Thank you very much to the
Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations.
So I just want to say thank you, everybody, and thank you for the nomination for this award. Like Mr. Mayor mentioned earlier, when we volunteer in our communities, we don't do it for recognition. So this is a little bit more difficult for me. I do what I do in the background so that I'm not out in the front of everything, which is kind of how I prefer to be. So my dad was very involved in our community on Haida Gwaii and raised me to be the same. So I like to give back to the community I'm involved in. I raised 3 of my kids here, so I like to be involved in activities where I can help create opportunities for our youth in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. It's really honor when I went to 2018 to Victoria to receive my Sovereign's Medal. The Right Honorable Lieutenant Governor gave me heck, where you're at a medal. I learned this in the Army and presently, because this chain of command is to be born on when we are in the ceremonial dress. And it couldn't be any better ceremonial dress for me today than presenting this award. Thank you very much, Madam. Keep up the good work and encourage to the other community members, citizens, to get out and do something for your neighbor or whoever you can or organization. Thank you very much. And next on our list is the OCP, and it's also, we will wait till 7 o'clock or hopefully we'll be still there. And when we get to, we'll move regularly and to the agenda. C1, AP computer checks, please, is on the table.
The recommendation that the accounts payable computer check and EFT listings dated August 13th and 20th, 2025 be received for information.
Move the recommendation.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Question, if any? Carried. Repeal council policy for 197, public consultation for OCP amendments.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the planner dated July 25th, 2025, council repeal public consultation for official community plan amendments policy number 197.
Move the recommendation.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried. 2026 financial plan timeline and directions.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Chief Financial Officer dated August 1st, 2025, council approve the proposed 2026 budget and a 5-year financial plan preparation timeline, and further that council provide budget development direction to staff.
I'll move the recommendation with amendment.
What's your amendment, sir?
Well, the amendment, your worship, is that the staff are asking for some direction with regards to the great report that staff have prepared for budgeting for 2026 and a 5-year plan. So the recommendation is to approve this, what's in front of us, and just direct it back to the committee of the whole so that we can sit down as a group and have a bit of a discussion rather than debating it publicly for an hour and a half tonight.
Excellent. And is it okay with the seconder? Moved and seconded with the amendment that we bring it to the committee of the whole. The report was to come last week, and good thing some of the council members didn't came because of the movie we was watching, BC Burning. It was a great movie initiative taken by the producer and director, and otherwise we would have discussion last week. So it will be done in the future. Mr. Maraca, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think the intent of this report from Vitali and staff was just to get direction on and support for the timeline, for the proposed timeline. All the ins and outs of the budget and discussion for the items will be further discussed at committee of the whole. But Vitali, correct me if I'm wrong, we're just trying to get approval for the timeline and stuff like that, correct?
Please.
We're trying to get a direction as well, what council sees the budget should look in the future.
Okay, so then, yes, so I just, my apologies. So basically, yeah, that to committee though.
Exactly. Council Flashfuller and Council Nelson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to pass it on also to staff. Is this co-align? Like, I think it makes sense what my colleague has recommended to put it to a COW meeting, so we have more time to be able to discuss and debate. I just want to make sure that that aligns for staff and we can fit that in the calendar appropriately.
Thank you. Council Nelson.
Yeah, I think.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. But yeah, I think the proposal that's in front of us is clearly the time frame, which we're approving tonight, and then basically we'll sit down as a council and prioritize and obviously look what we want to do in 2026 and for the next 5 years. That's why we're approving it with sending it to committee of the whole.
Excellent. Any more comment, Council Moses or Council Line? All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. And my next is community grant application.
The recommendation that the report of the Deputy Corporate Officer dated August 21st, 2025 be received and the council give consideration of approval for the late 2025 community grant applications for the Salvation Army and the Wild West Riders in accordance with council policy.
So moved.
What does mean they moved the recommendation? I was hoping that as we have done last time, $2,000 to the late, we don't promote the late application. Is that cover the same thing as request to staff, please?
So, Your Worship, so while we call these late, they're actually well in line with the policy, because when council changed the policy, it allowed for late applications to come in. If there was money remaining, there is money remaining still in the budget for that.
So we gonna forward them $2,000 or a different amount?
I'll recommend option 2.
2,000? Sorry, I see you, Council.
I apologize.
It's okay. I see your hand, Council. I was just trying to get my question answered. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, since I have the floor. Yes, I would like to state that within the report, it has multiple options, and I think option 2 is the one that's the most consistent and fair to all the other applicants, and that we stay in par with what we've done in the past. Option 2 is council may approve awards in the amount of $2,000 to the Salvation Army, consistent with amounts awarded to other large grant requests under this program in 2025.
2025, where partial funds or a maximum of 2,000 were awarded, and up to 500 to the Wild West Riders.
I'll second that.
Sounds
Excellent. Moved in second. That's exactly what I wanted because we have set up the precedents. I don't want it to create another precedence every time we go into. Excellent, both of you. Moved in second. Any more questions? Councillor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm definitely in support of the recommendation of B, but I would also like to propose the idea that this could be one of the first times that we enact what we're talking about.
$100 left in the kitty. I'm 100% with you what you said, Councillor Moses, but my only concern is what happened between now till tomorrow if another needy organization came. That's all. But otherwise, I'm with you 100%. No question. Please, Mr. Maraca, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. And in addition to your comments, these two groups would have had access to additional funds based on our joint use with the regional district. And they would have been able to get money from the regional district if they've got their application in time, because City of Williams Lake would have been still able to give $2,000, but they would have been able to get some money from areas D, E, and F potentially.
Please.
May I make a recommendation then that we ask them also to forward this letter to joint committee and see if we can work something out?
By all means, I have no problem if it's okay with the mover and seconder. It's addition to the recommendation on the floor. Is it okay with the mover and seconder? Okay, if it's okay, then we'll move and we will have the meeting, next joint meeting, and we will definitely take a deal. Thank you. All in favor as amended? Carried. Council attending UBCM, please.
Recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Administrative Services dated August 20th, 2025, Council approved compensation, registration, and travel expenses for interested council members to attend the UBCM Annual Convention being held in Victoria, BC from September 22nd to 26th, 2025.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Most of the council members are attending, but committee's record except a couple council members, they cannot get away from their work schedule or other responsibility. And our 3 staff member goes with us, our manager, administrative services, economic development manager, and our CEO. So it will be, I believe, but 5 and 3, 8 of us contingents going to Victoria. And we had quite a few issues. We wanted to bring it to the government table, one way or the other. And it's a great network, and it has been long as I've been involved with municipal level of government. Any more comment, concern? Hearing none, all in favor? Thank you. Metro Vancouver funding.
The recommendation that the report of the Manager of Planning and Development dated July 30th, 2025 regarding a summary of the recent Government of Canada announcement related to federal funding being provided to Metro Vancouver to offset costs for developers pursuant to the request of Council dated July 15th, 2025 by Resolution number 279, 2025 be received for information.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any question, concern? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Public Works UBCM strategy priority for 2025. Capital infrastructure.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Asset Management Technologist dated August 20th, 2025, Council approved the submission of an application to the Union of BC Municipalities Strategic Priorities Fund 2025 Capital Infrastructure Stream requesting up to $6 million in funding, with 100% of the project costs to be covered by the program for the construction of a new water reservoir in the Tower Crescent area.
Second.
And seconded. Question, concern? Councilor Nelson.
Well, I appreciate very much the report. It's along the lines that this council is committed to in terms of increasing its capital funding and infrastructure opportunities, obviously working to partnership with provincial and federal governments. We're looking for 100% capital funding on this particular project. We're looking to obviously build our community in and up, and part of that with the new infrastructure and a new water tower in this particular area is important, and we're trying to seek funding for it right now. We're just lining up the dots. Thank you.
And by the report, well written. Thank you very much, Sahan. Please, Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm 100% in support of this. I'm always in support of getting money from another level of government. My question is that if we don't receive grant funding to 100% cover this, what's the plan?
Well said. Any more? Anybody? Hearing none, all in favor? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
What's the plan if we don't get 100% grant
Okay,
funding? Like,
I will
looking
get
at our budget.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, just a question to staff. I just clarification. I believe this is one of the deferred items, this water tower, correct? That was going to 2030 way, and then this is also some of the oldest infrastructure, being like 1960, I believe, for this tower, correct? So it's one of those ones that's in dire need of attention. So this is great.
Your Worship, Council Flash Polar, I'll pass this off to Vitaly, but yes, it is aging infrastructure. It's a 1960s, 1970s reservoir that can't be relined anymore, that's in dire need to, it's the worst of our reservoirs that needs the most attention. And Vitaly, was it one of the ones that was deferred?
Yes, that was the one which was deferred. It was deferred at $3 million. So as you can see, in a couple of years since it was deferred, it went up to 6, and it's sitting as one which we cannot afford to build.
Okay. All question answered. And by the way, all council member, I'm doped up, my body's doped up with the medication. If I made a mistake, I was asking the CEO, wake me up if I fall to sleep. And I had a shower, a cold water shower before I came in, so my apology bypassing that. And also, I'm quite concerned for the last 2-3 project, we had the tender have come up quite high. Even one of the project we did the estimate in February to last month, it went up over $50,000+. I'm quite concerned. When we put an application, I think I would request the staff, Mr. Maraca, that we consider all those things, because we don't know when they're going to approve it, and sometime they approve it, but if within the same time, the project cost has gone quite high. So those things should be considered when we apply for the project.
Your Worship, yeah, that's something that we have talked about at the staff level, and you're absolutely correct that when we apply for a grant, we apply for the grant based on the impression that council and we want to get that built. But as we defer projects for 5, 6, 7 years, we have to make sure that we're updating those costs, because if we're not, you see how the inflation is going to go up and it's not going to end. I think that we have to be real careful, because we can't send off a grant application with 200% contingency because we don't know when we're going to do the project. So it's a catch-22, right? So
Yeah.
But yes, we have noticed that we are possibly leaving some money on the table, and between us and our consultants, we need to do a little bit better on estimating our projects and making sure we deliver them when we're planning on delivering them.
Thank you. Any more question, concern? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. C2B, please, UBCM strategic priority.
Recommendation that pursuant to the report of the asset management technologist dated August 20th, 2025, Council approve the submission of an application to the Union of BC Municipalities Strategic Priorities Fund 2025 Capital Building Stream, requesting $120,000 in funding, with 100% of the project cost being covered by the program, for a Williams Lake Reservoir feasibility study.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any question? Councilor Nelson?
This is a very, very, very important project. What we're doing here is we're asking the province really UBCM Strategic Priorities Fund for funding to identify, and I'm going to read it because it's lost in the magnitude of what we're doing. The proposed project involves assessing the feasibility of constructing a new reservoir for Williams Lake. This work will include water modeling, an archaeological overview assessment, geotechnical investigation, environmental sites assessment, site survey, planning, and a detailed feasibility study. The resulting feasibility report will provide justification for a project, explore alternative options, access regulatory requirements, and outline the necessary design work. The new reservoir will consider future growth along the west side, South Lake side, and along the servicing areas above Westridge and along Woodland Drive. And the reason why I wanted to highlight that is there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of commitments. This is the commitment right here that we're moving forward to seek funding for. On top of this, tonight, you're going to hear from the OCP. which dovetails very tightly in terms of the direction that this council is moving to build this community in and up. Thank you, Worship.
Excellent point. Well said. Anything from your office? Anybody else? Hearing none, these kind of issues we will be taking to Victoria next month, and hopefully we can trust enough arms of the sitting government and with the help of our staff, and we should be able to bring some fruit to our discussion. Councillor Fleischfelder, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just listening to the conversations on the table here, I just want to, commend staff on all of this effort in regards to these things coming to the table. It just shows the importance of asset management, and I want to thank, staff with all the work that they're doing and making the efforts and seeing what we have, what we need to take care of for the future and for the development of this municipality. Because if you are not looking at these things in fine detail, it's being missed, and I feel sometimes that's happened potentially in the past, and I want to make sure that for this municipality and this community, we're growing in the right way. So I just want to commend staff on all the work on this, and this asset management work is awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. Any more question concerning none? All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Community Services, letter of support for CRD.
The recommendation that pursuant to the Central Cariboo Joint Committee Report number 1, 2025, the City of Williams Lake provide a letter of support for a Central Cariboo application to the UBCM Strategic Priorities Fund for the Essler Sports Complex Access Road project.
Second.
And moved and seconded. This is a great opportunity. This council have the philosophy of working together collaboratively, regardless it's a regional level of government or school board or provincial, even other community in BC or Canada. We try to work together. This is the result of that, and it would be honored to sign the letter. Councilor Nelson.
I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Director Neufeld that has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to get this application to where it's at, to get the joint committee to where it's at, to really do a lot of work in behind the scenes along with Darren Campbell. The Essler Sports Complex Access Road is an important attribute to the safety for our community and for our kids. So I'll be supporting the recommendation, and just a huge shout out to Director Neufeld. Thank you.
Any more comment? Hearing none, all in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Proclamation, City Hall lighting.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of the Ontario Disability Employment Network in their letter dated February 6, 2025, lights of City Hall be changed to purple and blue on October 16, 2025, in recognition of Light It Up for NDEAM, the National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Moved and seconded. Question, concern, hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Proclamation, Community Inclusive Month, please.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of the Williams Lake Association for Community Living in their letter dated August 15th, 2025, the month of October 2025 be proclaimed as Community Inclusion Month in the City of Williams Lake pursuant to city policy.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Question, concern, hearing none, all in favor? Carried unanimously. City Hall lighting and flag raising request for Orange Shirt Day.
Clerks note that pursuant to the request of the Orange Shirt Society in their letter dated August 21st, 2025, Council authorized the lights of City Hall be changed to orange for a 2-week period in September 2025, and the raising of the Every Child Matters flag on the city's flagpole during the month of September for Orange Shirt Day and the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, and further that these observances be approved annually going forward, subject to additional requests for the month being considered by Council in accordance with city policy.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any question, concern? Mr. Moses, anything from your office?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've attended the last few planning meetings with the Orange Shirt Society, and they've got some great plans coming this year with the school district. And I think it would be pretty fantastic for us to be able to support them with raising the flag and to change the colors. Is the request of an annual basis something that we're able to do without prompting easily? Gary?
Mr. Miracle.
Your worship, to Councillor Moses, yeah, I think that there should be no concerns with an annual request, but keeping in mind that we do have requests that are for the beginning of the month, so we're only able to give two weeks of the month. I think the corporate officer may have something to say on this as well.
Please.
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Moses. So yes, the letter actually specifically requested it to be an annual basis. So we're setting, so the flag, if council approves the recommendation, the flag is for the full month, but the lights would be for the 2 weeks, and it would be going forward. Council wouldn't need to make the resolution every year. This is setting that until council changes. So it's just it's established now going forward.
Great, thank you. Will this be a flag raising event like we've had for other flag changes as well?
You guys answer that, please.
So Your Worship, through to Councillor Moses. So the same kind of thing like we had with the Pride Society, if they're organizing it, they'll let us know and we'll make sure that people are informed. But because this is coming from an external agency, we don't have the yes or no whether or not there will be something occurring on that.
I think the onus would be on you or somebody from the Orange Society, what time they wanted to come and let Kim know, Ms. Dresser. That way she can pass on to the council member, whoever the council member could be available, and we can all be available to raise the flag. Am I not correct, sir? Am I correct? Okay.
That sounds great. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah. Anything, keep us informed, please. Okay, all in favor? Carried. The council information package, adding, there was additional letter, you've probably seen it. I'll wait till staff has read out, please.
The clerks know that council information package of August 26th be received for information.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, the only one I'd like to pull out is the letter from Campbell River where it talks about the inclusion of rural and resource communities in the decision-making process. I would move that as a subsequent recommendation and send it off to UBCM.
I knew you was going to do that because this is the first time I never said anybody wanted to pull out any item, and you did it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to, we will pull that item out and we will deal that in a second. But I just want to know, let you know that we have received the letter at the last minute from the nursing union. And I'll let, it's not enough time for us till next council meeting. We can do it. That's why Mr. Coupe have forward to everyone. Mr. Coupe can speak on this one, please. Go ahead.
Your Worship, thank you. So we just got it yesterday, so we hadn't looked into it that much, but it's just a request from the BC Nurses Union. They're just seeking to have nominations to recognize local governments who have supported nurses. So there is an application form there, but we have no insight beyond that, but they are seeking nominations at this point.
So my advice would be to council receive it. If anything comes up, let the staff digest this and find out more, and staff would forward to the email system to everybody to have your say. Is that okay?
Favorable.
Okay, is everybody else okay? Okay, hearing none. Councilor Nelson, you had some to bring.
Are we going to vote on the resolution in front of us to support?
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Carried. And now back to Councilor Nelson.
The recommendation is that we endorse Campbell River's UBCM motion of inclusion into rural and resource communities in economic decision-making processes and be sent to UBCM, please, and the city of Campbell River.
You need a seconder? Moved and seconded. Any question, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. CEO's update on the city.
Thanks, Your Worship. The only update that I'll have tonight is that the River Valley, we're starting the logging in the River Valley here in the next week or so, and we hope to have it done within a month, and we'll hope to get people done recreating back there within the month.
Excellent. Any question, concern to CEO?
Thank you.
There was another email I received, I think council received it from the fire center, the category 1, basically no fire starting Friday. I would request and encourage the community, enjoy your camping, enjoy your summer, whatever's left, but please try not to start the fire wherever you are. It's for 2 weeks, I believe it was September 11 or 14, something like that. And try to avoid if you can, because we have seen bad situation in a few years back. I don't want it to be signing any evacuation order or anything. And that would be my advice to everybody. We cannot do anything till 7 o'clock. We got almost 20 minutes.
Your worship?
Oh, sorry? Oh, consultants on.
I heard that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. So we can get on right away. Yeah, welcome, welcome. I thought you wasn't on. So we will continue as the schedule was till 7 o'clock, and our very own Ms. Beankamp, welcome.
Hello. So if this was a regular August meeting at 20 to 7, we'd all be cheering and going home. But instead, do I have a project for you all? I'm just waiting for James to get the slides up and let our consultants in. So tonight, joining on us online are our City Spaces Consulting folks. We've got Susie Lunn and Kevin Green here, who are going to be presenting, as well as Jessica Ball is going to be presenting, and Marie and I are here to provide support. So what you're going to be hearing tonight is the culmination of work that's been underway since February. We've been working like mad people for the last month and a bit. We've canceled holidays. We've put our heads down. We deferred this for a week, and we're happy with the product that we're able to present to you tonight. I do want to preface this as what you will be seeing is a draft. Please do not become upset when you see items in the draft that are not what you would like them to be. That's the purpose of a draft. We are seeking feedback. And once council approves this to go to the wider audience of the public, we have a fall engagement plan that we are going to be undertaking. And during that time, we will be soliciting feedback. We're going to a number of different places like the Harvest Fair and the Farmers Market and another Chamber of Commerce meeting. So we're going to be doing our best to get back out to those groups we engaged with in the spring. We will be rolling this out for the next month. So the message that I really want you to hear from me tonight and any public watching is that this is a draft, and the purpose of a draft is to solicit comments, feedback, and information that we may have missed or overlooked so that we can get it right. We hope that we're on track to bring this forward to you for your first reading on November 4th. So we have a lot of work to do between now and then. There'll be a legal review during that time as well. So the first document that you're going to see is going to be presented by Susie and Kevin, and it is the official community plan. The second document that you'll see is the zoning and land use bylaw that Jessica has been working her heart out on for several months. We're doing sort of a Herculean thing here. We didn't know it when we started, but now we do. Doing an OCP and your entire zoning bylaw at the same time is kind of crazy. And yet here we are, we're killing it and we're getting it done. Our zoning bylaw was woefully out of date. Our zoning map was woefully out of date. You can be assured that you're going to be seeing capital requests for me coming forward because we have a lot of work to do on our mapping system that the city has. We are looking at layers and maps dating back to 2010 and 11, and there's a lot of updates and a lot of things that needed to be caught, and so we're doing pretty well. This is going to feel a little bit like it's coming to you as a fire hose because there's a lot of information. There's some things that we've picked out that we would like council feedback on, but as we're going through, please do make a note of anything that you would like to dig into further, specifically because what we'd like to do is set up a workshop with council to go through and dive deeper and really dig into a couple different areas that you're going to flag. We're really counting on council to give this really good looks and make sure that we're getting it right and ask all the questions that need to be asked before we actually publish this as a final document. We're investing an incredible amount of money and time and resources in this. It's important that everybody get on board now and start pulling in the same direction. It's kind of been the Jess, Beth, Marie baby for a while, and so we're putting it out into the public now to get that feedback. So as you go, if you can identify some things you want further information on, that would be super helpful for us. If you have questions while we're going to try to limit too much deep diving conversation and give you the whole package tonight. If you do have a question in the moment, please just raise your hand and we'll try to flag that for Susie and Kevin online. And I think with that, we're gonna take it away. Super fun. This is what our vision for the community to 2050 is gonna look like. And with that, I'll send it over to Susie online.
Well, before we move further, I wanted to say publicly, thank you, Beth, and your office. I know, doesn't matter what time I was passing by, I stopped, and your office was full of paper. You was working on it, and same thing to Jessica and Marie. Thank you very much. Of course, our contractor, whenever I went, wherever I could be, they're available when you presented to the community in different places. You folks work very hard. And from my office, on behalf of the council, of course, you people are part of the SMT and the committee. I want to thank you. And like you said, Beth, today, even my body, my brain is 100% doped with the painkiller and some antibiotic. A couple of people woke me up and I was falling asleep every 5-10 minutes, and they raised the concern, a couple of them, not very many, and I told them the same thing, it's the draft only. And their point is well taken. I'll share with you later on, and we'll work on it. And definitely, council member, my request is hold your question, let the contractor present their draft copy, and then we will have a light discussion on it and in detail discussion. I suppose Beth would appreciate if we have it on the committee of the whole. Am I correct, Beth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, shall I go ahead then?
Whoops, sorry, Susie. Just
Oh,
one other
yeah.
thing I forgot to mention is you will see we're missing some information. We're missing Chapter 1 and Chapter 7. We are actively working with Williams Lake First Nation on getting those chapters down and right. And so as soon as we're able to, we're going to get you copies of those and make sure that they go out with the entire package as well. And now, Susie, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Beth, and thanks, Your Worship, and good evening to members of council as well. And thank you, Mayor Rather, for your opening words and your kind remarks. You definitely have an amazing staff team at the city that we're working with. Beth and Marie and Jessica have been amazing. So it's been a big team effort, and yeah, we're super excited to be here tonight to present the draft OCP and zoning bylaw for you. So as you know, my name is Susie Lunn. I'm a senior planner at City Spaces, and I have my colleague Kevin Green, another senior planner, on the call with me. And then as we get through the slides towards the end, Jessica will present on the zoning bylaw. So it's been a real team effort, but yeah, we're excited to present the information to you and hear your feedback. We do have a lot of slides to get through. The OCP is a big document, almost 200 pages, and then of course the zoning bylaw as well. So we have about 50 slides, and hoping it'll take about 45 minutes. We'll pause after we've provided the overview of the OCP and the development permits and take some of your questions, any initial feedback you want to give to us. And as Beth said, there will be opportunity to dive further into some of the content in September with a council workshop, if you like. And then we'll hand it over to Jessica, who will go through some of the zoning bylaw updates. So yes, thanks. On to the next slide. This is the agenda for tonight. I'll just provide a recap of the process, the timeline, and then the spring engagement that we held in April and May. And then I'll do a review or present some of the highlights from chapters 1 to 3. And some of this information you saw when we met with you on July 8th. So some of this is a bit of a review, but still all important. And then number 3 will provide chapter highlights from chapters 4 to 14. This will include the land use plan. And in these highlights, we've included the guiding questions for each chapter, which is essentially the goal for each chapter, and then also the objectives. And then we've identified the number of policies, but we haven't included all the policies because there would be a lot of information to go through. And the policies are really the actions that are used to implement the objectives. And then number 4, Kevin will go over the draft development permit areas and the temporary use permits. That's when we'll pause for some of your feedback. And then Jessica will provide an overview of the draft zoning bylaw, and then we'll conclude with next steps and then more time for questions and comment. So next slide. And do we have the next slide to the process and timeline?
It's just coming up. We've got some tech.
Just a bit laggy. Okay, well, I can start. So this process timeline graphic, actually, you've seen before in other council presentations, and it just shows the arc of the process, which, as we all know, is very compressed due to the provincial timelines. So yeah, we started in February and have been working very hard to get to the stage where we are now, which is stage 3. We're at the end of stage 3 in the summer. Since we last met with you on July 8th, we've drafted the OCP and the zoning bylaw and presenting that to you tonight. And then we'll move into the second round of public engagement in September, where we'll have another online survey. We'll do some in-person events, open houses, set up at different community festivals. And then, as Beth said, hoping to come before you with the final OCP and zoning bylaw for a public hearing, and then the readings sometime in November. And the deadline for the adoption is at the end of the year. So we are on track for this, and yeah, we'll just look forward to your thoughts tonight and before we move into stage 4. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Yeah, we just wanted to include this as a bit of a recap. When we came to you in July, we provided more detail in terms of what we did for the engagement process. Essentially, we engaged with more than 700 people in April and May, and we did targeted outreach to youth, seniors, businesses, community organizations, and First Nations. We'll go to the next slide. And this wheel graphic represents what we learned. So we spoke to people about their values, what they imagined for Williams Lake in 2050. And this graphic at the very center includes land and community. And land is there because at the foundation, an OCP is a land use document, and community is there because it's really about the people that are living here and working here and playing here. So that's kind of foundational to the process. And then the next layer of the circle is the values that people shared with us in terms of what they value about Williams Lake, what's important to them, things like collaboration, inclusivity, resiliency, safety, livability, accessibility, and reconciliation. And then on the very outer layer of this wheel are the various topics that we asked people to provide feedback on, and these have essentially become the chapters for the OCP. So we've got things like social well-being, parks and recreation, heritage and culture, infrastructure, economy, ecosystem, transportation, natural hazards, and housing. So we'll go to the next slide. And I wanted to include this just to acknowledge the feedback that you gave us on July 8th. So when we met with you, we gave a detailed report back on the engagement process, and then we also shared the draft vision, principles, objectives, and outlines. So some of this you'll see again tonight, but it will have a little bit more detail. And then we also shared the land use approach and draft land use plan, and we heard the feedback that you gave us that you wanted us to go away and provide and to do some revisions, particularly on the special study area. So we have done that, and Kevin will talk a little bit more about that when we get to chapter 4 on the land use planning chapter. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to talk about just some highlights from chapters 1 to 3. So we'll go to the next slide. We start the OCP with the land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge the City of Williams Lake is located within the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Tla'amin of the Secwepemc Nation. And we'll go to the next slide. And then we've also included guiding principles. These principles were based on the values that we heard about during the engagement process. We've included definitions of each of these guiding principles, and these really are a way to kind of ground you as we're moving forward in implementing the OCP. When we think about funding, or we think about different programming options or different actions, these kind of provide a bit of a basis in terms of weighing decisions as you're moving forward. So we've got reconciliation, relationship building, partnerships and collaboration, small town livability, sound governance and operations, accessibility, safety, resiliency, and then considering Williams Lake as a regional hub, because it's not just about the residents that live in Williams Lake. It's really about people coming from across the region to work or to shop or access services or go to school. So that's an important consideration for the OCP. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is included in the beginning of the OCP as well. And this vision was based on feedback that we had through the engagement process. By 2050, and we shared this with you in July, and this hasn't changed either. By 2050, Williams Lake will be an inclusive, safe, accessible, healthy, and economically resilient community that honors diversity and champions environmental stewardship. It will offer opportunities to grow, thrive, and be active. The community will continue its commitment to reconciliation with the Williams Lake First Nation, the urban Indigenous populations, and neighboring First Nation communities. Go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to hand this over to Kevin, who's going to talk about the first few chapters. In terms of how we've organized this, as I said, we didn't include all the information because there's a lot of information in each of these chapters. So we've created a table with the guiding question, and then the objectives, and then the number of policies. And of course, you have the full OCP, so you can always follow along and look at the exact policies that we're referring to, but we just didn't want to add too many more slides to this presentation. So I'll hand it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Susie. And yes, indeed, I think if we read through all the policies, we'd be here until December. But the next chapter here is the land use planning and development chapter, which is of course a very overarching topic for the entire OCP. And you can see in the table here, there's the guiding question at the top, followed by the objectives and the number of policies falling under each objective. So the guiding question for the land use chapter is, how can we ensure the community's needs are met through a land use plan that effectively meets the community's demand for residential, employment, and institutional uses? And the objectives to support that goal include reinforcing a natural hierarchy of land uses with downtown as the heart of the community, daily needs accessible in neighborhood centers, and opportunities for higher density development near amenities and along key transportation routes. There's 11 policies to support this first objective. The next one is to ensure all land use needs are met throughout the city with 7 supporting policies. Objective 4.3 is to ensure the community's need for housing is met and to allow mixed-use buildings in the downtown and neighborhood centers. And there's 23 policies to support that objective. Objective 4.4 is to provide opportunities for commercial and industrial enterprises to support employment and economic development. There are 38 policies to support this objective, and there's also additional objectives related to economic development and the economy in the economy chapter. The next objective is to ensure the community's needs for services, amenities, parks, and recreation are met while conserving natural areas. And the final land use objective is to guide the development of large sites of opportunity to ensure strategic outcomes. And each site of opportunity has their own set of policies, with there being 26 in total. We can go to the next slide, please. There are quite a few considerations that come into play when putting together a new land use framework, and we would have reviewed these the last time we spoke, but just to give you a quick overview, some of the considerations include natural hazards, particularly geotechnical and wildfire hazards, the provincial requirement to designate approximately 1,600 units of housing for the next 20 years, and that will need to be updated every 5 years going forward. Addressing the needs of priority groups and diversifying the housing options, aligning the small-scale multi-unit housing zoning to the provincial guidelines a little bit closer, and that would have been first adopted last June, those changes. The development context, existing development pattern, and the future opportunities are key considerations when considering the land use framework. And we also wanted to focus development to areas where municipal services and infrastructure do already exist to help manage the municipal budget in the long term. On a similar vein, we also wanted to separate incompatible uses and include some transitions between them. And a really overarching theme for, I think, the whole OCP is just to create more clarity and flexibility and really have a nice working document that is easy to understand. Next slide, please. Here you can see the draft land use plan. It probably looks fairly similar to what you saw last time around, but there have been some refinements, particularly making it a little bit more simple, changing some of the names to be a little bit more clear. And there used to be 2 mixed-use designations, and those have now been combined into 1 instead to make it a little bit more simple. So starting from the lowest density designation, that's the small scale residential, and that's to accommodate the 4 units per lot as required by provincial legislation. You can see that in the lightest color beige on the map. And in those areas, you might see houses or duplexes, which would have been permitted for quite a few years now, as well as triplexes, fourplexes, townhouses, and accessory dwelling units, which might be a little bit on the newer side. Ultimately, any configuration of up to 4 units could be contemplated in these areas, and future guidelines could shape how those look. The next designation up in terms of density is the neighborhood multi-unit, and that is in the slightly bolder yellow color. And this designation is for low-density apartments and townhouses, and it's primarily along the collector and arterial roads and surrounding the neighborhood centers. And the objective for this designation is to be of a generally similar scale and intensity as the small-scale residential, but allowing for some larger apartments with lot consolidation permitted. And the neighborhood multi-unit designation contemplates heights of up to 4 stories, while the small-scale residential is up to 3 stories. The neighborhood mixed-use designation, shown in orange, offers opportunities for medium-density apartments and townhouses, as well as neighborhoods serving commercial. And this designation helps to transition down from the downtown core and serves to shape the neighborhood centers where commercial uses would be contemplated, as well as a couple other select locations. The downtown core, in the darkest red color on the screen, is the highest density designation with the greatest mix of uses. And something unique about this designation is that it's intended to be more pedestrian-oriented with a slightly different urban form than some of the other designations, encouraging people to get out and have a more lively downtown. Just below that, in the lighter red color, you have commercial, which could see some similar activities to the downtown core, but it's really intended to be more auto-oriented with retail, office, and service commercial opportunities. And the final designation you can see on the screen here is the highway commercial. And this is really to be automobile serving, highway commercial, and also tourism uses. I'll also point out in the bottom right, you can see there's a beige designation with the orange crosshatching in the South Lakeside area, and that's still a small-scale residential designation, which just allows for a few additional uses on that side of the city. Next slide, please. We wanted to take some time to give some special attention to the large sites of opportunity, which you can see highlighted in the purple color on the map, as well as indicate the designated neighborhood centers, two of which were in the old OCP, and there is also a new one at the Prosperity Ridge Shopping Center. So these large sites of opportunity are unique, large, undeveloped, and or low-density parcels with special opportunities to realize unique districts and new or expanded neighborhoods on the west side of the river. Each of these areas has been assigned a unique land use designation, allowing for a range of uses in order to accommodate the diversity of development proposals that may come forward in the future. These designations are designed to be flexible while still setting forth a particular vision and objective for each of these areas, while noting unique constraints or challenges to be addressed or accommodated through the development process. These special considerations include noting the potential for archaeological resources, possible contamination, or geological hazards affecting the developability of these areas, as well as noting desired road connections and the need for developers to install the necessary infrastructure to serve those neighborhoods as required. The first large site of opportunity is the Westside Crown Lands, shown in pink on the map, and it is intended to be predominantly residential, offering an opportunity to expand the existing hillside neighborhood, potentially with a secondary crossing to the downtown area. While commercial uses may be considered in this area in the long term, it's not recommended the city encourages those uses until there's sufficient residential density to support them, and a secondary crossing would also strengthen the viability of those businesses. The Transportation Road Network map in the draft OCP notes this connection and that it would require the collaboration of multiple agencies, recognizing the high potential cost for this crossing. Continuing counterclockwise around the slide, you have the Prosperity Ridge designation, which imagines a new medium-density mixed-use community with commercial and a mix of residential forms centered around the Prosperity Ridge Shopping Center, which has been designated as a neighborhood center, recognizing that many people already use it to meet their daily needs. Some key considerations for this area include existing geotechnical hazards, the need for alternative road connections for emergency access, and the need for additional infrastructure should the area develop. The Lakeside Industrial Park, shown in the cyan color, previously referred to as the RC Cotton site, imagines a mix of light industrial and tourism uses to create a unique waterfront district to support the implementation of the Waterfront Enhancement Plan and create an active transportation connection to downtown. Recognizing the valuable railway access, employment and industrial uses should be maintained in this area while creating greater opportunities to access the waterfront. Key considerations for this special site include balancing the light industrial and tourism uses with each other, managing potential contamination and the risk of flooding, and the potential for archaeological resources. With the employment focus of this area, residential uses are not contemplated. The final site of opportunity is the University Village, which is designated for the TRU property. This designation envisions a mix of post-secondary, educational, recreational, residential, and commercial uses to create a stronger sense of place for the university district and support the viability of the adjacent neighborhood center. This special site has fewer constraints than some of the others, being in the already built up part of town. But special considerations include making a road connection from 11th Ave to Midnight Drive to reduce the length of the cul-de-sac that currently exists there, considering the impacts of tree removal and the potential for archaeological resources with the nearby village site. This site of opportunity is also the smallest of the 4 special designations, but it does also offer its own unique opportunity. Next slide, please. The chapter after the land use chapter is housing, and the guiding question for this subject area is how can we meet the community's need for affordable, safe, and suitable housing for all people through every stage of life? And the first objective is to improve housing affordability by reducing the number of households spending more than 30% of their income on housing, and there are 7 policies to support that objective. Objective 5.2 is to diversify the housing stock by expanding the range of home types, price points, and features with 6 supporting policies. The next objective is to increase access to emergency and supportive housing, long-term care, and special needs housing with 5 policies. And the final objective in the housing chapter is to establish protections for renters, rental housing, and affordable housing to reduce experiences of homelessness and housing affordability. And there are 4 policies to support this objective. Next slide, please. Next up is economy and jobs, with the guiding question being how can we build on our community's strengths to create a thriving, inclusive economy, one that reduces income inequality, supports workforce participation, and promotes sustainable practices for long-term prosperity. The first objective is to create places to work and provide support for businesses with 17 supportive policies. Objective 6.2 is to enhance the image of Williams Lake to attract investment, promote economic development, and support downtown vibrancy with 10 supporting policies. The next objective is to recognize and support the importance of agricultural activities to the economy of Williams Lake and the surrounding area with 8 policies. And the final objective under economy and jobs is to support agricultural activities in the Agricultural Land Reserve and to support the mandate of the Agricultural Land Commission with 3 policies. And now I'll pass it back over to Susie.
Great, thanks, Kevin. We'll go to the next slide. Chapter 7 is the Heritage, Archaeology, and Culture chapter, and as Beth mentioned, this is still in progress. We're collaborating with the Williams Lake First Nation on developing the policies. However, I'll go over the guiding question and the objectives. The question is, how can we more effectively recognize, celebrate, and preserve the diverse heritage and cultures that shape the Williams Lake community? And the first objective is to celebrate, support, and respect the traditional knowledge, heritage, and culture of local First Nations. The second objective, to identify, protect, and maintain significant cultural and natural heritage sites and resources. The third is to promote and support arts and culture programs, events, and facilities. And the fourth is to promote multiculturalism and diversity. Next slide. Chapter 8 is social well-being and inclusion. How do we improve social well-being, inclusion, and health of all community members? Objective 8.1, support an accessible community that provides opportunities for all ages and abilities. And there's 3 policies that fall under that objective. The next objective is to encourage the advancement of social planning programs, health partnerships, library services, and support for nonprofit organizations with 7 policies. The next objective is to support mental health, substance use programs, and services for the unhoused population with 4 policies. The next is support programs for children, youth, and families with 2 policies. And the next objective is to support programs that provide services for the senior population with 4 policies. And the final and 6th objective is to foster a resilient, locally focused food system that enhances ecosystem and community health. And that has 6 policies that fall under that objective. We'll go to the next slide. Chapter 9, Parks and Recreation. How can we provide accessible and affordable parks and recreation opportunities that promote public health, social connection, cultural diversity, and environmental stewardship? The first objective is to provide accessible indoor and outdoor recreation facilities with 5 policies. The second, maintain and improve trails and parks, ensuring sufficient land is available to support a connected system of outdoor spaces with 9 policies. The next one is to provide safe, clean parks and trails and gathering spaces with 5 policies. The fourth is collaborate with Williams Lake First Nation, urban Indigenous, and regional Indigenous communities to support reconciliation efforts through parks and recreation initiatives with 3 policies. And finally, balance recreation use within ecologically sensitive areas with 4 policies. Go to the next slide. And chapter 10 is ecosystem protection and climate action. How can we preserve local ecosystems, support biodiversity, adapt to the effects of climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions? The first objective is to map, protect, and enhance natural areas to ensure their long-term conservation and to protect them from development with 7 policies. The second objective, strengthen resilience and adapt to impacts of climate change, 11 policies. And the third one, work towards meeting greenhouse gas emission reduction targets with 9 policies. Next slide. And chapter 11 is natural hazards. How do we protect life and property from natural hazards such as slope instability, wildfire, and flooding? The first objective is to minimize the risks to life and property within geotechnical natural hazard areas. And Kevin will talk about the development permit area for that later on. And in this chapter, we have 9 policies associated with that objective. The second objective is minimize the risk to life and property within wildfire natural hazard areas. Again, we have a development permit area for that, and it's got 4 policies. And then the third one is to minimize the risk to life and property within flood hazard areas, and there's 3 policies associated with that. We'll go to the next chapter, or the next chapter slide, which is transportation. And our sub-consultants, McElhaney Engineering, wrote this chapter. The transportation engineer provided the information for this chapter for us. What strategies can we implement to ensure the continued development and maintenance of a transportation system that is safe, accessible, sustainable, efficient, integrated, multimodal, and affordable for the benefit of all residents, visitors, and the economy? And as Kevin mention, one of the maps in the attached schedule to the OCP is a transportation road network and active transportation map. So there's more information in there. The first objective is to maintain and expand the municipal road network to create a safe and efficient system integrated within the regional highway network, railways, and airports with 11 policies. The second objective, enhance and expand the existing active transportation system to create a safe, accessible, integrated, and convenient network of pathways for all users and abilities. And of course, this is connected to the recently adopted active transportation network plan. There's 9 policies under there. Revisit and expand the existing transit system to improve the comfort and convenience for riders and thereby encourage an increase in ridership, 10 policies. Ensure the transportation system remains safe and effective for the efficient movement of commercial and industrial goods within and through the community, 8 policies. And finally, revisit the management and regulation of vehicle parking, especially in areas of the community with higher demand, with 8 policies. Next chapter. Chapter 13, Municipal Services, Infrastructure, and Emergency Management. And again, McElhaney helped with the infrastructure section of this chapter. How do we continue to maintain and develop a safe, sustainable, and effective infrastructure, emergency management, and solid waste services? First objective, focus development to areas where municipal services and infrastructures are available and require developers or landowners to pay for expansion of infrastructure. 9 policies. Continue to operate and maintain the municipal water system and implement water conservation methods. 9 policies. Continue to operate and maintain the municipal sanitary sewer and stormwater systems and integrate green stormwater options. 12 policies. Promote effective and responsible solid waste composting and recycling collection, management, and disposal. 5 policies. And finally, continue to provide strong coordination amongst all levels of government and agencies in planning and delivery of emergency management. 11 policies. The next chapter. And this is the final chapter, implementation and monitoring, and it includes a table that highlights the priorities and the timeline for implementing the priorities. In terms of objectives, there's 2. When considering land use decisions, Williams Lake will ensure consistency with the policies of the official community plan. 2 policies with that. And then support an effective monitoring reporting system. 3 policies associated with that. So we'll go to the next slide. And I'll hand it over to Kevin to talk about DPAs and temporary use permits.
Thanks, Susie. We can go to the next slide. Another important topic we wanted to present to you today is the proposed development permit areas. And by establishing these areas, it enables the city to use development permits as a tool to regulate development, including both form and character and the management of hazards. And the first 3 DPAs are about form and character, while the last 2 are about the management of hazards. Next slide, please. DPA 1 is for the downtown and mixed use designation. So anywhere with the neighborhood mixed use or downtown core designation is within the DPA 1. And the objective of this development permit area is to create a vibrant, welcoming downtown and mixed use areas where people live, work, and meet for leisure and community events. And the guidelines for this DPA are about managing building design, siting, parking, landscaping, as well as encouraging energy efficient solutions to cultivate a complete community with human-centered design. Next slide, please. Here you can see where those 2 designations are applied, predominantly around downtown, but you can also see some of the neighborhood centers in a few other select locations. Next slide, please. The multi-unit residential development permit area is a similar objective to downtown, but of course for a different type of land use. And this is for any area designated for intensive residential development, which has been defined as any multi-unit development with 5 or more units. So it won't capture those small-scale multi-unit residential options. The objective of this DPA is to guide the development of multi-unit residential developments to enhance building and site design. And those guidelines, of course, manage the design and siting, parking, landscaping, as well as encouraging energy efficient solutions. Next slide, please. Here again, you can see the map where this DPA applies. It does include those large sites of opportunity where mixed use and multi-unit development is contemplated, as well as along some of the key collector and arterial roads and around the neighborhood centers. Slide, please. The final form and character development permit area is for commercial and light industrial, which is predominantly along the corridor formed by Highway 97, Highway 20, and Mackenzie Avenue. And the objective of this DPA is to enhance the visual appeal of the highway commercial and light industrial corridors to create a more inviting route through the community. And this, of course, includes the primary truck route along Mackenzie, which loops all the way through town. And this DPA will encourage a higher standard of site design, building form, and landscaping to improve the appearance of development. Next slide, please. Here you can see the map where this development permit area applies. And there was a similar development permit area in the previous OCP. You can really see those corridors being shown here, predominantly along Mackenzie and Highway 97, and also around the Prosperity Bay Shopping Center. The next DPA is the first one about the management of hazards, so moving on from form and character. And this one is for steep slopes, landslide, and escarpment hazards. And this identifies any area with slopes of more than 30%, where there may be landslide risks or hazards related to the river escarpment. And these have been identified in the Geotechnical Hazard Area Mapping and Assessment Report from Palmer in 2023. The primary objective of this DPA is to reduce the risk to human lives, businesses, and property. This is a really important DPA. And it will generally require a geotechnical report for development on parcels that are identified for these hazard lands. Although I will add, we're working through with staff still exactly what the procedure will be for the different types of hazards. On the next slide, we can see the map. And this one's a little bit more complicated just because there's 2 features shown here. In the orange, you can see any parcel that touches an active landslide or the river hazard area identified in the Palmer report. So if it's touching it at all, it gets flagged as having the potential landslide hazard, but that doesn't mean that development couldn't occur in some of these locations. And also on this map is identified parcels with steep slopes. And as mentioned, this just means that there's anywhere on that property that has a slope of 30% or more. It might be possible to build around it, or perhaps you need a higher level of intervention from a geotechnical assessment. And the final DPA, also about managing hazards, is about wildfire. And this one does include the entire city, and that's just due to the city's geographical, climate, and urban characteristics. And wildfire hazards really pose a threat to every property of the municipal boundary because the wind can blow embers to potentially reach anywhere in the city, even if a fire is occurring a little bit further away. And these guidelines predominantly include directions for fire-resistant roofing, fencing, and exterior finishes and landscaping. This is just about managing the risk of fire should those embers land down. And now, actually, there's one more slide. We have the map here. It is just everywhere in the city, of course, but it is important to have the map as well to identify that. And the final topic in this session is the temporary use permits. This is different from DPAs, but they must be enabled through the OCP to have as a tool to allow a short-term alternative to proposed land uses that might not warrant a permanent change to the land use designation in the OCP or the zoning of the land. And this allows temporary uses on a trial or interim basis, or perhaps there's something seasonal or occasional you might want to allow on a given property, but not give them the permanent option to continue that activity. And this one also includes the entire city. Now I'll pass it back to Susie.
Great, thanks, Kevin. We'll go to the next slide, please. So we have now concluded the overview of the draft official community plan and the development permit areas. So before we go on to the zoning bylaw, which is essentially an implementation tool of the OCP, we'd like to pause here and get your feedback on particularly the land use plan and then chapters 5 to 15. Of course, anything in the chapters is fine, but also if you have any questions on any of the policies, feel free to comment on those, the development permit areas as well. And then, as Beth said, if you'd like, there is an opportunity for a council workshop during the engagement period in September, and staff can set that up. And ideally, there would be like 5 or 6 topic areas that we could focus on. So I'll stop there and hand it back to your worship for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'll go back to Ms. Binkamp, and if you have anything to add and delete before I make any comment. Oh, okay. Anyway, thank you very much. Just overview. The tradition, we used to do 5 to 10 years, 8-year OCP. Now government has brought up a big hammer. We have to do every 5 years. And this year our budget, council approved $300,000, which we received some funding availability from the Victoria. I can't be not enough thankful to them. As the ship, far as I'm concerned, been parked a long time. And the staff have to pull the ship out of the mud. And, I'm sorry, I thought I turned it off, but did I get it on? And have to get rolling. That's what the difficulty is. It's a long process. A lot of things could be missing, and we can add it, and I'm so glad to get the overview. And I would have the question. I think the first person, Councilman Nelson, you raise the hand, please.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much to the planners and the staff and the community for certainly getting a first blush and a bit of a direction taking place. I'm very pleased in terms of the progress that's been established and kind of the economic blueprint that's in front of us, starting to detail a much bigger community in the sense of building in and up. I appreciate very much the input that we've got on the west side in terms of the opportunities that are available for us for future opportunities as well. I know that it was in 2023, Bill 44, the province came in and said very clearly, your OCP needs to meet these requirements, and they need to ensure that as part of the housing studies, your land that you've got in your community has to fit and exceed 80 units a year. Based upon what's in front of us today, Does this plan meet those objectives under Bill 44 that the province brought in?
Kevin, do you want to respond to that, Kevin, or?
Go ahead, Susie. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. It absolutely does meet the requirement for the 1,600 units over the next 20 years. I haven't fully modeled out the build out of every possible land use designation, but only looking at the small scale residential designation on its own already vastly exceeds that 1,600 units without considering any of the multi-unit or mixed use designations. So there is a substantial amount of development potential in the current or in the proposed OCP.
Perfect, thank you. And then the second question has to do with the commercial development and the increased needs for commercial development within the community. In approximate stock numbers, what do you anticipate over the next 5 to 10 years of commercial space being met under this existing OCP presentation in square feet approximately?
I don't believe I'd have an estimate of square feet off the top of my head, but if that's something you would like to see, we could undertake that calculation.
No, it's just, I'm just kind of, people that have chatted with me along the way said they're looking to build in the community and looking for commercial space. And I said, as a matter of fact, we're redoing really two big things, land use and OCP, which is, so there's a lot going on. So I'm just trying to ensure that when we look at these things, you've answered that question. The third question is that, did we incorporate the extension of the roadway along the end of Western Avenue to the bottom of, that is in there? Great, awesome, thank you. Good work. Yes.
Yes. That was brought to me. Okay, anybody else? Councillor Flashfuller, next, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Big thank you to you guys. I think this is awesome. I truly, not fibbing, started going through, I haven't read all of it in detail, but I've tried to get through a bunch because we just received it last week prior to this meeting. But I was like what I see. And in my notes, I actually crossed out like and put love. Because once I started reading a whole bunch of the policies under the objectives, I was really impressed and pleased with a lot of the things that are on there. I actually made a list of a bunch that I wanted to just kind of read out, but I'm not going to get into that. Hopefully community will have time to be able to look at some of those things. I just think you guys are covering a lot of aspects of really great development concepts for our community moving forward, and things that I think have, we've missed and we need to do, and we need to focus on as an organization and as a community. So I'm really liking what I see in this document. I find it very easy to be able to go through too. It's very, very clean and crisp. So to the consultants and to staff, I'm really impressed. I have a couple little things. I'm not sure if this is the time or when we get into the detailed stuff, whether I should bring it up, but just because they're not huge, I figured I would mention them anyways. One thing I was noticing was in the parks one, I thought there would be a great addition to have a little bit more potentially about the River Valley Trail, because I think there's a lot of significance. There's basically a picture and just said River Valley Trail in a topic of one of the lines, but that's about it. Where I see there's so much potential for that down the road in the next multiple years, because one of the big aspects of this OCP that we're seeing in there and that you guys have presented is that connectivity and work with First Nations, and with the IR lands that are at the bottom of that Park Valley Trail. I just see so much potential for future development and for tourism, economics for our municipality. It's a gem. Just as much as the waterfront development that we now have in here and is being promoted within this OCP, I think that we can't neglect that one. So that's one little piece. Under parks also, I kind of just made a note of maybe a policy or something that talks about improvements on signage, connection, and promotion for residents and for visitors, because I brought it up in other things. We have an amazing disc golf but people drive through our city and they don't even know what's there.
They do.
Well, they do. But do you know what I mean? If they aren't stopping possibly at the TDC or stopping somewhere, it may not be a visual. So just signage, when I go to other municipalities for recreation, which I do a lot of, those sign connections are huge. You stop at one place, it presents another asset that you have in your community, or whether it's the mountain biking trails, whether it's whatever, whether we get the waterfront development going even more, or the river valley, or the disc golf, or if you get what I'm getting at. I see that that's a great future development potential to have in there.
So, you're right, and those finer details aren't here because we can't invent that, right? But if you look at the Chapter 14 implementation, you will see that one of the first things that we're recommending we get after,
is
on
the new
top of all
parks
the
and
other
trail.
things, is a new parks
trail
and rec and trail. And so it's been super helpful having the active transportation plan because we've been able to kind of get that in there in a good way. And we just are not there with parks and trails yet. We need a new master plan, but hopefully the policies that are in here are going to capture our sort of future hopes and dreams. And so I hope people can look at it like not for details, but are the themes going in the right direction?
Perfect. Okay, I understand. Yeah.
And then we will be asking for feedback on that implementation schedule. And this is a part where council, your direction is going to be super important for us, is because that's where we start making the commitments to take this very nice picture and start implementing things. And so do we have the schedule right? Are we going to focus on the right things in year 1 to 3?
Yeah, I read those.
Do it that way. So, and I do believe it's a number 1 for the Parks and Rec, especially when we've got different users coming, asking for different things of us all the time. There's a big one right now. We need a big plan.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you for the answer on that, Beth. I really appreciate it. One other thing I just want to mention, and maybe I'm feeling behind on mentioning this here because I feel like it would have been a great conversation a while ago before we got into the OCP thing. But I've always had it in my brains, this is my personal perspective, but like I look at this and I look at the mapping in regards to the routes and the truck route, that's the arterial, that is Mackenzie. I don't know what all the history is, but I feel a conversation could be had on that. I see the costs incurred to our municipality by promoting large truck traffic so close to our downtown core, so close to recreation areas, when we actually could be utilizing highway to make all of that function and happen. I understand it's an industrial zone with light industry, but when I see us at a potential position to go, should we be incorporating more lights on Mackenzie to slow traffic down, to slow down that industry? When I see businesses put out a great outdoor eating area and then there's large logging trucks going right by, for me, I see that as we're not looking at the future, because those downtown cores, those livability pieces of a municipality is a big part of planning. And if you have industry going through the center of it, it removes that atmosphere that people are looking for. And I want to see that our downtown is really encouraged to grow and become strong. And I feel that we have that old school mentality of keeping industry so close to it when we could be making connections to downtown, to the Creek Valley, maybe some of those BC Rail properties where it's a great potential development for our municipality for tourism and economic growth, and we're missing that. So if this is a long-term document, that's one of those things. I don't know what the history is. I'm sure some of my colleagues do in regards to Mackenzie Avenue. But for me, when I look at other municipalities, their planning and what they have there, the parts that I really enjoy are not ones where I'm watching large truck traffic going by right close. So I just see a thought towards that, and I wonder what my colleagues think and staff.
Yes, I'll just, on that one, I'll say noted, and that will not be on your implementation plan in years 1 to 3. But if that's a council direction in the future to look at what options might be, then staff can take that back. It is not in this OCP right now. And good news, we get to update it again in 5 years. So if that's something that certain people in the community feel passionate about, because of course you've got some really valid points there, that's something that we'll have to walk out. Elections are probably won and lost on issues like that, so.
And we can talk to McElhaney about that too, the transportation engineer. He's the one that suggested that, so we can take that back to Glenn.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did Susie say?
So the cool thing about our project right now is we actually have some traffic consultants working with us, McElhaney, and Susie just noted that she'll take that back to Glenn. I mean, we know there's an alternate route. But it's probably, I'll just guess that is pretty controversial given all the different
And
businesses.
Kevin was the one that created the map with Glenn. Do you have any further comment on that, Kevin?
Yeah, I don't know the full history, but Glenn will have some more information that we can chat about. But he did note when we were putting the map together that he was actually working for the Ministry of Transportation when that truck route was established, and there was a lot of attention paid to establishing that route and a lot of motivation to maintain it. So I don't know the whole history there, but it would probably involve a conversation with the ministry to determine how to move forward.
For sure. Thank you. Like, this is coming from me personally, and I don't know what any of my colleagues think. That's just my perspective, and I wanted to just bring the conversation to the table. So it's good. This is OCP time.
This is the time, absolutely.
Thank you.
Excellent point, Councillor Mills, Vice Fuller. And Councillor Moses, then Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. First off, thank you so much for providing us with this draft. It's so thorough and well done that it's hard to believe it's a draft, but it is a draft, and we got some more work to do. So let's get into it. I really appreciate the early and continued focus in this work on relationship building and working with partners. The parts on small town livability, on us being a regional hub, these are very important for our community to be able to continue growing, is to grasp onto those all those aspects that you're already doing in our plan, and that's great. I really appreciate seeing all the assistance in there for nonprofit organizations that are helping our community. This is a direction that I'd really like to see our OCP and our city in general, our whole community, all of Williams Lake and the Caribou-Chilcotin should be following this direction in helping these organizations to help them. Another part in the Chapter 5 objectives is the improvement of housing diversification and affordability. This is obviously one of the main goals that we're being pushed towards from senior forms of government. And I would really like to see these 2 points that I was just talking about be combined a little bit more in our official community plan. There's parts where we see that we'll be trying to help local organizations find opportunities to maintain housing in our community. But I think that we can take this a step further, and we can also assist them with building new housing. We've seen recently the success that Prince George has had in doing this. They're quickly becoming perhaps the second municipality in Canada to eliminate chronic houselessness in their community through help from the municipality and from the province and from the feds all working together. And this is something that we can tackle in our official community plan and follow suit, because if we can follow Medicine Hat and we can follow Prince George, we can be the next municipality that has no chronic unhoused people. And this is a goal that is something that we should be working towards. I don't think anyone would question that we would love to have every member in our community housed and safe. So if we could combine those, there's a few, I don't know if this is the time to go over specifics, but I'm going to anyways. And we can do this again when we have a council workshop later in September. There's Policy 5.1, that's to improve housing affordability. 5.16, to explore opportunities to work with community organizations. 5.2, for diversifying the housing stock by expanding the range of home types, price points, and features. If we could add some of this wording to be able to assist these organizations with building housing, not just maintaining what they already have. I'm talking about organizations such as the Friendship Society, such as the Canadian Mental Health Association. Those two organizations combined own over 1% of the housing in Williams Lake. And if we help them with being able to find funding and to find the assistance they need to be able to continue building, I guarantee you they will quickly own 2%, 3%, 4% of the housing. And these will be the diversified type of housing that we need in our community to be able to catch up with municipalities like Prince George, where we've seen them go from very dark days with their unhoused to being one of the greatest examples in our whole country. So if we can follow suit and we can get this done. We just need a little bit more wording changed in here so that we can help them with opportunities. And I'm not saying that we spend municipal funds on it. I'm saying that we help them with recommendations, help them with support letters, help them with applying for funding that we know exists that maybe they haven't seen yet. We have some amazing people on our council and in our staff that are great at finding these type of opportunities, and they're right in front of us right now. So if we can do that, that would be fantastic. 5.44 says when funding is available, work with nonprofit partners to encourage and facilitate the acquisition of existing market rentals. I think that we could also help them with building. Again, the same wording change that I would like to see, not to replace the current wording, but to add on to it. So those are my views on how our official community plan is helping our local organizations and helping with housing. And we can combine, I truly believe we can combine those a little bit and create something very special right here in our home, right here in Williams Lake. We can achieve something that is rarely seen. And we have the opportunity right now because we're lucky enough that we get to be working on our official community plan right now. And we have very strong professionals helping us get this wording correct, that if we do this right, we can be a brilliant light and example moving forward. One of the other sections I'd like to mention is in Objective 8.5. It's to support programs that provide services for the senior population. I don't have immediate recommendations for changes here, but I want more of that here. Our senior population is growing so swiftly that we're having trouble keeping up with the proper services and housing for them. We need to be doing a larger part there. And I think that this is the place where we can take that first step to ensure that we're helping seniors in our community. So I have one more comment and one more question. My comment is I definitely want that council workshop for detailed feedback in September. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will also want this because I think that we're in a great spot, but we can even make it better. And that's an amazing place to be. Like my colleague, Councillor Flass-Puller said, when I started reading this, I really liked it. And as I went, it definitely changed to loving this piece of work. And it's something that I think that we can be really proud of and continue working on. My question then is, how does the public still give more feedback for this? Can they still give feedback directly to you, or do they have to give it to us at the city and then we provide it in the workshop in September? What is the process?
Oh, there's a process.
Yeah, let's open that can.
So,
thank you, Your Worship.
We are working very, very hard to get a engagement survey out for the September long weekend when everybody has a little bit more time and can have a second cup of coffee and do the survey for us. We will be having an open house here at City City Hall.
Yes.
And hopefully we will have a lot of council coming to be with us and speak to the public. That's on September the 11th. We are going around to different community group meetings, and then I anticipate that several groups that have reached out to me will be back in my inbox pretty soon saying that they want special sessions as well, and we're going to do our best to accommodate those. So I think there'll be a lot of opportunities in different ways that people can get involved and let us know what they think. And that hopefully after tonight, when you endorse this to go to the public consultation session 2.0, we'll get busy with that and bring you back a report on what that looked like.
Excellent, good point. Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love everything about this, and it looks like a nice, bright, shiny future for Williams Lake, and the amount of detail that goes into it, everything's been thought of. And I look at our OCP, and then I look at our financial plan, and it just feels like we're in two totally separate worlds. We're looking at what 20 kilometers of road costs to repave, and then we're talking about building new roads. We can only afford to do a couple kilometers of roads every year, and we want to build new ones. We know that a small playground costs $500,000, and we're looking at a waterfront giant rebuild. And I just wonder, we want to finalize our financial plan and fairly soon, and we want to finalize our OCP and fairly soon, but it just feels like they are not coinciding. Like, this is a big, beautiful plan, but is it ever going to be attainable for us? And I hate that I'm always the one that sits there and goes, hey, I see dollar signs, but I see dollar signs.
Well, you are a small business owner, and that's where your brain is, and you are right to have your brain there. So, there's lots of things here that are guiding principles that we just need to follow as a municipality in order to have a good, inclusive, safe, livable community. A lot of those things can be low-cost items, and we're pretty creative. The second thing is that we really need to sort of sit down and look at what our priorities are and create a capital plan that's reflective of where we want to go. So some of the things that are in the OCP right now are not appearing in the capital plan. We do need to really look at the capital plan and the items that are on there and determine if those are in fact priorities, or if there's something that's come out of this process, or if there's something that's come out of our community engagement that is going to direct us in a different way. We do, at the moment, have good partners at the province and at the federal level. And so when we're bringing forward applications like we did tonight for a $6 million 100% funded grant, that is our path forward. We're good at chasing grants. We're really good at completing our projects, right? So when we get a grant, we finish the grant. I chat all the time about how we don't want to be on the naughty list with the province by having projects go 3 years overdue and millions of dollars over budget, because they don't care if we go over budget. That's on us when we do that. Just so you know, we can't go back and say, we didn't ask for enough. So we really do. It does come down to having really good plans, a really good capital plan that aligns with the vision of what the community wants to do. A lot of that stuff, as you know, is not sexy, and yet it needs to be done because the underground work counts, right? So it's this fine balance, and I think it's always appropriate to bring up, how are we going to pay for this? Because we can have hopes and dreams all day long, but we've got to be able to fund them.
Mm-hmm. And that's when we were talking about tonight with the well being $3 million a couple of years ago and now being $6 million.
Exactly.
And look at all this and go, oh, gotta love grants.
Yeah. There's nobody can borrow money as inexpensively as a municipality can. That becomes an option in the future. We've been really good at paying off debt, so that puts us in a better position for things that we really want in the future. And it's that constant balance of what we want and how we're going to get there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Delaney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to that point, because I agree with Councillor Lyons. It is. I mean, and I understand the OCP is a guiding document. It doesn't mean that we're going to do everything that's in there. It's just like when we, invite a water treatment or we invite a river valley system or whatever, we look at that against our OCP and we try to find the opportunities. But in having the conversations with community, that is my question is, you know, they want all these things and they've been great about getting the feedback in, but has the conversation been had to, are you willing to pay for these things? Because it's one thing to say you want, you know, X, Y, Z, but you also have to be able to open up your wallet to pay the taxation in order to achieve it, because we cannot continue to take money from our reserves, right? Like we have to be able to start taxing for some of this stuff. So that's, I'm curious about that question. Like, is that something that you're, you know, when you're talking with the community is like, we're going to put this in the guiding document. We want to put all your hopes and dreams and wishes in there, but we also want you to understand you're going to have to pay for these hopes and dreams and wishes.
So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because we're sort of, this ethereal dreamscape we're creating right now, right? So we don't want to be downers by talking about how we're going to pay for it, but that is important. I really hope that through this process, we are going to have a way better sort of material to take out in the budgeting time. And so you've been very staunch about having those public budgeting consultation pieces. And, you know, this is our chance to connect the dots for people that you can dream about having amazing recreation, but we also want you to come to the budget open house and help us figure out how we're going to pay for that. And so it's sort of matching those things together. You are not going to find this really in the OCP at this time. However, do pay attention again to that implementation piece of how are we going to walk this out.
Well, and I think that's, you know, maybe that would be could be part of the consultation is drilling it down then too, in that walking it out. I mean, it's one thing for council to say, we want to do this, that, or whatever, but having the community say, okay, we're going to prioritize. We've heard from the community that they want us to prioritize X, Y, and Z, and they have said they're willing to pay for those things. I mean, and then we have to get back to understanding we have core services that we have to deliver. So like you said, it's the unsexy things that live underneath the ground that are failing.
Yeah.
Because without those, it doesn't matter if you got recreation, if you're not no water to drink or, you know, bathe in kind of thing. So
just on my feet here, I'm thinking that we can be mindful to include some questions in the survey. We've got some ranking questions, so what's more important, and we can seek to put a couple of budget questions in there of, you know, would you, if your taxes went up because of this or that, you know, we'll work on that.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think that would help us as counselors as well.
Yeah. For sure. Good feedback. We can see if we can get that wrapped in there in the next couple of days.
And before I had a kick on the can, I bet there's no question about your ability to get the fundings and grants and the council office to push politically. I'm fully aware. I don't think this community has any doubt in their mind. But before I had a kick on the can, I got Mr. Marak, I wanted to say something. I only had 2 lines to say.
Thanks, Your Worship. So further to Councillor Lyons and Councillor Delaney's comments, there will be a good opportunity for council to come to the next open house and ask those questions. Are you willing to pay for it? Because you're absolutely 100%. None of this is funded, and grants aren't paying for all of it. Grants are going to be harder and harder to come by coming up here with the provincial governments reducing on spending and stuff like that. So this is aspirational, just like I think Beth mentioned and stuff like that. It's a great guiding document, and all these things are wonderful to have. But every time you say more recreation, more things like this, it costs money, and we have a pretty big list of things that we need to do in the next little while with depleting revenues coming up here. So just be mindful of that. And it's a good discussion to have when we have the open house and people are all excited and things, but they're going to have to commit to paying for it if they want.
As far as I'm concerned, I usually get ready for the preparation of the agenda on Sunday. And Saturday, I like to wrap up the week. That's my regular habit, has been ever since I came to this office. This Saturday, something happened, the incident happened. I didn't even get a chance. I've been under quite a bit under the influence of the medication, so I did whatever I could. And I received 4 phone calls today, not 20, not 100, only 4 phone calls today, just around 4 o'clock. First, before that, I saw a doctor in the emergency, and they called me into my regular doctor's office. Just there was a visiting doctor. They already discussed, I won't go more into, they asked for signage. They love our community, and one of the doctors, a new doctor from UBC, I tried to suck her into the Williams Lake. She said, you never know. She's ready for bribery. I said, nobody can bribe you more than I can. And my doctor introduced her. She requested for the signage. She liked whatever. And she was only here since Saturday. A couple of days, she took a day off. And the other issue people asked me was those 4 people called me. One was indoor supports facility. And second was, which has been on the council table for years and years. It come on and off. The connectivity to the west. The second, access to the west. And if something goes wrong on Highway 20, it's not only for our community, it's good for all the way to Bellacula. What option we had. So those things, if you folks had put it in, I'm sorry, like I said, I haven't gone word by word like some of my colleagues sounds like they did. And I apologize for not doing all my homework. I did whatever I could do based on the circumstances. So those are the 3 things I like to do. And Councilor Nelson is on second time. Before I allow him to speak, my request would be, folks, this is a draft copy. Call, write to Ms. Beankamp and Jessica Bolt or Murray, our people at the City Hall. Drop in your writing notes and open houses coming up. Most of the time I attended when these a staff member was going, doesn't matter, they was at the Senior Activity Center, or they was at City Hall, or they was at the chamber, wherever there was, I tried my best to attend it. I also encourage the council member, make sure you are here on open house, because the people, when they come, they're going to talk to you. They wanted to see you, trust me. And that's when you're going to make the decision, how we're going to budget. And your last budget would be coming pretty quickly, last budget for this term. So we got to be all prepared. So being said that, Councilor Nelson, last time, please, we got enough time today.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Susie, Kevin, there's no doubt, I think that this is, it's big, it's bold, it's positive, and it creates good changes. And I think the community wants to see that take place. And I think council wants to see this take place. And I know the province wants to see it take place. The biggest document that we've got as an investment tool is in front of us. But I'm also well aware of is that a lot of problems that we've got today is that when we complete this document and we're giddy and we're happy and we want to move this ball forward, and we take it out and we say, hey, come and build here, guess who holds it up? The province of British Columbia. Today, for 24 months, they've held up 154 homes in this community being built because they want more studies, more transportation information. So while we're on side and we're giddy to build and build 80 new homes a year, the province is throwing up all these red blocks and more red tape. My colleague, Councillor Moses, talked about homes for people that need them at a certain capacity. We've been on record for 5 years to rezone one particular location. 5 years. So while we're all giddy for positive change and looking for investments, this, what you've done, Susie and Kevin and staff, have created a roadmap. But I'm going to flag it and hold the provincial government accountable, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are holding up development within rural British Columbia in small communities. We've got a development on the west side. Over 154 homes that could be in the ground is on hold because of massive studies that they keep requesting. So when I look at this document, Susie and Kevin, I guess the question is that we've got McElhaney, that is our transportation guide specialist. So as we start to lay out where we're going to put these 80 units, and we tie this and we move this forward and approve it. And then we say to the investor that walks into William Blake and walks into Beth's office and says, hey, I hear you guys got a brand new OCP, where can I build? And then all of a sudden, the red tape comes out. So in my mind, I guess the question to Susie and Kevin is that I, as an investor myself, when you walk in and you look, you want to make sure that you can be in the ground and building. Right now, the province is scaring investors away from rural British Columbia. How do we dovetail this document so that we get the support of the province and their ministries, that they accept what's in front of us, that we want to see our community grow?
I'll take the first shot at that. So part of the process to have this adopted is there needs to be referrals made to different agencies like MOT, and they're going to get a preview of this, right? This isn't going to be new information. This is going to be all sent to them and previewed. The second thing is, I mean, I have to dwell in optimism because that's my job as economic development. And if the province has asked us to do this, and they told us, thou shalt have this done by December 31st, then it is also incumbent upon the province to work with us in order to make this happen. And so, we've got opportunities at UBCM. It becomes a lobbying thing. And I think hopefully, the more clear we are on what our priorities are, the more specific our requests can be to the provincial government, so that when we do have those meetings, we're not kind of going in unprepared with sort of these, ideas. We can say, we've workshopped this, we've talked about this, we have a plan, this is what we want to do. And it really will require us, like, we've got some work to do before UBCM to sort of look at, what are the really big balls that we want to start talking about, and how do we start coming up with costs for what that's going to look like, and how do we put those items on the capital plan. And so I don't know that there's a really good answer. Susie, do you have an answer for Scott that's different than mine? She might know something. She lives in the big city.
No, I don't have any more insight on the province, but I think as you say, we'll refer this to the relevant provincial agencies, so they will know what your plans are, what your hopes are, and then hopefully they can facilitate. I think it's about different ministries talking to each other. The housing ministry has to talk to the transportation ministry, just to make sure that they're moving forward to achieve the same outcomes. And UBCM is a great opportunity to lobby some of those ministers that will be there.
So there's no direct correlate. Okay, it's just will be sent to them, I guess. Okay, thank you.
So we got a motion, I believe, staff, please.
No, we've got whole other half yet. So, so do we need like a 5 minutes needs break, or do you want to push through? That's why I got to.
I'll ask the council, what do you want to do? Because we got an in-camera.
We've got to talk about zoning and land use now. This is a really fun part.
Okay, we got in-camera, folks. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Keep going?
Zoning is the answer to your question, Councillor Nelson, that
Exactly.
The zoning bylaw, as Susie mentioned, is a tool used to regulate the land use framework set out by the official community plan. So let's dive into the zoning bylaw. The last version of the zoning bylaw was adopted in 2002, with several amendments since. So I'm going to dive into some of the key considerations of the new zoning bylaws. So can we go to the next slide, James? Next one. Okay, so key considerations include definitions, general regulations such as short-term rental regulations. Zones have been updated to meet the 2004 provincial small-scale multi-unit housing regulations, which now allow up to 4 units on a lot. Next slide. We've updated the parking regulations and the landscaping, screening, and fencing. So this version of the bylaw has been reformatted, restructured to include charts, diagrams. We've done color to improve readability, make the document a little easier to follow and interpret for all users, from property owners to contractors, architects, and staff. Next slide. Okay, so the establishment of zones. So we're going to deep dive into the zoning a little bit here. And the new zones align with the proposed land use framework. Staff have increased the variety of zones or amalgamated them the several existing zones into one zone. So we're going to dive into that a little further. So for example, in the last few years, we've had several zoning applications to allow personal services and office use along the Mackenzie corridor. So this has now been updated in the new zoning map. And so we will hope to have fewer rezoning applications and shift that into more minor variances for new developments. We've also added 2 new mixed-use zones to encourage both residential and commercial developments, and those are in neighborhood centers or the outskirts of the downtown core, so it's going to kind of shift in gradualness of density and the mixes of uses. We have eliminated all 23 comprehensive development zones into the new zones. And we've also updated our lot coverage, height, setbacks for most of the zones to align with Chapter 4 of the OCP land use designations.
Sorry, what does that mean?
So if you look in the land use chapter 4 that talks about the like downtown core and then the neighborhood mixed use, it provides a small chart there that outlines the intention. So the downtown core's intention is to have urban pedestrian feel. So the setbacks of that zone in the zoning bylaw are 0 setback. So to encourage, you know, that immediate storefront right there, you're looking in, and then it would reflect additional setbacks from that to give that feel. Same with our mixed use developments, like downtown core is up to 8 stories, I believe right now. And then the mixed use zone that transitions out is up to 6 stories. And then they're reflecting based on the intention of those land use framework that City Spaces presented earlier. Next slide. So this just gives an overview. The next slides show how we kind of shifted those zones and amalgamated some of them and integrated the CD, the comprehensive development zones, into. So we went from 8 residential zones to 6, but amalgamating a number of comprehensive development zones into those main residential zones. Next slide, sorry. I will note, Councillor Moses mentioned supportive housing, so I'm going to housing for different types of supports and community groups. So we've actually added RS1, which I'm going to dive into a little deeper later, but that's more specific to those types of resources and alternative housing types versus the standard market rental type housing. We've still kept our manufactured home park, Bearland Strata. As Kevin mentioned, South Lakes Residential follows the SMU guidelines, so for the increased density up to 4 units, but we are allowing manufactured homes there. There's a little bit more lot coverage allowance for accessory buildings because we find those lots are a little bit larger on South Lakeside. We heard from the public that they want to see larger shops, you know, for toys and recreational purposes. So we're trying to balance the lot coverage and the setbacks and the guidelines of the provincial regulations and what we've heard from the public and what we see in applications. Next slide. So an overview of mixed use and commercial. As I mentioned, we've added 2 new mixed use zones. So we have a residential mixed use, which we have recently approved for the former Poplar Glade site. So we've carried that zoning in, and we hope to see many other zones in the community of the same uses, which would be primarily residential with some of the smaller commercial uses like hairdresser shop, laundromat, those around the neighborhood centers. And then we have our commercial mixed use, which would primarily be in the downtown core. And then we have condensed 7 unique commercial zones into 2. So we have commercial and then highway commercial. And highway commercial would focus a little bit more on the tourism and the auto-oriented and the service industry, as Kevin mentioned. Next slide. Industrial. Industrial hasn't really changed that much. We still have our airport industrial, heavy industrial, and light industrial, also mixing in some of the comprehensive development zones. The one new one would be the tourism industrial, which is directly correlated with the lakeside industrial park study area land use designation. And so that's the former like RC Cotton site, because as Kevin mentioned, there's kind of unique opportunities there. And so we went a little more specific with the uses, like the combination of uses down there, trying to maintain that rail industry and then mix in some other uses with the recreation corridor and the waterfront. Next slide. And institutional and recreational primarily has stayed the same. We have added the University Village. So again, we got a little more specific in regards to institutional use. This doesn't include daycare services as our other institutional use includes. This is more specific to university uses, research centers, you know, maybe a student union pub one day or student housing and market housing. That's why we use the term village, because we want to keep it open for not just, you know, maybe student housing. We are still in consultation with True University and what their direction is for this site. So there could be some changes on this one, but we wanted to kind of send it in that direction. And then the only change with our P1 zone is that we did separate like specific parks and recreation to some of the lands that need a little more conservation and protection. And so they're a little bit more of our trail amenity designation, and parks and recreation can have higher uses like recreation facilities and other park uses, parking lots, ensure we're food services possibly. We wanted to kind of deep dive into that and open that up. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we still maintained a couple site-specific uses. So council has directed to pre-zone parcels to encourage development within the community. So this can be achieved in many ways. The previous practice was comprehensive developments for specific sites and uses. So for example, the Walmart development was a comprehensive development 15 zone, and it's now a commercial zone. Another way is to decrease the number of zones and increase the allowable uses to allow for more variety of development instead of a site-specific spot, which is the direction of the new zoning bylaw. So we've kind of done a combination here because there are a few.
Yeah, we gotta recess. The
Motion to recess?
Yeah, so moved and second. Yeah.
It's me, Kelsey Bell. I'm with Todd Sullivan. It's us. We're live in 100 Mile, actually Lone Butte, more like it. We're at
Hot July Nights.
I always forget. Hot July Nights with Cassie Murray Donovan.
Yes, hi.
And what's your title here?
So I am the secretary for the board that runs the show. So for the last 6 months, there's been about between 15 and 20 of us that have put on everything. We meet once a month, and yeah, so we've put this on over the last 6 months.
I didn't realize how big your team was. 20 people.
Yes.
That's insane.
What is this all about? What is Hot July Nights all about?
So Hot July Nights is basically a way for 100 Mile to showcase the community. We have brought together anybody that loves cars, motorcycles, semi-trucks, anything with a motor basically, just to come together, spend 3 days doing all sorts of events. We put on a rod run, a poker run, and then a big show, and that's tomorrow. So that'll be over 400 cars we're hoping for this year anyways.
400?
Yes.
Did you say 200 for today?
Yes, 200 for today.
And today is the poker run?
Today is the poker run. So we had the
Cool.
rod run last night, and we had over 200 cars for that as well.
Wow. And then there's 200 more coming for tomorrow?
Yes. So
For the show part, is that what
for
it
the
is?
show part, yes, for the show and shine. So for the show and shine, last year we had 427 cars show up. I believe the farthest one that came out was from Saskatchewan. So we have quite a good range of people coming up, and a huge range of vehicles as well. So it's been happening since 2008. And this is, it's probably one of the biggest events in 100 Mile for sure.
I bet. With those many, yeah. So, like, with people coming from so far away, what is the draw? Are there prizes? Is it more about the opportunity to show off?
So it is about the prizes for sure. There's $25,000 worth of prizes. Yes.
Brought your car.
My Ford Escape?
Yeah,
exactly.
You'd be surprised the things that'll win. So the nice thing about our car show is that we don't do it the traditional way where we have people go out and we have a board of judges that judge them. We actually do it by draw. So as long as you put your car in the show, you have a chance of winning. And out of that $25,000, the main prize is a $5,000 trip. Or you can take home $3,000 cash if you aren't a traveler. So there's an option there as well.
Does that include the poker prizes, or can you explain what the poker run, how it actually works?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's two different runs that we do. We do a rod run, which is essentially just a hot rod run. Everyone goes out. We all travel together in a big group. They actually shut down the highway for us so that we can all go out together. Yes, it's the whole community backs us for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, so that one we all head out. We actually go out to Canham Lake for that one. So we go to the Canham Lake store and everyone sets up. They supply donuts, coffee, all that sort of thing. And we all just hang out for a little evening. There's about $1,000 worth of prizes for that one. And that's raffled too. So anything that you show up to, there's going to be prizes. For the poker run, that's done as... It's actually poker. So you go out, you're staged in 100 Mile, and then you have certain stops that you have to stop at to pick up another card for your hand of poker. Right. And then once we get here, everyone shows up, there's prizes, we see who's got the best hand, and then of course we put on a little show for everybody, and yeah.
So
That's a lot. That's a lot to organize.
The cars that you see coming in here, these are the people who have finished.
These are the ones that have finished
run.
the poker run, yes. So this is the end stop for everybody.
Right. So as we're talking and as people are seeing these cars coming in, that's what's going on.
I was gonna see, we could show people coming in. No.
Go ahead if you want. You're already over there.
Oh yeah, why not?
So do the poker hands play a part in prizes, or is it just...
Yes, so those do play a part in the prizes, so the best hand wins. We have about $1,000, I believe, between $1,000 and $1,200 worth of prizes just for this event as well. And then $25,000 overall. The cool thing too is if you show up and you're spectating, we have another raffle prize as well, and that's not included in the 25 grand. So that's a $2,700 barbecue that you can win just from showing up to see the cars.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so, like, just a reminder for people watching, this is happening right now.
Yes.
We are live. How long is this going until today if people wanted to
So this will go on for probably another 2-3 hours
Yeah.
because we've only got, I'd say, not even half of the cars here yet that still have to complete the run. And then tomorrow, everything starts off at 10 a.m. So the show starts at 10. There's tons of little events throughout the show as well. We've got a guess apart, there's vendors, like a little marketplace. We've got food trucks, all sorts of stuff.
So where's the show and shine tomorrow?
So the show and shine is actually right downtown 100 Mile. We shut down Birch Street, and so everyone lines up around there, and all the stores are open too. So it really does help boost the community and bring people in directly to downtown.
So how did you get involved with the board that puts this all together? How did that happen?
So I was actually asked, just because since I've moved here in 2018, I've gone to every Hot July Nights because I've been a car girl my whole life. So that was just kind of how it started. And then my husband and I met a couple of the people from the board, and they said, hey, we're looking for new people if you're interested in joining. And we needed to actually up the amount of people that were on our board, just because the show's gotten so big as it has. So they needed more people, and they asked.
How many people did it start with?
That I don't actually know. I believe it's just a handful of people. We have a really big car club as well. So the car show is actually separate from our car club. So it's called the 100 Mile Cruisers, and it's a huge car club. And they do events all around 100 Mile as well. So they'll go do cruises, they'll go to the old folks' homes, stuff like that, and just anything that boosts community.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you know of people that have owned the same car pretty much their whole life and taken care of it?
Yes, absolutely. I know some vehicles that have gone through generations. They've been sold down, that sort of thing. My grandfather actually, he just sold my brother his car.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
So, when did you fall in love with cars?
So I have been in love with cars my entire life. My grandfather has been big into vehicles. He's always had cars and stuff like that. So that's kind of where it stemmed from. And then it just slowly grew. I became a huge fan of Orange County Choppers when I was a young kid, and had a whole shrine.
Was that a
to
TV
them.
show? Or?
Yeah, it's about like chopper motorcycles.
Right.
So yeah, definitely not the typical girl thing, but yeah, I had half a shrine to Barbies and half a shrine to those, so I think that's a little duality there.
We all have masculine and feminine in us.
Oh,
Doesn't
yes.
matter what you are. It's just we all have those sides. So
Yeah,
cool.
some of it's very noticeably
Yeah.
feminine and masculine for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think it does, speak to, in a way, how silly some of the masculine and feminine distinctions are.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I remember when my daughter was young and we would go to McDonald's and do the Happy Meal thing, and they would say, do you want a girl boy or a boy toy? My answer was always, whichever one is cooler, because it really doesn't matter, right? So.
Oh yeah, no. I also break stereotypes. I played with Hot Wheels and Tonka trucks.
Oh, yes.
And I would make little cities in my backyard with my best friend Lindsay Covington. Hi, Lindsay.
Oh yeah, if you like Hot Wheels, wait till you see my Jetta. So it is actually derived from a Hot Wheel.
No.
I have the original Hot Wheel in the car.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so anyone that sees that car, so many kids absolutely love it. They'll walk by and go, it's an actual Hot Wheel. So it's super cute for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
So do you get inspired by Hot Wheels and you're like, ooh, I would love to blow this up and make it life size?
Oh, I think I own every Hot Wheel of every dream car that I have. Absolutely. Yeah. My son's got over 300 Hot Wheels at this point. It's become, we blame him that it's his fault. We buy them at the grocery store every time we go, but yeah, it's really us.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is cool. I've never seen a truck with a custom trailer. That's cool.
Oh yeah. It's really cool, the variety of stuff. We've got all sorts of vehicles from the early 1900s. That sounds so weird to say.
I know.
120 or 100-ish years ago.
Yeah.
1900s.
We are, yes. Yeah. I know, right?
Barely.
Yes. Some are further into the 1900s than others.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's
Yeah,
true.
that's the right way to say it. Yeah.
You could catch a glimpse of people's artistic talents too. You just the colors they choose and the, I don't know, this guy's going for a theme. He's got Pepsi Cola on.
Yeah.
In my dad's hot rod, he had, I think it was popular for mafia gangsters to have a violin case but a machine gun inside of it.
Oh yes,
So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think he gets into the theme of the car itself. So he had a violin case but with shot glass and alcohol.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, a little bar
Or
setup.
Prohibition style.
Yeah, yes, of course.
And this is another cool
So this one's really cool. This one's actually got a Cummins in it. So
looks kind of like Road Warrior-esque.
it's very Mad Max-esque. Yeah, it's got it's definitely got that vibe to it.
Modified, right?
That is very, very modified. Yes, yeah.
I love that. See what I mean by artistic vision and stuff?
Yes, it's very much personality based, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you get to see too the things that people are willing to do to vehicles. Like they'll stick an engine that has no business being in that chassis into that chassis and make it look really cool. So they definitely do a really good job, and you get to see that here too, which is awesome. It's not just a specific type of car; it's anything and everything that's got an engine.
Do you impress a lot of men just by the way you talk about cars?
Yes,
They're like,
slightly.
whoa,
Yeah,
this cute thing.
Cars is actually how I met my husband. Yeah, so I was building a 1993 first-gen Cummins, and my absolute baby. I've sold it once, bought it back, sold it again. But yeah, I was actually getting parts for that truck in a driveway in Maple Ridge. A guy had a bunch of first gens in his yard, and you could go buy parts off him. And my husband happened to be there, and that's the end of it.
He's like, oh my God, I met my wife today.
Yeah. Oh yeah, saw me pulling in that truck, and yeah, the rest is history pretty much. Yeah.
So I guess you guys bond over hanging out in the shop together?
Oh yes, yeah. My husband's a mechanic, so yeah, that's what we do. We've got a shop on the property, and that's what we do spending our nights is once the baby's in bed, to the shop we go.
What was it that initially drew you to wanting to, because you talked about the first car that you rebuilt or built or whatever the phrasing was. What was it that brought you to the actual hands-on wanting to bring it back to life or add a new component to it or whatever the case may be?
The biggest thing being a type A personality and not liking to give up control. And I'm very creative. So I wanted to be able to learn as much as I could, because I love learning. I'm a total nerd, so I geek out on all of this kind of stuff. Sure. And if I can put my own personality into something, I really like the aesthetic side of it on top of the mechanical side, because it's just cool when you can take something apart, see all of its components, clean it up and put it back together, and then see it run at the end of that too is really fun. And just experimenting, because you can do so much with vehicles, especially with Amazon and all of that sort of thing. You can buy so much. Yeah.
Can you give us an example of some of the ways that you've added personality to the cars that you've worked on yourself?
So both of my cars actually are homages to Porsches. So it's very out there. I probably have one of the most distinct looking cars here. So it's got a Golf livery. So the Golf, I know that sounds insane. So there was a
Golf
Porsche.
isn't the Golf.
No, Golf is in
the Volkswagen Golf?
Nope, not that one either. I know. How many Golfs can we come up with, right?
Golf gas station.
Yes, there you go.
So, I might get there eventually.
Right. So there was an old Porsche 917 that Steve McQueen drove, and it was blue and orange, had the big Golf livery on it.
The fashion designer?
No.
Oh.
Is there a Steve McQueen?
That's Alexander McQueen or something.
That's Alexander McQueen. There we go.
Steve McQueen, the actor
I love it.
of
Yeah,
the
right.
60s?
So I love it. He was in Le Mans. So he drove that car through the 24 hours of Le Mans, and somebody decided at one point to make a Hot Wheel with that livery out of a Jetta. And that's what's on my car. So I have a replica of that Hot Wheel, and I wish that I could say that I put all the effort into it, but I didn't. I actually bought it with that livery. So thank you to Adrian, because if it weren't for him, I would not have that car. Yeah, right?
So keep in mind, you could have told us anything and we would have believed you.
That's fair, but I won't take credit for it.
We're just not going to bother with the research.
Yeah, right, fair enough. Yeah, no fact checking here.
We're also very nice.
Yeah, oh yes. Very nice. Yeah. So yeah, that is one of my cars, so has that livery. And then my other car, which is a 2010 BMW wagon, has another Porsche livery from another Porsche 917, but that one is a 71 Porsche 917. And it's actually a livery called the Pink Pig. So it's kind of difficult to explain, but when you look at my car, it's got little dashes all along it. And if you were to take that and blow it up and make it flat, it is the layout of how you would butcher a pig.
Oh my God. So like, you know those,
Daytime television cast.
like those little butcher
Yes.
diagrams.
Yes, so
does
it
does
is-
it even have like, it doesn't have like the labels of the different cuts of meat?
It
or
does, but
Oh,
it
that's
has
cool.
it in German. So it is all written in German, which I can't read German, so I've had to Google this.
I love this.
Yeah, so it is, covered in that livery, which is absolutely hilarious. Most people have no idea what it is,
of course.
but her nickname is Black Forest Ham. Because of the Black Forest in Germany, and I figured it made sense
And
because
pigs.
it's covered in pigs.
Yeah,
So yeah.
fair enough.
So yeah, she is the pink pig. Well, affectionately Black Forest Ham.
Yeah.
And then the other one's the giant Hot Wheel.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, what the heck is that?
That is a rat rod of some sort.
I like.
Rat rods are the best, and that's what's fun is like you can have cars that don't even look like what they originally were meant to be.
So rat rods are usually always modified.
Always, yeah,
Always,
almost
yeah.
always, yeah. Basically, it's anything that you've pieced together. So it shouldn't look like a specific vehicle, even really. It should be.
It's got pieces from all kinds.
Yeah,
of different.
yeah, and a lot of times they'll move. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like the front tires, like
You can
it's
just
like they
see
don't
it
look
looks
like they-
fast.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
that one.
Have you ever seen anything cool done with a minivan?
Todd loves his minivan.
So do I. I love minivans.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
They're awesome.
Right?
I've actually, yes,
I don't know about
exactly.
that, but-
I've seen one converted into, it was called the Struggle Bus,
Okay.
and it looked like a little
Like a-
mini
like a
bus.
live-in-it kind of thing,
Yep,
yeah.
exactly. Yep, yep. And it said, big livery on the side said the Struggle Bus. I don't know if you're aware of this, but up here in the Caribou, we have what's called a share shed. So,
Go on.
oh yes, this is the best.
That is the biggest thing that I have missed since I left Williams Lake and moved to Kamloops.
I don't know
Is the
that.
lack of share sheds. And for me, it's not so much like I got so many of my books from the share
Yes.
shed. So many books.
I don't know what.
I love how completely confused you are right now.
Building of free stuff.
So
Yes,
essentially,
basically.
at every dump, there is a shed of some sort, and if you have items that you think are good enough for somebody else, but you don't use anymore, you put there, you can take it for free. And you can end up with, we've ended up with quads, like
Shut
all
up.
sorts of things. Yeah.
But you have to repair them.
That one needed a carb clean, so like nothing crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's constantly changing, so you can go there every day. Oh yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
remember going to a share shed and finding, I swear, what I thought like some future version of me had time traveled back in time and dropped off like a box of books. Because there were just like 30 books that were up my alley. And this was like within a week of my ex saying like, we really need to cut down on your books at home, Todd. And I come home with like 3 armfuls like this. And it's like, okay, seriously, I'm going to start getting rid of them next week, okay? Love the share shed.
Oh yeah,
Miss
and
it so
it's
much.
such an addiction too. It's really no different than cars. Like
Yeah,
if
it's
you
almost
collect
like-
junk, you collect junk. That's
It's-
just really
it's
what it comes
going
down
to the share shed is almost like thrifting. Like we got some time to kill. It's Sunday. Let's go down to the share shed. and see
Oh,
what's there.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. You
But
can
once
make
there's,
good
like, a
friends,
price tag on it, I'm like, oh, it's not treasure anymore.
right? And free stuff's always better.
It
so
is.
fun.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't feel bad about tearing it apart and painting it. Or...
No, exactly. And then you can personalize it, make it cool.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the coolest cars that's at this show. This is a Ferrari.
Right.
That is a nice one.
Yep.
It looks like from the movie 16 Candles.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like Magnum PI's car from the
Yeah,
80s.
it does look
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, so here's a really good example that it doesn't need to be an old car. So you've got an old Ferrari, then you've got an S10 from the 90s, and then you've got a newer Mazda.
Well, maybe he's just confused and...
He's trying to.
He's just
get to the
confused. I
bar.
don't know, that thing looks lowered. We'll give him that.
No, it's nice.
How much time and effort goes into putting on an event like this? Because you said like you guys started working on this like 6 months ago.
Yeah, so 6 months ago is when we first started having our meetings. We would get together once a month, the whole group of us. So we get together at the actual Chamber of Commerce in town. So we spend Thursday evening together, all hanging out and laughing and joking around. And
No way, I thought it was serious business.
yeah, right. No, I wish. So it's a lot of fun actually. Like I said, we started 6 months ago, and it takes so much effort. The amount of just organizing and the amount of people that we have to
contact, and the sponsors. Like our
Yeah,
sponsors do so much. They've done really, really well. We have, I believe, over 100 volunteers total as well that come and just spend their time here. And this
I
year,
feel like that's a sizey percentage of the Hunter Mile population.
it is.
probably.
Oh yeah, it's a very good percentage for sure. And the cool thing too is this year we've actually added a new prize category. So we've added a prize for those volunteers. If you show up and you put in a shift for volunteering, you're entered into that.
Totally.
And
I think that's so fair.
right? Well, exactly. Like they put in the time and effort, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have the show in the first place.
Exactly, yeah.
So we really want to recognize those people that have put in the effort and are willing to spend their time in our community and really helping out. So yeah, it's been awesome. Like the amount of effort that goes in, I can't thank everybody enough just for how much they've done. Like I feel like I do very little compared to what a lot of the people do, especially with the organizing of the volunteers, because that takes tons and tons of effort.
Yeah, you really do bring the community together.
Oh yes, we try. Yeah. I don't know how environmentally friendly this would be considered, but we definitely try and bring the community together for
It doesn't
sure.
smell environmentally friendly.
No.
I smell a lot of like. Where are
I
we
feel like
smelling?
diesel.
There's a lot. Yeah, the diesel
alone
takes a
is
lot. Yeah.
doing some.
Yeah.
I like that smell. You must like
Right.
that smell.
I love that smell. Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of work and effort and time and money that's going on into these things, and so I would think you would want to bring it to as many places to show it off. Really, to say, hey, look what I did. Look at this cool.
Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah. It's very whiny. It sounds like a supercharger. That's cool. The seat in the back. Oh yeah, the little bumper seats. Those are fun. Oh, you're talking about a bug.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there's a doggy. Do you have rules for your car? Like, it's probably so immaculate. Are you allowed to eat in your car?
Oh, my car is an absolute gong show inside.
Oh.
It is
That
so
means you're
bad.
smart. The
Yeah, right.
messier
Is that what it
you
is?
are, The smarter
Well,
you
I
are.
think also too that I remember hearing that like car people tend to have like the messiest or the worst off cars because
We put a lot of effort into the outside.
There you go,
and-
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
engine too.
Well, that yes, but like in the cab, oh yeah, I have a and I have a toddler, so he wants
you can only
he
be
wants
so
to
clean.
roam.
And
Yeah.
does he? What's his name?
His name is Zephyr, so he's actually named after a car.
God.
Yes.
I can't picture what a Zephyr looks like.
So a Zephyr kind of looks
Sure,
like
we had a
behind you
Zephyr
there.
in one of our movies.
So it's similar to that. It's like a big wagony boat. Yeah.
So does Zephyr want to build cars when he's older? Or what?
Oh yes. So he currently has a car bed.
Oh, of course.
Yes, he has an entire toolbox. He's got his entire room looks like a shop.
I love
Yeah, so he's got like the Rain-X like metal signs. We went to the Lordco show this year and we brought back a ton of swag, and just because of that we have too much of it to put places, so his room looks like a shop. It's awesome. And he will ask, if you ask him what car do you want to take, he tells you the blue Brum Brum, which is my Jetta. Yeah, the blue
vroom vroom.
Yeah, the blue Vroom Vroom, yes. Yeah. And everything, as long as something goes vroom vroom, he is happy. He's got a smile on his face.
He gets it from mom.
Oh yeah, well, and dad. Oh yeah, he has no excuses. He has to be a car kid. This one looks very Mad Max too, doesn't it?
It does.
I have a question. What were your guys' first vehicles?
Ooh. Mine was an 86 Topaz.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
Mine was a Plymouth Acclaim.
Ooh, nice. Not bad either.
Really?
Yeah. Well, there could be worse.
Because it was a surprise. And, I'm a bit of a jerk because I was like ungrateful. But my dad drove me around.
Loving the honesty.
And I was like, yeah, I just want like a sporty car. And I just had it in my mind. I was like, I want a sporty car, whatever that means. And then I come home and I was like, Mom, whose ugly car is this in the driveway? And she's like, that's yours. We just bought it for you.
It's a big event. Like the amount of stuff that we do here is crazy. Like it's just
I'm impressed with how many sponsors, how many volunteers, how many cars,
right?
And how many days.
Three full days, yeah. And so tomorrow at the show, we used to do the show in Centennial Park. And then what we realized is that it wasn't bringing as much to the community as we wanted it to because the shops weren't staying open.
Right.
So now we shut down our main street, Birch Ave, and all the shops get to stay open, and we actually generate about $250,000 for the community.
Just from the people
Just
walking
from the
up and
people.
down the
'Cause,
road.
yeah, we get about last year it was between 7,000 and 10,000 spectators.
Wow.
So it definitely brings the people.
For sure.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite part of the overall weekend? Like, what's your favorite part to see or experience?
I think my favorite part is honestly the show.
Yeah.
Just because you get to see it in its entirety. It's such a massive thing because we have so many cars that come up. And you can spend so much time just looking at all of these vehicles. And I used to be a preschool teacher, so I'm partial to the kids. I absolutely love getting to see these kids' eyes light up. And you get to see the new little gearheads kind of be made, which is fun. So yeah, that's definitely my favorite part.
This being your first year, what sort of lessons have you learned, if any?
Just what it takes to put on a community event. It's the amount of money involved, the amount of people involved, the hoops that you have to jump through, like insurances, things like that, grants.
I imagine it's not easy to get like the streets shut down.
Oh, all of that kind of stuff. Like we have to think about security. We have to think about where we put certain things, and there are specific rules for car shows because we don't want to have things like the food near the cars, because if someone just grabs a nice hot coffee, trips, ruins somebody's paint job. So things like that, where it's silly little things that you wouldn't necessarily think had to be thought about, and it's those tiny details that I've learned this year for sure that's really what
And those are
what it
kind
takes.
of the most important ones because they're the easiest ones to forget.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. They are for sure easy to forget. And things that, just slip your mind because it's not something as someone going to the events that you would think of as a spectator.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
We're kind of in our final few minutes. We
are.
We are,
No worries.
absolutely. Is there anything that we haven't touched on yet that you think is important that we talk about, or?
Not that I can think of. Just come and check it out. It's
Yeah.
worth coming out. And if you haven't been to the 100-mile area, and if you're not into cars, this is not all we have to
Exactly.
offer. There's
Yeah.
lots of stuff out here. Dogs, yes. And share sheds.
And Share Sheds
Yes.
and Cask and Cleaver, which we were at
Yes.
last weekend.
Did you?
got
They're one of our
fantastic.
sponsors.
Yeah, you mentioned them.
Yeah.
Also Martin's Resort, if you're
Martin's
out
Resort.
here, if you need a place to stay.
Yeah, I've taught yoga out there.
Have you?
Yeah,
There
it's
you go.
gorgeous.
Nice.
Yes.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Jeff.
Anybody you want to say hi to back at home?
Ooh,
before we
hi,
leave?
Mom and Dad. They're never going to believe this. But
Believe it, Mom and
Yeah,
Dad.
right?
She's doing it with Cassie Marie.
Yeah, right?
Also,
I love it.
let's talk about Iron.
The Iron Horse.
Iron Horse.
Yeah, so the Iron Horse Pub they've been hosting this part of it for a long time. I don't know exactly how long. It might have been since the beginning.
It's a great building.
It is very cool. And have you gone inside and seen the train?
No.
So there's a train that goes around and hangs out.
Really? Like a little model train kind of a thing?
Yeah, it goes around.
And then so tomorrow, if you want to come see the show tomorrow, when and where?
So it is at 10 a.m. and it is on Birch Ave in 100 Mile. So
And it's until when?
It goes until 2:30 is when we do our awards.
Cool.
Yeah.
Free?
Yeah. Show up. Come check it all out. We've got a kids booth. We've got so many different events. We've got vendors, food trucks, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, hopefully the biggest amount of attendees that we've ever had. Because as of right now,
Hopefully.
we have the most pre-registrations we've ever had too. So we have over
way.
300 pre-registered as of right now.
And do you get like people just showing up on the day then too?
Oh, absolutely. So,
wow.
most people won't do all of the events. They'll come to just the show.
Right.
And because they don't want to have to spend the whole weekend kind of
Feels
idea.
like it must be hard to plan for, like not knowing how many cars you're going to get.
It is. Luckily, we've got quite a long main street, so if we have to
You can
add
just keep
portions,
going.
we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
just
yeah.
move a block down, so that works. But yeah, it definitely takes a lot, and we have to work with all the businesses too, because we're parking vehicles right in front of their
Exactly. Yeah, yeah,
stores.
yeah.
So yeah, we actually park the vehicles right on the street. So we shut it all down, and yeah, it's awesome. We take up, I think, 3 extra parking lots as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
Way to disturb the whole town.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the best of ways.
Right? Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah.
well, I hope the best of the weekend goes
you.
very well for you guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations on the many years, and thanks for hanging out with us for an hour and telling us all your stories.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. This has been so much fun. And I'm glad you guys could come and see all the great cars.
Yeah, we're gonna go look at them right
Yeah, let's do a tour.
Okay.
All right.
I gotta turn off the camera.
Okay.
Sweet.
Now we say goodbye.
Ready.